Dr. Blaine Hall runs his hands through his short, blonde hair as he looks out the window of his Alexandria, Virginia apartment complex hallway. For as far as he can see, there are no lights, not a single lit window in any of the buildings or headlights from cars below on the winter streets. Then slowly, one by one, flickering begins as citizens more prepared than him find candles in drawers and cupboards and light them to fight back the night's darkness. "Hey!" a man shouts from behind Dr. Hall. "Hey, you know what happened? Is it another evacuation order? I thought we didn't have to leave. What's going on?" "Huh?" Dr. Hall asks as he turns to the man, taking off his thick, black-rimmed glasses and wiping them with the hem of his shirt. The man, one of his neighbors from down the hall, holds a large candle in his hand, and the hallway quickly starts to smell like cinnamon and cloves. "No, it's not an evacuation. Why would they turn off the power in an evacuation? That doesn't make any sense." "It's the government," the man shrugs. "The bastards never make sense. So, what's happening out there?" "I think it was an EMP," Dr. Hall says as he puts his glasses back on and fixes his deep brown eyes on his neighbor. "An electromagnetic pulse. The volcano erupted again, I'm pretty sure." "The volcano? That's in Montana or Wyoming or whatever," the man scoffs. "No way we'd even notice it here. I thought you were some kind of scientist, but sounds like you're just one of those internet quacks." "It's the EMP from the volcano," Dr. Hall tries to explain, but he can see that his neighbor has no interest in any explanation, so he just shakes his head. Do you know if the super is home? I got locked out of my apartment." "You need a screwdriver?" the man asks. "Easiest way to get inside, unless you got some extra deadbolts or something." "Deadbolts? No, just the door lock," Dr. Hall says, then wishes he hadn't, since his less than trustworthy-looking neighbor now knows how pitiful his home security is. I'm Dr. Blaine Hall. I'm sorry, but I've forgotten your name." The man stares at Dr. Hall for a couple of seconds, then shakes his head. "Hold on, man. I'll be right back." Dr. Hall stares at the spot the man occupied, then turns back to the window. Up and down the street, more and more apartments are lit up by candles and other sources of light. There are still no car headlights, which makes Dr. Hall believe his theory of another EMP is true. "Hold the candle," the man says, making Dr. Hall jump. "Man, come here and hold this, or you ain't getting in your apartment." Dr. Hall moves away from the window and takes the scented candle as his neighbor pushes a screwdriver into the door jamb and starts to wiggle it back and forth. He quickly breaks the jamb free, then slowly works the screwdriver down until it pushes the latch in and the door pops open. "You should get a deadbolt," the man says. "This neighborhood may be getting all gentrified, but you still got crack dealers a block away, you hear me?" "Yeah, thanks," Dr. Hall nods, handing the candle back. "You need one?" the man asks, dipping his chin toward his candle. "I got a whole crate of them. My mom sends me these stupid stinking candles every Christmas. I hate the way they smell, but they come in handy during blackouts." "It's not a blackout," Dr. Hall says. "Whatever the fuck it is, do you need a candle?" the man asks. "No, thank you. I'm pretty sure I have some inside," Dr. Hall says and steps into his apartment. "Thank you for the help." "No problem," the man nods. "You need anything, just come knocking. I'm James." "Thank you, James," Dr. Hall replies. "I'll do that. Same to you, although I don't think I'm sticking around for long." "Why the hell not?" James asks. "I have to get to the White House," Dr. Hall replies. "I have important information for the president." James looks about the dingy hallway and gives Dr. Hall a polite nod. "Yeah, sure you do. Well, good luck with that. Be sure to take a gun with you, if you got one. It's going to get nasty out there fast with the power out. Winter in D.C. ain't fun on the best of days. It'll get a whole lot worse when people start getting really cold. Be careful, on your way to the president." James nods a couple times and heads back to his apartment. Dr. Hall watches him go, then closes his door. Or tries to, but the latch won't catch anymore, so he pushes a chair up against it to keep it shut, while he rummages around his apartment for a backpack and supplies. Crackers, some fruit, some cheese cubes and chips, a few bottles of water, an extra change of socks and a shirt, gloves, and a knit cap. Outside, a woman screams, followed by a couple of gunshots. Dr. Hall grabs a kitchen knife and puts it in the backpack as well, then steps to his windows and looks out at the bleak landscape. 8 miles from here to the White House, Dr. Hall says. 31 degrees out. No gun, he sighs. I can do this. No problem. There are a few more gunshots, and he shivers. It's for the good of mankind, he whispers as he puts on his coat and his backpack and turns to his front door. For the good of mankind. There's a faint hissing sound and a loud grunting as Dr. Cheryl Probst tries to get her bearings in the pitch blackness. She feels about on the floor, noting the many small cracks and fissures in the concrete that she was fairly certain weren't there before, then pushes herself up to her knees. Dizziness washes over her, and she knows that if the room weren't in complete darkness, it would be spinning. Doctor! Someone shouts from behind her, and she tries to turn around, but the dizziness wins and she ends up collapsing onto her side. The hissing and grunting gets louder, then a sliver of light appears across the room as the door is slowly shoved open. Doctor! Here, she croaks, her throat coated with dust. Right here. The light grows, and Dr. Probst squints against it, waving her hand at the wielder. Do you mind? She snaps. Sorry, the voice says, and the light, a simple candle, is shielded. The illumination lets her see the state of the small office she had found in order to catch some sleep. The couch she was sleeping on is tilted at a strange angle, as is the desk and office chair pressed up against one of the walls. Dr. Probst, are you okay? The voice asks. Yeah, I'm fine, she replies. Just dizzy. She still hears the hissing and grunting and frowns. What is that noise? That's Holt and Lieutenant Taylor trying to clear the hallway, the voice replies. Half the bunker collapsed after the second eruption. We're trying to get to Marshal Morgan, Sergeant Bolton, and their son. Fuck! Someone shouts from the hallway. That fucking hurts! Dr. Probst is helped over to the couch, and she gladly sits down since her legs aren't exactly her friends at the moment. So, Holt and Taylor are out there, Dr. Probst says. Then you are... Sergeant Kreigel, Kreigel replies. They call me Hellmouth, but you can just call me Kreigel. Hellmouth? My first name is Helmet, Kreigel says. Kreigel it is, Dr. Probst responds. She looks around again and frowns deeply. Is the mountain at an angle? Not all of it, Kreigel says. Just this part of the bunker. I'm surprised this place held up this long considering the size of the first eruption and all the tremors hitting this area for months. Not to mention the nukes detonating at Ground Zero. With all the munitions being stored here, I'm sure it was designed to take a beating, Dr. Probst says. What do the entrances look like? We aren't trapped, are we? No, the rear entrance is still viable, Kreigel replies. Only problem is there's no mountainside to step out onto. It's all gone. If we need to leave, we'll have to rappel down or cable across to solid ground. I don't rappel or cable, Dr. Probst says. Although I do skydive now. I only did it the one time, but it was extreme enough that I think I can handle any normal jumps. No such thing as a normal jump, ma'am, Kreigel laughs. 10 feet or 10,000 feet. You land wrong and legs still break. Great. Thanks, Dr. Probst sighs. Just when I was feeling good about myself. And don't fucking call me ma'am. Doctor is fine, but ma'am makes me feel old. Sorry, Kreigel says. Doctor it is. Or Cheryl. You can call me Cheryl. Maybe when this is over, Doctor. We still have a lot of work to do, and professional is the best way to keep things. Professional? Dr. Probst laughs. Cheryl is my first name, not the secret password into my pants. You can call me by my first name without us having to fuck, you know. Kreigel watches her for a second, then laughs. Yeah, I think calling you doctor will be just fine. How about you lie down while we keep working in the hallway? Give a shout if you need us. Motherfucker! Someone yells from the hallway. If we can hear you over Holt, Kreigel smiles, then pats her shoulder and moves off quickly to the door. Dr. Probst watches him go, then lies back on the couch, very aware of the furniture resting at a strange angle. Her mind tries to think through the ramifications of a second large eruption, but she is still too fuzzy from exhaustion and the tumble she took off the couch the first time. Instead of thinking, she closes her eyes and pictures a place she grew up. Large waterfall, trees swaying in the breeze, the faint smell of ammonia. Faint smell of ammonia? "Kreigel!" Dr. Probst shouts. "Kreigel!" "Mom?" Kyle asks, his hand to his mother's forehead as the light from a candle casts a pallid glow on Lou Morgan's features. A strapping kid of 17 with almost white blonde hair, Kyle is tall and muscular for his age, but at this moment he looks like a small child as the worry for his mother clouds his face. "Mom? Wake up." "How is she?" Connor Bolton asks as he comes back into the bunker's break room, his face coated in dirt and sweat. He holds out his candle and stops as he sees how pale Lou is. "Jesus. How's her pulse?" "What? I haven't checked it," Kyle replies. "I've just been trying to wake her up." Bolton studies the young man, a teenager he has just found out is his son, and frowns. "I'd have thought your grandmother would have taught you some basic survival skills at least," Bolton says as he moves to Lou's side and gently pushes Kyle out of the way. He presses his fingers to her neck and grimaces. "Her pulse is erratic and weak." Carefully, he turns her head. "Ouch. That's a serious hematoma." "A what?" Kyle asks. "Goose egg," Bolton says. "Bump on her head. She's probably got a pretty bad concussion." "Should we move her up onto a couch?" Kyle asks. "No, she's close to going into shock. We should leave her where she is," Bolton answers, then gets up and grabs a cushion from one of the two couches in the room. "Here, put these under her feet. It'll elevate her legs and help with her blood pressure. Keep checking her pulse and make sure she doesn't stop breathing." Kyle glances at the door to the break room. "You find a way out?" "Not yet," Bolton says. "But I think I can hear Taylor and his team working at the pile of debris." He coughs hard and shakes his head. "I hope they get through soon. I don't think the air in here is so great." "With the power out, the ventilation system doesn't work," Kyle says. "It always smelled funky since the first day I got here." Bolton lifts his nose and takes a deep sniff. "No, there's something else. I can't quite put my finger on it. Smells like Easter eggs." "Sulfur?" "Probably from the volcano," Kyle says. "If it erupted again, then there's bound to be clouds of sulfur in the air." "Yeah, but that's not it," Bolton says. "You don't smell that? It's sharp and biting. Kind of burns my nose." Kyle takes his own deep sniff and frowns. "Yeah, there it is." He gets up, walks to the break room door, and ducks his head out into the hallway. "Stronger out here. It does smell like Easter eggs, but way worse. More like cat piss." "Cat piss? Oh, shit," Bolton says. "Ammonia. That's what it is. Sulfur and ammonia." "Why the hell would ammonia be coming out of the volcano?" Kyle asks. "Sulfur I get, even chlorine gas, but ammonia? That's not normal." "First," Bolton smiles. "That's some good volcano knowledge there. You learned that in school?" "Yeah," Kyle sighs. "Volcanoes were all anyone would talk about for months before the evacuation." "Understandable," Bolton says. "Second, there is nothing normal about this volcano. Giant monsters crawled out of it, flew out of it, and sprinted away from it. Then there's the issue with the nukes not leaving any radiation. Not normal." "How can there be no radiation?" Kyle asks. "That doesn't make sense." "Nope," Bolton agrees. "It doesn't." He looks down at Lou. "Stay close to her. I'm going to see if I can figure out where the gas is getting in. This bunker should be locked down and sealed tight." Kyle looks about at the break room and the large cracks running up its walls. He nods toward the table in the corner that is listing at a pronounced angle. "I don't think anything is tight in here anymore," Kyle says. "We may have to get in those environmental suits if we're going to make it." "Yeah, problem is the suits are on the other side of the debris pile," Bolton says, "with Taylor and his team." He studies the door and shakes his head. "I'd say wad some towels up or blankets and try to keep the gas out, but this door isn't exactly plumb. It'd be easier to hold water with a sieve. Kyle's face breaks out in a grin, then immediately into a deep frown. What? Bolton asks. That's something my grandma used to say, Kyle replies. Hold water with a sieve. Yeah, it was a local saying where your mom and I grew up, Bolton says. He goes to the young man that is his son and grasps him by the shoulder. We're going to have to do some talking soon about who I am and who you are and all of that. But right now we need to figure out just how bad things are. Once I've assessed the situation, then we'll come up with a plan. Okay, Kyle nods, then realizes something. Where's that Lowell guy? I thought he was on this side with us. Or was he with the SEALs? Lowell? Shit, I don't know, Bolton says. I hurried to find your mom and you once the tremors started. I have no idea where that ass is. He seemed like a good guy, Kyle says. No, he's an ass, Bolton replies. Trust me, Kyle. He isn't a good guy. He helped you and Mom find me, Kyle says. Didn't he save your life? We saved each other's lives out there, Bolton says. Still doesn't make him a good guy. You hear me? You asked the president to commute his sentence, Kyle argues. True, but it still doesn't make him a good guy. I heard you the first 6 times, Kyle mocks. Good. Glad you were listening, Bolton says. Now stay here with Lou, and I'll be right back. Maybe I'll find Lowell along the way. Be careful, Kyle says. I will, Bolton smiles. Hello? Anson Lowell yells from the bathroom stall floor. Hello? Anyone? I could use a little help here. Fouled water pools about him as he lays pinned between a broken toilet and the cracked bathroom wall. Pipes twist about his lower legs, and his right arm is caught in the collapsed stall door and walls. Basically, Lowell is stuck in a puddle of his own crap while half the bathroom threatens to crush him. In all honesty, he's been in worse situations in life. Hey! Anyone! Lowell shouts. Not kidding about the help! The smell of his own feces is overpowering, and Lowell struggles not to gag. He coughs a few times, then grows alarmed as the coughs become ragged, harsh, and he starts to feel a burning at the back of his throat. Okay, I know I've eaten some weird stuff the past couple days, he says to himself. But there's no way my shit stinks that bad. Then it hits him. Ammonia. Having been in correctional institutions for most of his teenage years and all of his adult life, Lowell is intimately acquainted with the smell of ammonia. It was the go-to cleaning product for everything from toilets, although he's sure it hasn't been used for some time on the toilet presently jammed against his chest, to the kitchen counters, to freaking mouthwash. Lowell shudders at the thought of being forced by the guards to gargle with ammonia. There is a slight understench of sulfur, but the ammonia stink is the dominant aroma. Lowell's throat begins to burn, and his eyes start to water as the stink grows in intensity. The bunker is broken, he says, then coughs for several seconds. Defeats the point of being in a bunker. He tries to shove the toilet away from him while simultaneously trying to free his arm from the collapsed stall. Nothing budges. Great, he sighs, then coughs. Just fucking great. He takes a deep breath. Help! Where the fuck is everyone? The noise in the secure situation room deep under the White House is almost overwhelming. President Charles Nance sits at the head of the large table in the center of the room, his eyes moving from one video screen to another, his mind barely keeping up with the data coming in, while the voices of his Joint Chiefs of Staff, cabinet members, various advisors, assistants, as well as techs and other support personnel drone on. Quiet, please, President Nance says as he tries to make sense of what he is seeing. Everyone, please be quiet. The chaos continues, most of it in various forms of panic, as eyes watch the destructive results of the last volcanic eruption. Each video screen is a different satellite view of regions of the United States, some of the East Coast, some of the West Coast, and only one from directly over the massive chasm that once was the Yellowstone supervolcano. Then, one by one, The image is gray as another massive ash cloud billows out of the volcano's caldera and begins to obscure the entire country. But the images that were captured show gigantic creatures that are something like a cross between a stingray and a rotten tortilla flying over the American landscape, dropping what look to be gelatinous eggs of various sizes, from the size of trash bins to compact cars. The stunned eyes watch as the eggs fall to the earth below and rupture on impact, their contents melting and melding with everything they touch. Are they reproducing? What could possibly be in those? I can't see eyes nor any semblance of animalistic features. Quiet. On the monsters or the eggs? The monsters! The other creatures were obviously of an endoskeletal nature. These appear to be cartilaginous. Quiet. So they are like stingrays? There's no way to know. What happened to that Hall asshole? Quiet. He was sent home after the nuclear strike. Why in God's name would someone do that? Quiet. With the chasm sealed, there was no need for him any longer. We got all the intel we could from him regarding the Godzillas. Don't call them that. They are not some B-movie nightmare. This shit is real. Quiet, quiet, quiet! All voices stop, and the eyes turn to President Nance. He stands at the head of the table, his face flushed and red, his tie loose and hanging from around his neck, his own eyes sunken in, deep circles underneath. Mr. President? National Security Advisor Joan Milligan asks. Are you feeling well? Have you lost your fucking mind, Joan? President Nance snaps as he waves weakly at the video monitors. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Do you think anyone is well right now? If you do, then you're either made of stronger stuff than me, or you've gone mad. Considering how I feel, I wouldn't be surprised if both were true. He takes several deep breaths and attempts to straighten his tie, then gives up and yanks it off completely. I ordered the first nuclear strike since Hiroshima, and it was on my own country's soil, President Nance continues. I watched as the supervolcano was filled in and all signs of whatever was beneath was lost. Then we get reports of no radiation, which is great news, except that no more than 4 hours later the volcano erupted again and those things came out. Just before that, Dr. Hall called to say he was wrong, but the EMP, which has disabled all electronic equipment in the entire USA, cut us off. And I never heard why he thought he was wrong. Is it because we're now dealing with entirely new monsters? Is it because when I look at that previous view of the Yellowstone chasm, I don't see a mass of tails, but something unimaginable? I don't have any answers to anything at this moment, except, to be honest, I do have an answer to your question. No, I am not feeling well. I meant no disrespect. My apologies, Mr. President, Joan replies. I was concerned with your physical health. God knows none of us could be considered at the peak of mental health at this moment. This elicits a small smile from President Nance, and he nods as he sits down. The apology is mine, Joan, President Nance says. I'm the leader of the free world. I shouldn't bark at you like that. Bark away, sir, Joan responds. It's my job to take the barking. And it's my job to lead us out of this situation, President Nance says. Do we have any information on these new things? No, sir, Secretary of Defense Jeremy Borland answers. The EMP was so powerful that it's fried every single component of this country's communications grid. We have minimal contact with NORAD due to their shielding, but other than that, we can't get a word from any military base in North America. As for satellites, he points at the monitors. Those are the last images. Some satellites are still operational and blind, while others are dead from the EMP. No communication with a single base in North America? It was that bad, President Nance asks. Yes, Mr. President, Borland replies. We just re-established contact with Canada and Mexico, but they too are dealing with nationwide communications silence. Power grids are down everywhere. We can only imagine what's happening out there. National Guard, President Nance asks, his eyes turning to Army General Lawrence Azul.
We can't deploy them if we can't communicate with them, Mr. President, General Azul replies. Luckily, the vast majority of cities have been evacuated because of the supervolcano. Most of the population of this country is either in the south or heading in that direction under the supervision of the National Guard.
So some order could still be in place, President Nance says. That's good news. From far down the table, Secretary of the Interior Bonnie Landis clears her throat. Bonnie? Yes? President Nance says.
We are dealing with something that is far beyond our singular capabilities, Landis says. I know I am Interior, but I believe we should involve the State Department and ask our foreign allies for assistance. They could bring us needed electronic equipment that we can use to set up some type of rudimentary communications network. We have to establish clear and open lines with people on the ground. Speaking with other nations is good, but actual accounts from our own citizens will be even more helpful. Martial law is in effect to help protect the people of the United States through this difficult time, but I worry that without direct oversight, some of the more aggressive personalities within our military may take this occurrence to be a sign that protection comes second to intimidation.
Intimidation?
Navy Admiral Malcolm Quigley laughs.
This isn't China or the old Soviet Russia. Our men and women out there know they are only there to serve and protect, not intimidate.
I understand that, Admiral, Landis responds. But we all know that not every person that joins the military is as idealistic as that. Some join in order to exercise their more violent natures in a sanctioned environment.
Spoken like a true liberal,
Air Force General Mark Tulane mutters.
Excuse me? Landis snaps. I don't think labels like that are appropriate at a time like this. You forget, General, that I hold 3 PhDs, one of those in psychology, of which my dissertation was on the inevitable corruption of unsupervised, isolated, and authoritarian forces, such as prison guards or rural police forces. To think that eventually those with the power and weapons will not turn on those without is not only false, but dangerously naive.
General Tulane is about to respond, but President Nance holds up his hand.
There are valid points on both sides of this.
Not that I am declaring there are, or should be, sides.
He rubs his face and looks at Joan.
Have we been able to get a hold of Dennis?
Secretary of State Jefferson is still in Beijing, Joan replies. He has almost finished negotiations with them to allow some of our refugees to stay in Hong Kong. I'll contact him immediately and see if he can acquire the equipment we'll need to get a basic communications infrastructure in place.
Good, President Nance replies. That's a start. Until then, we keep studying these things and try to figure out what they're doing.
As much as I hate to say it,
Borland sighs. We could use Dr. Hall again. Has a car been sent for him?
There are no cars, Joan answers. None that work, anyway. Not a vehicle in D.C. or Northern Virginia is running.
Then perhaps we should send some Secret Service agents to fetch him, Borland suggests. The man was a pain in the ass, but we could use that pain right now.
Yes, I agree, President Nance says.
We'll send a team for him. Hopefully he can make sense of the new creatures. There are several grumbles from the table, but no one outright disagrees with the president. President Nance leans back in his chair and watches the video monitors once again, making it clear the discussion is over for the moment. Soon the conversation volume in the room grows, but it never reaches the panicked volume of a few minutes before. President Nance lets his people talk, knowing they need to let off steam, and he hopes that someone may have a breakthrough and come up with some insight on how to get his citizens safely out of the surreal nightmare they've been plunged into.
You! Halt! Stop right there!
A National Guard soldier shouts as he raises his M4 at the ash-covered and grime-coated figure who slowly approaches the side gate in the chain-link fence. The man's eyes are instantly drawn to the large dog that heels closely to the figure, just as ash-covered and grime-coated.
I said stop right there!
The person slowly stops and waits about 20 yards from the fence. The soldier watches the figure stand there, swaying back and forth, while the dog sits down on its haunches and licks its lips, clearing off some of the ash that covers its muzzle. The soldier looks the person up and down, not sure if it's a man or a woman, but betting on man due to its height and size. The person wears a thick winter coat over snow pants. Heavy-duty boots are on the person's feet, while the head is covered in a black balaclava with tinted snowmobile goggles over the eyes and a sturdy respirator over the mouth. The soldier can't help but think the person looks like they just walked out of some cold-weather, post-apocalyptic movie. Considering the state of the country, he isn't too far off. "State your name and business!" the soldier orders. There's a muffled response. Then the figure wavers and goes down on one knee. "Jesus!" the soldier mutters behind his own respirator. After the second eruption, orders came down that respirators were required once more, even though the ash clouds had receded. Looking toward the east, the soldier isn't surprised by the order. It's obvious the ash is back and rolling its way quickly across Washington state. The soldier pulls a whistle from his pocket, yanks down his respirator, and blows on the whistle as hard as he can. His M4 still trained on the person who kneels in the road outside the fence, the soldier waits for others to arrive and help him figure out what to do with the new refugee and its dog. "Gibbons, what's up?" a lieutenant asks as he and two other soldiers jog up behind the man. "What we got here?" "Don't know," Gibbons replies. "The guy won't answer me." There's a grunt from the kneeling person, and the lieutenant frowns at Gibbons. "Seriously, Corporal? It sounds like they're trying to respond, but you can't hear them." "Then he should take his respirator off so we can," Gibbons replies. "Or get closer." The person pulls down the respirator and coughs a couple seconds before speaking. "You told me to stop, you moron. I'm not going to get closer if you're going to shoot me. What kind of idiot are you?" "Jesus, it's a woman, Lieutenant," Gibbons gasps. "I can hear that, Corporal," the lieutenant replies, then turns to the woman. "Ma'am, what's your name? Are you injured? What business do you have here? This is a secure military installation, and we're not allowing civilians access. I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave." "My name is Terry Morgan, and I'm meeting my daughter here," the woman says. "U.S. Marshal Lucinda Morgan. She's part of a federal convoy that was supposed to rendezvous with several buses from Champion, Montana, and bring them here. I believe you have some ships waiting for us." "Champion? Ma'am, no one from Champion ever arrived," the lieutenant states. "We did have them on our list, but even if they do show up, it makes no difference." "And why is that, Lieutenant?" Terry asks. "Because the ships are dead in the water from the EMP," the lieutenant replies. "Any machinery that relies on electronics is toast, ma'am. Nothing to be done about that. Trust me, I've been asking everyone in the Navy I can pin down. I'd love nothing more than to get my men out of here. We were supposed to be on one of those ships too, ma'am. Now we're stuck doing grunt duty while the Navy brass figure out a new plan." "Huh, ain't that a kick in the backside?" Terry sighs. "Well, I don't suppose I could ask for a little assistance in the meantime. I'm not exactly at full strength, and the past few days have been rough, to say the least." "Are you injured?" the lieutenant asks. Terry slowly unzips her coat and opens it wide. She lifts the heavy sweater that covers her torso, and the soldiers gasp at the blood-soaked bandages wrapped about her midsection. Terry grins at their shock. "If you think that's bad, you should see my back." Terry smiles, then coughs hard and goes down on both hands. She takes a second to gather her strength, then pushes herself back up to her knees. "A couple through-and-throughs. I sutured what I could, cauterized what I couldn't, but I can smell the infection getting worse." "Lord have mercy," the lieutenant says, and motions for his men to go to Terry. "We'll get you inside and fixed up. That dog going to be a problem? Biscuit? Nah," Terry says, then looks at the half-husky, half-wolf. "Calm, boy. Friends." The large hybrid eyes the soldiers as they open the gate and cautiously approach. "Big sucker," Gibbons says. "Sure he ain't gonna bite my face off?" Well, as long as he's by me, you'll be fine, Terry replies. Oh, and don't try to touch him. He got clipped on his left haunch. Just a flesh wound, and I sutured him up, but I wouldn't try and pet him. Yeah, not a problem, Gibbons replies as he and one of the others carefully sling their carbines, then each take one of Terry's arms and help her up. She throws her arms over their shoulders and sighs as they basically carry her through the gate, while Biscuit watches their every step, only a foot from their heels. Lieutenant Bobby Houlihan, the lieutenant states as he extends his hand. Terry awkwardly shakes it. You wouldn't happen to have some ID on you, would you, Ms. Morgan? Lost that back near Champion when I got shot, Terry replies. Fetching my purse wasn't my number one priority. I figured God had other things in mind for me. Wait, you were shot back in Montana and walked all this way? Heavens no, Terry says. When I was up on my feet, I found a truck that ran and drove that almost to Idaho before it died. Once I was past Coeur d'Alene, which wasn't so easy considering the state that area is in, I hitched with a family in a working RV until Seattle. Walked the rest of the way here. What happened to the family? Gibbons asks. Same thing happened to the RV, Terry sighs. The flying ones got them. A whole flock came by and swooped down and ripped that vehicle apart with those poor folks still inside. Luckily, I was out with Biscuit using nature's facilities, or we would have met the same fate. God was smiling down on us then. Not so much on that family, Gibbons replies. Corporal, show some respect, Houlihan snaps. He's right, Lieutenant, Terry says. God had other plans for those folks. I'd like to know what his plan is for us, Houlihan says, because I'm beginning to feel a little abandoned. The gates of hell have opened, and God decided to take a vacation. God never takes a vacation, Lieutenant, Terry scolds. He just doesn't always answer the phone when we want him to. His plan will be revealed in due time, mark my words. Well, ma'am, I sure hope that's true, Houlihan nods. Now let's get you to the infirmary and fixed up. There's some fine Navy docs here on base. I'll bet there are, Terry says. They get the infection under control, prescribe me some antibiotics, and I'll be ready to head back out. Ma'am? Houlihan asks, looking thoroughly confused. I can't stay around here, Lieutenant. Not while my daughter and grandson are stuck out in hell. God may have a plan for us all, but I'm never one to wait around and find out what it is. Easier to ask forgiveness than ask permission, if you know what I mean. I do, Houlihan chuckled. But let's have the docs check you out before you start making travel plans. That ash cloud is almost on us, and I don't think it's going to make things easy on you. Nothing has ever been easy on me, Terry says. No reason it should start now. The Secret Service agents hurry from the apartment complex, pistols drawn and sweeping the area as one of them steps up to the small group that waits out in the street, securing the area as gunshots continue to punctuate the night. Where is he? Secret Service agent Paulo Alvarez asks. The log shows he was dropped off only a few hours ago. His neighbor says he helped him get into his apartment because he lost his keys, but has no idea where he went after that. Secret Service agent Vic Zakarian replies. The guy did say that Dr. Hall was talking about needing to get to the president, that he had information for him. You have got to be fucking kidding me! Alvarez nearly shouts as he turns and looks down the street one way, then looks the other way. If that idiot is walking to the White House in this chaos, he could already be dead. That's what I was thinking, Zakarian replies. At least we know which way he's going. We hope we do, Alvarez says. But we should split into 2 teams for this, just in case. You head for Washington Parkway, and I'll cut up Jefferson Davis and over. We'll rendezvous on Shirley by the river. That's a lot of ground to cover with the president expecting us back ASAP, Zakarian states. You have a better plan? Nope. Then let's head out. Clock is ticking. Alvarez starts to turn, then something far above in the darkening sky catches his eye. The fuck? You okay? Holy shit, Zakarian says as he follows Alvarez's gaze. What the holy hell are those things? Not a fucking clue, but they can't be good. Alvarez says as he shakes off his shock.
Unless they engage, we ignore them. The assignment is Dr. Hall. Find the man and get his ass back to the POTUS.
Yeah, sure, Zakarian says as he tears his eyes away from the sky. Sticking to the assignment, but if those fuckers engage, we bug back to the White House.
Once we find Dr. Hall,
Alvarez insists.
Jesus, Paolo,
Zakarian says. There are flying pizzas in the sky.
And a missing cryptozoologist on the ground,
Alvarez says.
We have a job. We do that job, and then we get to bug back to the White House. Otherwise, we stay out here with those things until the job is done.
Zakarian shakes his head but doesn't argue. He motions for half the team to follow him, gives a nod to Alvarez, then takes off down the street.
Let's move,
Alvarez says to the rest of the men. They all have to force themselves to keep from looking up in the sky at the undulating monsters that fly over their heads. 2.
Hey, you! Hold up!
A young man shouts after Dr. Hall.
What you got in that pack?
Dr. Hall whirls around, his kitchen knife clutched in his hand.
Back off, buddy,
Dr. Hall yells.
I'm just trying to get to the White House, so go mess with someone else, you fucking thug.
Thug? What the fuck are you talking about? The young man asks.
Fucking asshole. I just wanted to know if you had some water, man. The stores are all locked down or looted, and the water just shut off.
Almost a foot taller than Dr. Hall, the young man is gangly and awkward, with short black hair and deep brown skin. His eyes are bright gold, and when he looks at Dr. Hall, it's easy to tell he's no more than 16, if that, just tall for his age.
Sorry, Dr. Hall says. I thought you were going to mug me.
3 gunshots echo through the street, and Dr. Hall jumps, his knife swiping back and forth.
Jesus, man, chill, the young man says. You're going to cut yourself. Sorry, Dr. Hall says. I'm just jumpy. I've never been in this part of town before.
This part of town? The young man asks.
Yeah, you know,
the ghetto, Dr. Hall says as he looks about at the dark buildings. The ghetto? The young man replies.
Fuck you, man. I don't need any water from a racist fuck like you.
The young man starts to walk away, just as more gunshots ring out.
Hey, hold on,
Dr. Hall calls.
Wait!
Why? The young man asks as he turns and looks back at Dr. Hall.
Name one reason. Because I need help getting to the White House. It's beyond important that I speak with the president,
Dr. Hall pleads. More gunshots make him wince and shake.
And I don't think I'm going to make it on my own.
Through the ghetto? The young man smirks. You need my help getting you through the ghetto? That it?
Well, yes,
Dr. Hall admits. The young man stares at Dr. Hall for a second, then shakes his head and laughs. He turns and points to a 3-story brownstone across the street.
You see that? That's my house. Know how much it's worth?
Not much, Dr. Hall says.
I don't think there's a real estate market anymore.
$2 million, the young man says.
Bitch, you have no idea where the fuck you are.
$2 million? Dr. Hall asks, then takes a harder look at the brownstones that line the street. He also notices the Mercedes, BMWs, and Porsches that have been abandoned.
Oh. Yeah, oh, the young man says. Good luck with your trip to the White House, dickhead. I'm going to find water. My mom is sick, and we couldn't evacuate with everyone else. Not many people evacuated, Dr. Hall said. Half my apartment complex stayed. Idiots.
The young man shrugs.
Sometimes the familiar is easier.
Dr. Hall looks at the young man and smiles.
I'm Dr. Blaine Hall. I'm a cryptozoologist, among other things, and I've been working with the president to help solve the monster issue. Sorry about the thug thing. Whatever, the young man says, then narrows his eyes. Would you be sorry if I didn't live in a multi-million-dollar brownstone? Well, that's what I thought, the young man replies. Like I said, man, good luck getting to the White House. Here, Dr. Hall says, as he takes off his backpack and unzips it, pulling out a bottle of water. The water probably won't come back on. That EMP fried everything, even the backup generators.
No power, no water pumps. The young man eyes the water bottle. Nah, you keep it, the young man says. You'll need it on your, trip. I'm going to see if the McConnells have anything in their pantry. The Clausens and Hatleys cleared out their houses when they left, but all I saw the McConnells leave with were a couple suitcases. McConnells? Hatleys? Dr. Hall says. He looks up and down the street. Your house is there? Yeah, man, the young man nods. That's what I said. What's your name? Dr. Hall asks. None of your business, the young man says. Just get the fuck out of here and go be crazy somewhere else. Crazy? No, I'm not crazy, Dr. Hall says. I'm Dr. Blaine Hall, and you're a cryptozoologist, the young man interrupts. You study Bigfoot and Nessie. Yeah, you're not crazy at all. See ya, man. I gotta go find some water. Dr. Hall watches him jog off, then turns and walks away, heading down the street in the direction he hopes will lead to the White House. He gets about 20 yards, then stops in his tracks as something falls from the sky and splats only feet in front of him. Oh shit, he whispers as he stares at the thing that looks like a wobbly egg made of green and black jelly. It's about 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide, with a slight glow coming from inside it. Please don't open, please don't open, please don't. Fuck. The egg splits down the middle, and bright green gel oozes out of it and onto the street. The asphalt immediately begins to hiss and bubble as the gel melds with it. Oh, God, that smell, Dr. Hall says as he covers his mouth and nose. Ammonia, the young man says from directly behind him. And sulfur. Dr. Hall jumps and spins about, then starts to gag and cough as the ammonia stench grows in strength. You need to get the fuck away from that thing, Crypto Man, the young man says. Come with me. I'll show you how to cut through the yards and over to the river. It'll get you where you need to go a lot faster than taking the streets. Still coughing, Dr. Hall nods. Thank you. They turn from the oozing egg and get about 10 feet before 5 more eggs fall from the sky, their contents breaking open as they hit parked cars, trees, and brownstones. Everything the ooze touches starts to smolder, and the ammonia smell begins to overwhelm the entire street. Damn, wish I had a respirator, Dr. Hall says as he tries to take short, shallow breaths. We have plenty, the young man says, his arm across his face to try to block the ammonia gas that is wafting everywhere. Come on, we'll go to my house. Several more eggs fall, and Dr. Hall glances up at the dark sky. While he's surprised at the newness of the creatures, he's not surprised to see them. The young man looks up as well, but to his credit, he doesn't panic or freeze. So, Crypto Man, those the monsters you were talking about? He asks Dr. Hall. No, Dr. Hall replies. Those are new. There are other ones? The young man gasps. Yeah, Dr. Hall nods. Bigger ones, with claws and teeth. Shit, the young man says as they finally get to the steps to his house. By the way, I'm Thomas Granger. Granger? Dr. Hall asks. McConnell, Hartley, Granger. Holy shit, is your mom Senator Emily Granger? Chairperson of the Senate Armed Services Committee? That's her, Thomas nods. Get your crypto ass inside and you can meet her, if she's up to it. With the power out, her morphine pump shut off. I'm going to have to inject her myself. You ever done that before? Dr. Hall asks. No, Thomas says as he unlocks the front door and hurries Dr. Hall inside. He takes one last look at the oozing eggs and the gas that slowly starts to creep along the ground and cover the entire street. Well, good thing I'm a doctor, Dr. Hall says. I know how to administer injections expertly. To what? El Chupacabra? Thomas laughs. Funny, Dr. Hall says. Now, show me to your mother. I can help her, and maybe she can help me. Help me! Lowell yells, his throat raw from shouting and from the ammonia stench that fills the bathroom. Fucking help me! He closes his eyes against the sting of the gas. Instantly, long suppressed images rush through his mind. His eyes snap open, but because the bathroom is pitch dark, it makes no difference. The memories flood his consciousness, and he starts to shake and shiver. No, he whispers. Not again. Please, no. No more. Please. He sees faces, leering, lusting faces, and he knows what comes next, even though he also knows the truth that he is trapped in a bathroom, not in a basement with half-naked men and women surrounding him, their hands holding whips, staves, chains, and other implements of sadistic pain. I'm sorry, he cries. I'll be good. Please don't do this. Please just let me go. The people's mouths move, but he can't hear any voices. The memories are visual, not oral. A man with a short whip capped by tiny metal barbs steps forward, his manhood leading the way. Lowell screams at the top of his lungs as the man raises his arm and brings the whip down. Lowell! Anson! Bolton shouts as he shakes the screaming man. Hey, wake up! I am awake, Lowell yells as he tries to push Bolton away with his left arm. The man just swats his arm to the side. Get off me, asshole! I'm not on you, fucker, Bolton says, as he stands up and sets his candle over on the remnants of a sink that is still bolted to the cracked and leaning wall. Half the bathroom is on you, but I'm not. Lowell blinks for a few seconds, then shakes his head. A wave of nausea hits him, and he takes a couple deep breaths, but regrets that as the ammonia nearly chokes him. He coughs uncontrollably for almost a full minute. You gonna try and smack me again, or let me help you get out of that shit? Bolton asks, his nose wrinkled. Jesus, that really is shit, isn't it? I was using the crapper when the eruption fuckered everything, Lowell said. I think I'll need some new clothes. And a full hose down, Bolton says. But let's get you free first. Try not to get your shit on me. No promises, Sergeant Slaughter, Lowell sighs. My shit goes where it wants. Who am I to hold it back? You have one messed up brain, Lowell, Bolton says, as he grabs onto a panel of the collapsed stall and heaves. The panel comes free, and Bolton pushes it to the side as he works on the rest of the debris. It takes him almost 20 minutes to get everything clear enough so he can get to the toilet that has Lowell pinned. This is the crappy part, Bolton says. Ha ha, Lowell sneers. You are so funny. Be sure to use your legs and not your back. Don't want you to strain anything and not be able to give Marshal Morgan all that sweet, sweet lovin'. Do you want my help or not, asshole? Bolton snaps. Just messing with you, Lowell chuckles. Helps relieve the stress. Whatever, Bolton says, as he squats and wraps his arms around the broken toilet. By the way, Lou is hurt pretty bad. She has a concussion and hasn't woken up since the eruption. Shit, really? Lowell asks, honestly concerned. You sure it's a concussion and not this ammonia gas? The gas isn't helping, Bolton says. It's not quite as strong where she is, though. I was coming to find us a way out, but I don't think it's this way. What about the back door we came in through? Lowell asks. Blocked, Bolton says. Most of the hallway collapsed, and there's too much debris. Taylor and his team are on the other side. What about the doctor lady? Lowell asks. What's her name? Probst? She must be with Taylor, Bolton replies. I haven't seen her anywhere. So, looks like I get to hang with the fam then, Lowell says. As soon as you put a little muscle into what you're doing. Fuck off, Bolton grunts as he drags the toilet away from Lowell and the wall. He shoves it aside and stands up, his hands pressing against his back. Motherfucker, toilets are heavy. I thought you spec ops fuckers could crush boulders with your teeth, Lowell says, as he pulls his legs free of the pipes and slowly gets to his feet, his hand pressing against the slanted wall to keep him steady. We can, Bolton says, but I didn't want to use my teeth on that toilet. Good call, Lowell says. Now help me back to the break room so I can lie down. You were just lying down, Bolton says. No, I was trapped by a shitty toilet and a bathroom stall, Lowell says. Hardly the same. Not exactly relaxing. Well, if you think we have time to relax, then you're crazier than I thought, Bolton says, as he picks up his candle and points to the door. You're going to get cleaned up, then we're both going to find a way out of here. Hopefully before we choke and die on ammonia. Tears are streaming down Bolton's eyes, and his nose is running uncontrollably.
"Oh, Sergeant Slaughter, are you crying over little old me?" Lowell asks in a falsetto Southern accent. "Don't you worry, sugar. I'll be just fine."
"Fuck off and get going," Bolton says, shoving Lowell in the back. "And be careful. The floor isn't all that stable out there." Lowell looks about at the bathroom and its slanted walls and floor.
"Yes, because this room is the height of perfection."
"Just go."
Aye, aye, Captain."
Ugh, fuck off. "Oxygen in this tank is low," Holt says as he checks the gauge on the tank connected to his environment suit. "Same here," Taylor says as he helps Dr. Probst get her suit on. "We'll have to track down replacement tanks as soon as we get back."
"Is there enough to get us around to the front entrance?" Dr. Probst asks. "Or to get you guys to the front entrance?"
"You aren't coming with, Doc?" Tolosky asks. "I think you'd want to see what things look like out there."
"Not if I have to scale a cliff to do it," Dr. Probst replies as Taylor zips her up, then pats her shoulder.
"All good, Doc," Taylor says. "Just tighten the seal on your helmet and you'll be breathing clean air in seconds." Dr. Probst secures the seal on her helmet, then turns the nozzle on the small air tank at her feet. She lifts the tank up and puts her arms through a pair of straps, letting the tank settle against her chest.
Doc, that goes on your back," Kreigel says. "Works just fine here," she replies. "You guys do what you want, but I'm going to keep it close where I can see the gauge."
Kreigel shrugs and turns to look at the partially open bay door that leads outside the bunker. It hasn't been too long since they'd raced through that door, running from half a dozen giant monsters. Now they're preparing to go outside and see if there's a way to get into the rest of the bunker on the other side of the mountain. "Let's move," Taylor says. "Sun's out, and I don't like the idea of being exposed with those things out there." The team all nod, their bulky helmets shifting around their heads. They crouch by the opening and look out at the severe lack of ground just outside. Kreigel leans out while Holt and Tolosky hold his legs, and he hammers in cams the team had found in the same room as the environmental suits. Once the cams are secure, Kreigel threads a thick nylon rope through the eyelets, then gives a thumbs up. Holt and Tolosky let go of his legs as he swings around, his gloved hands gripping the rope tightly, and lowers himself over the edge. "The cliff is craggy enough for easy toeholds," Kreigel says as he slowly starts to shimmy his way across and over to a semi-level ledge just below the main part of the mountain. "Gonna suck scaling this, though." Holt goes next, followed by Tolosky and then Taylor. They all stand on the small ledge and study the grips available. "That route looks best," Tolosky says as he points in a direction that would take them 45 degrees to the right. "But we'll be hanging over nothing for the last few feet." "Then let's not fucking think about it and just go," Holt snaps. "Holty doesn't like heights," Kreigel laughs. "And you don't like snakes," Holt replies. "Good thing you haven't thought of the Godzillas as giant snakes with legs, because that would suck." "You fucking suck, Holt," Kreigel says. "Move," Taylor orders, and they shut up and get going. It's a lot slower than getting to the ledge, but after some loud grunting and heavy cursing, the team makes it up onto the solid part of the mountain. They all turn around and gasp. "No fucking way," Tolosky says. "No wonder the bunker is all fucked." For as far as they can see, not a single tree is left standing. Every one of the firs, pines, and birches lie flat against the ground, their tops pointed west as if a huge breath from the east blew them over. "Visibility is good, at least," Kreigel states. "But the air isn't," Taylor says. "The ammonia smell is worse out here." "What are those?" Holt asks, as he takes his carbine from his back and puts it to his shoulder. "You guys see those things?" "What are they? Balloons?" Kreigel asks, as he follows Holt down a barely visible trail. They step over fallen tree after fallen tree until they come to the first pile of green and black sludge. "Man, it stinks worse here." "What's up with the ground?" Tolosky asks as he joins them. "It looks eaten through." Taylor steps past them and nudges the deflated egg with his boot. A small bit of gunk gets on the tip, and he watches in horror as the material starts to smolder. "Shit!" he exclaims as he wipes his boot on the ground over and over until the smoking stops. "What the hell? These things are everywhere," Holt says, pointing at the landscape with his carbine. "There have to be hundreds of them."
"Thousands," Kreigel says. "They just keep going to the horizon."
"Where the hell did they come from, and what are they?" Taylor asks.
"I think I have the answer to the where,"
Tolosky says. He's turned and facing west instead of east like the others.
"You'll want to see this."
Everyone turns and stares. Far off, hundreds of the flying stingray monsters undulate their way across the sky. Every few seconds, groups of them drop eggs, and the men watch in horror as the eggs impact on the ground and burst open. It's too far for them to see the ooze dissolve the earth, but they can all guess what's happening from the evidence left behind. "Flying monsters that shit rotten ammonia eggs," Holt says.
"That's new."
"Okay, they're past us, so not our problem right now," Taylor says. "Let's get moving, and fast. Without the trees, we're sitting ducks for anything else that flies or stomps by." None of the other men argue, and they all start jogging down to where they think the main trail is that should lead them to the front entrance of the bunker. Several loud crashes get everyone's attention, and a nurse covers Terry's body with her own as the older woman lies prone on an operating table, the wounds on her back open and exposed. People outside Naval Station Everett's infirmary are shouting, and the distinct sounds of dozens of boots on concrete can be heard.
"Everything all right?"
Terry asks.
"Ma'am?"
the nurse gasps.
"You should be out."
"The anesthetic wore off about 20 minutes ago, sweetie," Terry says. "I was hoping you folks would be done by now." "Getting close, Ms. Morgan," a doctor says as he gently pushes the nurse aside. "Just a little harder than usual since we don't have any electric light. I guess this must have been how the surgeons felt back in the Civil War."
"You take your time, doctor," Terry says. "Pain's an old friend of mine."
"Yes, I can see by the scars," the doctor says as he starts in on the sutures needed to close the last bullet wound in Terry's back. "You can almost make a constellation with these old bullet holes."
"Some of those are probably older than you,"
Terry chuckles softly, then groans.
"Ow."
"Pain may be an old friend, but he's not a jolly one," the doctor says.
"Funny,"
Terry replies, just as a few more crashes echo in from outside.
"Sounds like you folks have an egg problem, too."
"Not until yesterday,"
the nurse says as she clips the silk from one suture, then hands the doctor a fresh needle and thread.
"We lost a few people at first, but now everyone knows to keep clear."
"That goo will eat your skin faster than lime on roadkill," Terry says. "I watched more than one squirrel lose that battle before I got here."
"I'm glad the Puget Sound area has been completely evacuated," the doctor says, his eyes straining in the light given off by 2 kerosene lamps hanging over the operating table. "There'd be a lot of dead people out there with how many have been coming down."
"Any word from Washington on what's going on?" Terry asks.
"No way to talk to them," the doctor says. "Not even the secure landlines are working."
"Dang," Terry says. "I was hoping to talk to some of my old contacts and see if maybe my daughter and grandson have shown up somewhere else."
"Where were you supposed to meet them?"
the nurse asks.
"Coeur d'Alene,"
Terry replies.
"Oh,"
the nurse responds quietly.
"I'm sorry."
"So am I,"
Terry says. There's a commotion at the door and a few yells as a large bundle of clean fur comes rushing into the infirmary and over to the operating table.
"Sorry,"
a soldier yells as he runs into the room.
"The thing got out again."
"Just let him stay," Terry says. "He'll calm down by me. Never have been able to keep this dog contained. He's like Houdini with 4 legs."
There's a crash on the roof, and everyone except for Terry looks up.
"I'll make sure they're hosing it down,"
the soldier says. "Thank you, Private," the doctor replies as the soldier leaves. "It's been handy having the National Guard here."
"Where are all the sailors and station guards?" Terry asks.
"Guards are busy, and the sailors are on their ships working," the doctor says. The Admiral has every single able-bodied person switching out equipment in the hopes of getting at least one ship running. Good thinking, Terry says. That was a bad EMP. Had me throwing up for 2 solid hours when it hit me, although Biscuit was just fine. I'm sure something in one of those ships didn't get fried. No one is holding their breath, the doctor says, as he completes the last few passes and then holds up the thread. The nurse clips that one, and the doctor steps away as she moves over to dress the wound. Personally, I think we should be trying to get everyone clear of the coast altogether. What for? Terry asks, then winces as the nurse applies a generous amount of antiseptic over her sutures just before applying the bandage.
Felt that.
There have been a few reports that those first flying creatures may not have gone as far out to sea as we thought, the doctor says. Some think they dove into the water.
Dove into the water? Terry asks.
Why on earth would they do that? Why on earth do they do anything? The doctor replies. This nightmare is a mystery to me.
Most of God's will is a mystery, Terry says. But we keep moving forward. It's what we're here to do.
If only I had your faith, the doctor says. Seen too much. Done too much.
I can probably match you sight for sight and deed for deed, Terry says. Hasn't stopped me yet.
There's a creak and a groan from above, and the doctor looks up at the ceiling. They better have gotten to that ooze in time. I don't need holes eaten through my infirmary.
All done, the nurse says. How's that feel?
Not bad, Terry says. Better than my front. But then I have been lying on my belly for close to forever. I work as fast as I can with what I have, the doctor chuckles. We'll get a bed set up for you so you can lie on your side and keep pressure off the front and back. If luck holds out, you can rest a few days. If it doesn't, then be ready to shake hands with your friend Payne. I think I'm taking that friend off my Christmas card list, Terry says. Understandable, the doctor says, then looks over at Biscuit as the hybrid's eyes are fixed on the noises coming from above. You want me to check your dog? I'm not a vet, but I can make sure he's cleaned up.
No, I wouldn't want you to risk those valuable fingers, Terry says.
He's half wolf, and that half isn't exactly tolerant of strangers causing it pain. I got him fixed up, and I'll check on him later after I get a good long nap. And some food and water, the doctor says. You're obviously undernourished and dehydrated. That's not good for a woman half your age. I won't pass up a meal, Terry says, but after some shut-eye. If we need to evac quickly, I'd rather have energy in my legs than food in my belly. I could argue that one leads to the other, but I think I've figured out you're not a woman to argue with, the doctor laughs. What gave it away, doctor? Was it the old bullet wounds or the big, huge wolf dog at my beck and call? Yes to all of it, the doctor says. I'll have a nurse wheel you over to the barracks. The beds here are filled up with more critical patients. Works for me, doctor, Terry says, then lets out a short whistle. Biscuit hurries over to her, pushes his muzzle against her face, and gives a quick lick. Good boy. Now be good when the nurse moves me, you hear? No killing the nice, helpful nurse. No one in the Situation Room can say that President Nance looks happy. That's obvious by the way he glares up at the face of Secretary of State Dennis Jefferson on one of the video screens. I didn't send you over there to negotiate with the president, Dennis, President Nance says. I sent you there to go straight to the premier. That's how you get things done. I know that, Mr. President, Jefferson replies. But Premier Shang will not grant me an audience. In fact, he hasn't been seen in almost a week now. What does that mean? President Nance asks. Is he ill? No, sir, I think he's mirroring you, Jefferson answers. My sources are telling me he's left Beijing and moved well inland to one of the Chinese government's secure locations. Mirroring me? President Nance asks. Why, in God's name, would he do that? Are they expecting some attack? Most of the senior members of the Communist Party have gone with him, Jefferson says, if the rumors are true. But that's all the information I'm getting. Lips are sealed as to exactly where or why. Then get the president to send ships to us, President Nance says. Japan is on board, so is Australia and most of Europe. We have ships coming from all over the world to bring us equipment and help evacuate our citizens. But we both know that the Chinese fleet are running exercises in the Pacific and are closest to us. I'm not asking for anything except to get our people off the West Coast. They're in the most danger. From what I've seen of the satellite feeds, the whole country is in danger, Jefferson says. Whatever those flying things are, they're covering the whole continent. I'm aware of that, Dennis, President Nance snaps. It's my job to be aware of that. It's your job to do what I say and get things done where I can't. Go over the Chinese president's head and find the premier. Sir, you know how the Chinese are, Jefferson replies. If I push too hard, then they'll shut down, and we'll get nothing. I'm moving as fast as I can while also keeping the many egos in check, not to mention juggling contact with the other heads of state we're trying to work with. There's only so much I can do. Then perhaps someone else needs to do it for you, Dennis, President Nance shouts. Mr. President, Borland says, be fair. Dennis is in a tight spot. There are whispers that other nations are considering declaring the United States a non-entity. If we overplay our hand, then we'll all be refugees without any sovereignty to fall back on. President Nance begins to speak, then closes his mouth and nods. You're right, Jeremy. Dennis, my apologies. Do what you can as fast as you can and get back to me when you know what the Chinese are willing to offer in the way of assistance. I will, Mr. President, Jefferson replies. I have another meeting scheduled with President Shea in an hour. You'll hear from me the second that's over. Good luck, Dennis, President Nance says. Get us what we need. I'll try, sir, Jefferson says, just as the connection is ended. President Nance sighs and rubs his face. Coffee, please. Have we heard from the Secret Service team that was sent to fetch Dr. Hall? Borland asks. Not yet, Joan replies. But they're on foot, so it'll be slow going. The only thing that isn't slow going is that damned volcano, President Nance says. And those hideous monsters. Dr. Hall had better have some insight into these new creatures, or this country will be lost, like Dennis said. I don't think he quite meant that, Mr. President, Borland responds. Dr. Hall lives in Alexandria, Joan says. Even on foot, we should hear back from Agent Alvarez in the next couple hours. Let's hope so, President Nance says, as his coffee is set in front of him. And let's also hope nothing new happens between then and now. The man steps from the stairwell onto the sidewalk and smiles, one hand up with the other behind his back. Hey, nice suits, the man says. What are guys like you doing out here in those suits? Going to a funeral or something? Someone might take them right off of you, you know. This ain't the best neighborhood for guys in fancy suits. Alvarez and his men stop and raise their pistols at the man. Two of the agents turn and cover the group's backs, while the others focus on the man blocking their way. Step aside, please, sir, Alvarez says, waving his pistol toward the road. You're blocking the sidewalk. Oh, am I? The man asks. Dressed in soiled jeans and a torn flannel shirt, the man looks like he hasn't had a decent meal in days. He also has the look of someone in need of a fix. What? You want me to go stand in the middle of the street? That's not very nice. I don't care where you stand, Alvarez orders. Just get out of our way, please. You keep saying please, but I don't think you mean it, the man responds. That please ain't meeting your eyes. Sir, I have at least two serious issues with you, Alvarez says. First, you're blocking our way, as I stated. Second, the way you're holding your hand behind your back tells me you have a weapon. Let me warn you that we are Secret Service agents. If you try to draw on us, we will put you down. Oh, man, I'm sorry, the man says. I was just scratching my back. Here, I'll show you. Don't shoot, just moving my hand. The man slowly brings his other hand from behind his back and shows Alvarez and his men it's empty. No weapons, see? The man grins. No weapons at all? Good, Alvarez says. So, if you'll step aside, we'll be on our way." "No," the man says. "This is my block. You can go around." "Sir?" one of the agents next to Alvarez asks. "We don't have time for this." "No shit," Alvarez replies, as he glares at the man in their way. "I don't know what your problem is, sir, but I'll leave you to deal with it on your own." Alvarez nods to his team, and they move between the cars parked by the curb and out into the street. That's when several car doors open, and men with various firearms pop up from seats and take aim at the Secret Service agents. "Down!" Alvarez yells, as he opens fire on 3 men coming from a Honda CR-V. "Take cover!" Alvarez rolls across the asphalt as the ground behind him is peppered with bullets. A ricochet catches him across the cheek, but he shakes it off and keeps firing until his pistol clicks empty. He quickly ejects the magazine and slaps in a new one as he scrambles to his feet and dives behind a Subaru Outback across the street. Glass shatters and the tires burst as the Subaru is treated worse than the asphalt. Bullets shred the metal of the car, and Alvarez has to keep moving, ducking back behind a cluster of steel trash cans left by a stoop. The ping and clang of bullets follows him, and he waits for the sounds to stop before he pops up and returns fire. 5 men are coming across the street fast, but the number is cut down to 2 in seconds as Alvarez rips open 2 men's chests with well-placed shots, then sends another man down to the ground with half his head torn off. The last 2 men, both with submachine guns, empty their magazines as they rush Alvarez and the cluster of trash cans. Metal shreds all around him, and Alvarez can feel the blood start to flow as he's nicked across his neck, arms, and sides by trash can shrapnel. Bright pain fills his ribs, and he looks down to see a large shard of metal sticking out from his left side. "Fuckers!" Alvarez yells as he rolls from the trash cans, comes up on one knee, and puts a bullet between each of the men's eyes. Their heads explode, and their bodies crumple to the pavement just as they reach the sidewalk. Alvarez jumps up, gasping at the pain in his side, and runs back toward the street, his pistol barking loudly. 8 more men, including the first man, are spraying his team with automatic gunfire. The agents' bodies dance and shudder as they're ripped apart by hundreds of bullets. Alvarez is able to drop 2 men before his pistol clicks empty once again. He reaches for a fresh magazine, but doesn't have time to reload as the men turn on him. "Am I in your way now, asshole?" the first man yells as Alvarez sprints for cover behind a white cargo van. "Where are you going, Secret Service man? I told you to get out into the street, not hide behind a van." "Fuck you!" Alvarez yells as he pulls back the slide on his pistol. The instant he does, he hears the sound and knows he's in trouble. Fuck. He tries to pull the slide back again, but the chamber is jammed, and he tucks the pistol into its holster and then pulls a snub-nose .38 from the holster on his ankle. Alvarez takes a deep breath, counts to 3, then spins out from the van and pulls the trigger. He fires 3 times before he stops and just stands there, his mouth wide open and eyes nearly bugging from his face. Far above the street, 3 of the stingray creatures hover as they drop egg after egg down onto the attackers. Alvarez is so stunned he barely gets it together enough to glance up at the sky above himself. Luckily, he does so in time and is able to dodge the 6 eggs that fall right for him. The eggs explode on impact and goo flies everywhere. The street is filled with the stench of ammonia and the screams of the men that are covered in egg goo. Alvarez shoots off the lock to the back of the cargo van, yanks open the back door, and jumps inside, just as several more eggs hit the asphalt where he's been standing. The stink of ammonia wafts into the van, and Alvarez chokes and gags as he struggles to take shallow breaths through his nose. In just a few seconds, the screaming in the street stops, and Alvarez counts to 30 before he cautiously leans out of the back of the van and looks up into the sky. The stingrays have undulated their way along and are 4 blocks away. Alvarez then focuses back on the street and raises his pistol as he steps from the van and whips about the side, finger on the trigger and ready to fire. He lowers his pistol as he sees the horror before him. The attackers are nothing but lumps of melted flesh and clothing. their bodies half dissolved by the egg goo. Several more eggs have burst open and litter the street, their ooze eating at the asphalt. "Jesus," Alvarez says, as he covers his mouth and nose with his arm and walks toward the melting men. He gets as close as he can without being overwhelmed by the ammonia fumes, then stops. "That's one way to find justice." Alvarez turns to the bodies of his team and hurries over to the closest man. He checks for a pulse, doesn't find one, and then systematically moves from one body to the next until he confirms that all his men are dead. "Fuck!" he shouts, and sits down heavily. "Fuck!" He stares at the split-open eggs and the ooze for a few seconds, then places his .38 back in its holster and pulls out his other pistol. It takes him a few minutes to work out the jam, but he gets it taken care of and starts to stand up when he notices movement in front of him. "What the hell?" he mutters, as one of the piles of ooze starts to shake and thrash about. Alvarez cautiously moves forward, his pistol out and aimed at the ooze. The pile keeps shaking, and Alvarez is almost to it when the other piles start to move as well. Then the eggshells begin to shiver and flop about. Alvarez knows he's in way over his head and retreats back to the sidewalk. The piles shake like nasty jello for a minute, then freeze while the eggshells slowly creep up over them, one by one, and completely envelop each pile. "Not good," Alvarez whispers as he holsters his pistol and turns to run. He gets halfway down the block before he hears what can only loosely be described as men screaming. Alvarez risks a glance over his shoulder and instantly wishes he hadn't. The egg-wrapped piles of ooze have stood up and taken shape. Human shape. 3. Dr. Hall holds the syringe to the IV coupling, but hesitates as he looks down on the emaciated woman in the hospital bed that's been placed in the center of the living room. He glances over at Thomas and frowns. "If I give this to her, then she'll be too out of it to answer my questions," Dr. Hall says. "I need to know if she has a direct line to the White House's subterranean situation room." "I just need my mom not to be in pain, man," Thomas says, nodding at the syringe in Dr. Hall's hand. "If you won't do it, then I will. You've already got the right amount in there and the air bubbles out, right? I know how to do the rest." "Well, it's not that simple," Dr. Hall says. "If you press too fast, then the dosage won't be right. If you press too slow, then the morphine doesn't—" "You don't believe anything I'm saying, do you?" "I know when someone's full of shit, man," Thomas frowns. "You're making that shit up so I'll let you grill my mom. Trust me, man, there's no direct line to the president in this house." "Thomas?" Senator Emily Granger whispers as her eyes flutter open. "Thomas, why are you still here?" "Hey, Mom," Thomas says as he hurries over and pushes past Dr. Hall. He takes his mother's skeletal hand in his and very gently squeezes it. But even that pressure causes the woman pain. "Sorry." "No, it's fine," Senator Granger says. Then her eyes catch sight of Dr. Hall and widen slightly. "Thomas? Who is this?" "Hello, Senator," Dr. Hall smiles. "I'm Dr. Blaine Hall. Your son was kind enough to let me in to talk with you since I'm in desperate need of speaking with President Nance. I was hoping you have some way to contact him." "Thomas? What is this man talking about?" Senator Granger asks, her voice shaky with pain. "Why would you let him in our house?" "He knows about the monsters," Thomas says. "He sounds crazy, but he's harmless." "Well, I wouldn't say harmless," Dr. Hall replies. "I was collegiate intramural fencing champion 2 years running at—" "I'll need to see credentials," Senator Granger interrupts. She grimaces and gasps as a wave of pain overtakes her. "Mom!" Thomas exclaims, then turns on Dr. Hall. "Inject the morphine, asshole! Now, or I kick your ass!" "Thomas," Senator Granger scowls. "Watch your language." "Sorry," Thomas says, his eyes shooting daggers at Dr. Hall. "I'll inject once I know for certain there's no way to contact the president from here," Dr. Hall says. My cell phone, Senator Granger says. You can use my cell phone, but give it to me first. I'll have to have the Secret Service confirm your identity and reason for speaking with the president. There's no cell phone service, Mom, Thomas says. There's no power at all. Those things took down the grid. Actually, it was a massive EMP that took down the grid, Dr. Hall corrects. My guess is most of the country, if not all of it, is down. How can you know that? Senator Granger asks. Because the EMP came from the volcano. I'm sure of it, Dr. Hall answers. And if it hit us here, then the radius of the blast would encompass the rest of the U.S. The country is crippled. The sound of automatic gunfire echoes from far off outside the brownstone, and Dr. Hall jumps a little. You never served, did you, Dr. Hall? Senator Granger asks. No, ma'am, Dr. Hall replies. I can tell, Senator Granger says, and tries to smile. She glances at her son. Why didn't you evacuate with the Morrisons like I told you to? I did, but I came back when the power went out, Thomas says. Good thing, because the nurse that was supposed to be here never showed up. You've been asleep for hours. Oh, Senator Granger nods, then gasps at the discomfort from that small movement. Give her the morphine, Thomas growls at Dr. Hall. Yes, of course, Dr. Hall says, and depresses the plunger on the syringe. There. You should be feeling that any second, Senator Granger. In my closet upstairs, Senator Granger says, her voice getting weaker. Thomas, in the safe, there's a key card in an envelope with the presidential seal on it. Tear it open and take the key card and the code sheet with you. Take them with me? Thomas asks. What do you mean? Where am I going? You need to get to the White House, Senator Granger says. The subterranean levels are the safest place in the city. I'd send you to the Capitol building, but I can guarantee the bunkers there are already locked down tight. Even if you could communicate with anyone down there, I doubt they'd let you in. Selfish bastards. The woman shudders and grunts. Her hand gripping her son's squeezes so hard that all of her knuckles crack. Her eyes roll around in her head, then her lids close for a second before slowly opening. Mom? Mom, can you hear me? Thomas asks. Get to the White House, Senator Granger whispers. I'm not leaving you, Thomas says fiercely. There's no way I'm leaving you here alone and going out there with this weirdo. Stay safe, Senator Granger mutters. Stay safe. She takes a shuddering breath, then holds it for a second. As it rattles free from her lungs, her eyes glaze over and her grip slackens to nothing. Mom? Thomas asks. Mom? Mom! The boy presses his fingers to her neck and gasps. I'm sorry, Dr. Hall says. You! Thomas yells, and then leaps at the man. He slams him to the floor and wraps his fingers around Dr. Hall's throat. You did this! You gave her too much! I didn't, Dr. Hall wheezes. I only gave her half a dose. You what? Thomas snaps as he lets go of Dr. Hall and shoves him up to his feet. Only half a dose? I wanted to talk to her, Dr. Hall says as he rubs his throat, his eyes watching Thomas carefully. I didn't give her enough to kill her because I barely gave her enough to cut the pain. I'm sorry. You're sorry? Thomas laughs as he turns and looks at his mother's body. Fuck, you're sorry. For a senator's son, you sure do curse a lot, Dr. Hall says as he scoots back a few feet before standing, making sure he's out of Thomas's reach. My mom was Navy, and my dad was a Marine, Thomas says. Where's your dad now? Dr. Hall asks. He died when I was younger, Thomas says. Kabul. Oh, right. I knew that, Dr. Hall says. I forgot. I'm sorry. Thomas and Dr. Hall stand there and stare at each other, neither making a move. Automatic gunfire erupts again, but then is cut off quickly. "Doesn't sound great out there," Thomas says. "You have more than a kitchen knife with you?" "No," Dr. Hall says. "Not that it would matter. I don't know how to fire a gun." "I do," Thomas says, as he finally moves and heads to the stairs. "I'll get my pistols and ammo, plus that envelope. Just stay here." "The envelope? You'll help me?" Dr. Hall asks. "I don't have much choice," Thomas says. "My mom just died, asshole. What am I going to do? Sit here forever?" "No. Right. Yes. I mean, okay," Dr. Hall nods. "I just didn't think you believed me." "I don't," Thomas says. "My mom didn't either. But since I'm going to the White House anyway, you might as well come along. If you're lying, then I'll let the guards deal with you. If you're telling the truth, then that makes it easier for me to get inside too." Yeah, true," Dr. Hall replies, then takes a deep sniff. "But we still have that gas out there to deal with." "Don't worry," Thomas says. "I have gear to get us through the gas. This is a senator's house, plus a military house. We have more bug-out bags than we need." "Bug-out bags?" Dr. Hall asks. "You'll see." Thomas grins. He looks past the doctor to the still form of his mother. The grin fades quickly. "Just wait here and don't fuck with anything." "Got ya," Dr. Hall says, and gives Thomas a thumbs up. "Whatever." Thomas scowls. Taylor holds up a gloved fist, and the team all stop. He points out the landscape well beyond the mountain ridge they're standing on. "It's like an alien world," Taylor says. "I'd hardly call that Montana anymore." "Holy shit," Kreigel says. "Are those craters? Where'd most of the hills go? And Missoula? Anyone see Missoula?" "Missoula has left the building," Tolosky frowns. "Not to mention everything else." From their vantage point of a couple thousand feet in the air, the team watches as massive craters in the earth spout geysers of flame and gas. But that isn't all that comes from the craters. Creatures, different from the ones they've seen before, pull themselves up from the smoldering earth to stand by the craters, their heads lifted to the sky, their mouths open wide. 8 legs, Holt says. 3 heads each. That's new. They look like giant dog spiders, Tolosky says. Dog spiders? Why dogs? Kreigel asks. Cerebus, Tolosky says. The 3-headed dog that guards the gates to hell. Cerberus, Taylor corrects. And it guards the gates to Hades, not hell. Cerberus is Greek mythology, not Christian. Isn't Hades the same thing as hell? Tolosky asks. Not at all, Taylor says. Hades is the underworld where all go once they die. It's heaven and hell rolled into one depending on your afterlife fate. I think we got the hell fate, Holt says as he points at the far-off monsters. The things begin to screech in high-pitched voices that sound like an eagle's cry and a cat in heat. Their necks begin to bulge and then deflate quickly as each head expels something up into the air. It takes the team a minute to figure out that the dog spiders are puking up the undulating monsters that quickly rise up into the sky and grow 3 times their original size in a split second. Seeing shit like that makes me not even care anymore, Holt says. This place is just fucked. Can we go find the front entrance before we get shit on by monsters? Good call, Taylor says, as the undulating stingray monsters start heading their direction. I could do without an acid egg rain. The team scrambles across the ridge as fast as possible. They get a few hundred yards before Taylor stops them and turns around, his eyes studying the way they just came. Do you hear that? He asks. I heard something, Tolosky says. But I thought it was my suit echoing in my ears. These helmets are shit for stealth. Hold on, I hear it too, Kreigel says, turning and facing the same way as Taylor. Like a sliding, crunching sound? Yeah, Taylor says, his carbine to his shoulder. Something is following us. Kreigel, you're with me. Holt and Tolosky hold this position. Roger, Holt replies. Affirmative, Tulaski says. I have point, Kreigel says. Lead on, Taylor responds. The two men slowly retrace their steps until they're about 100 yards from Holt and Tulaski. They stop and stare at what they see crawling, walking, and hopping across the mountainside toward them.
Are you fucking shitting me? Kreigel gasps. LT? What the holy fuck are we looking at?
That front row looks like squirrels, Taylor says. Those others look like rabbits. And is that a deer?
A fucked up deer,
Kreigel says, as the two men watch what look like facsimiles of woodland creatures made out of green ooze come at them.
Really fucked up.
The ooze animals spot the men and pick up the pace, their gel mouths opening and hissing green spit in front of them. Taylor sights down his carbine and squeezes off 2 rounds, both hitting the deer dead center between the eyes. The thing's head explodes in a mass of green ooze, then reforms almost instantly as ooze from its neck grows back into a head.
No, Taylor says. Just fucking no. Fall back. We need to get to the front entrance and inside this bunker pronto. Don't have a choice, Kreigel says. The back entrance is cut off now. I'd rather not sleep out here with Goo Bambi. Get going, Taylor orders. We get the others and move ass. Fucking A, Kreigel says as he slings his carbine, turns, and jogs back to Tulaski and Holt. Taylor watches the things for 1 second more, then slings his own carbine and follows Kreigel as fast as he can. Fuck, that stinks! Lowell exclaims as he and Bolton stand on the edge of a 200-foot drop that had been the front entrance to the bunker. Where is all that ammonia coming from? Bolton tightens the wet, torn towel around his mouth and nose and coughs a few times before answering. Looks like from those things. What the hell are they? They stare down at several broken open eggs and the green ooze that eats into the mountainside. Gas and other vapors rise up, creeping along the face of the mountain like a poisonous fog. Several more eggs fall from the sky and splat against the earth and rock, adding to the mess. Lowell and Bolton jump back a little and glance up past the broken roof of the bunker's entrance to the sky. The undulating stingrays fly past, their bodies dropping eggs everywhere. What the hell are they doing? Lowell asks. Terraforming? What? Bolton asks. Terraforming? This isn't some alien planet in a sci-fi novel, Lowell. It may be alien to them, Lowell says as he points up at the stingrays. Maybe they like their home to smell like cat piss. Jesus, Bolton says. Like a supervolcano and giant fucking monsters weren't bad enough. Now these things want to change the Earth into some alien landscape. Just a theory, Sergeant, Lowell says. I'm no expert. Who fucking is with this shit? Bolton sighs and grabs Lowell's shoulder. Come on, we've seen what we need to. There's no way we can get Lou out this way. What about the ammonia? That shit is filling the bunker, Lowell says. If we don't figure out a way to seal it off, then we'll suffocate. I know, Bolton says. But that's a couple 100 feet of open air. Maybe if we had Taylor and his team we could do it, but by ourselves? Not a chance. Quitter, Lowell smirks. Fuck you, Bolton says. Lowell and Bolton take one last look outside the bunker. The ash cloud may have returned and shrouded the landscape in gray, but at least the ash isn't falling anymore. Which is no comfort to either man, as they watch a few more acid eggs fall and explode against the ground below. Come on, let's get back, Bolton says. We need to figure out how to communicate with Taylor, if we can. Big if there, Sergeant, Lowell says. They could have been squished during the second explosion. For all we know, there's nothing left of the bunker except where we are. Better pray that's not true, Bolton says. And don't you fucking dare say that around Kyle. Lay off, tough guy, Lowell says. The kid is stronger than you think. What the fuck do you know about my son? Just that he didn't know he was your son until a few hours ago, Lowell shrugs. And yet, he made it this far. Give the boy some credit. I give him plenty of credit, Bolton snaps. But like you just said, he's a boy. And we both know from experience that being a boy means being just 2 steps away from functional stupidity.
Yeah, well, we had completely different boyhood experiences then, you and me, Lowell says. I never had the luxury of stupidity. It was function or death, Sergeant Slaughter. No middle ground in the Lowell house. No middle ground in juvie, and no middle ground in prison. Holton studies Lowell for a second, then nods. Fair enough. But still, keep your theories to yourself until we know for sure that we're all that's left. Lowell shrugs but makes no promises. Hey, sure. Just leave me all alone in the creaking, dusty, falling-apart former government facility, Dr. Probst says, as she wanders the corridors of the bunker, her helmet dangling behind her and against her back, the oxygen tank discarded after it emptied from a leak in the aged hose. I have complete trust that the lowest bidder who built this place didn't cut any corners and everything is fine and stable. There's a large groan from directly above her, and she hurries down the corridor to the next junction, her hand shielding her candle's flame from the sudden rush of air. Wonderful, she says, as she gets to the junction and looks back to see bits of concrete fall from the ceiling. Just fucking wonderful. At least it doesn't stink like ammonia as much this far back. That's a plus. She sighs and turns back to the junction, looking left then right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, she says, and points to the left. Look at me being all science-y. Left it is. She walks down the corridor to the left and shudders at all the cracks in the concrete walls. There are no doors on either side of the corridor, so she just keeps moving forward, one cautious step at a time. After about 50 yards, Dr. Probst stops and looks back over her shoulder. Nothing but darkness is behind her. Longest corridor yet, she says, then stops and tilts her head. Hold on. I think I remember one like this. Dr. Probst walks faster until she gets to another junction and looks right. Hello there. She grins as she sees a set of double doors at the far end of the corridor. I know you guys. She hurries down to the doors, then curses as she goes too fast and lets her hand fall away, causing the candle flame to blow out. Please have matches in my pocket. Please have matches in my pocket, Dr. Probst says, as she crouches in the pitch blackness and sets the candle on the ground. She unzips her suit and starts going through her pockets until she finds a matchbook in her back pocket. Phew. She strikes a match and lights the candle. The doors light up again, and Dr. Probst looks for the hidden latch at the bottom of the wall, but stops when she realizes something. No cracks, she says, as she stands and moves the candle close to the wall. She runs the light up and down, back and forth, studying every inch of the walls around the doors. She goes over it again and again until she realizes she's about to run out of candle. Fuck, she mutters. Not good. Dr. Probst carefully sets the candle down, drips some wax on the floor, and then sets the candle there to harden, making sure it doesn't fall over. She then reaches up the arm of her suit and tears a couple of strips from the sleeve of her coveralls and holds one over the flame until it catches. Tossing the burning strip down on the ground by the wall on the left side of the corridor, she lights the second strip and sets it by the right wall. Not much time, she says, as she hurries to the left wall and traces her finger along one of the many huge cracks, following it until it hits the perpendicular wall with the doors. Son of a bitch! The cracks stop dead. No sign of them continuing into the wall with the doors. In fact, as she leans closer, her eyes almost mashed against the wall, she can't see any signs of stress to the structure. What's it look like inside, she wonders, then picks up the candle again and goes to the place in the base of the wall with the door activation latch. Dr. Probst pushes open the small hatch, then reaches inside. She finds the latch and activates it, then steps back and waits. And waits. And waits. Great. Just fucking great, she mutters. It opened for the ignorant redneck nutjob, but won't open up for the woman with the PhD. That makes perfect sense. The strips of shirt sputter, then go out, leaving her with just a nub of a candle. Slightly panicked, Dr. Probst goes to the other side of the doors and checks for another latch panel. She nearly cries out when she finds the hatch in a mirror position from the other one. Without hesitation, she activates the latch and stands up once more. "Please work, please work, please work," she whispers over and over. She starts counting off in her head, and when she reaches 10, she's almost ready to scream. But a loud clanging from the doors stifles that scream, and she rushes forward as the double doors slowly roll open, pulling back into recesses in the wall. "Yes!" she grins as she nearly runs inside the space beyond. Just as before, fluorescent lights in the ceiling begin to slowly flicker on, revealing the enormity of what can only be described as a massive warehouse. "Yes!" Dr. Probst licks her fingers and snuffs out the candle. She blows on the wax until it's cool, then stuffs the nub in her pocket and begins to walk between the first row of crates stacked up and down the space. The man, Gil, who had first shown her the place, had said the crates were filled with ammunition, and the lettering on the sides of each confirms that. But Dr. Probst has never been one to trust blindly, so she grabs onto a crate, finds purchase for her feet, and climbs the stack until she gets to the top. "Yikes!" she squeaks as she looks down at the floor below. "Note to self, do not fall. Broken bones are bad." Her arms and legs are shaky, but she takes a few deep breaths and gets herself under control as she finds clasps on the sides of the crate, undoes them, then flips the lid open, carefully bracing herself against the stack next to her. "Yep, that's ammo," she says. "I think." She lifts one of the many dark green boxes out of the crate. The words 2400 CRTG 5.56 mm are clearly stenciled on the side. After a quick check, she finds that all the other boxes inside, at least the ones on top, say the same thing. "Well, if anyone needs 5.56 millimeter cartridges, then I know where to get them," she says, and places the box back inside, then closes and latches the crate. It takes her a second to find her balance and work her way back to the floor, but she gets it done and is glad to be on solid ground again. Which makes her wonder why the ground in the warehouse is solid and not cracked like the rest of the bunker. How is this part different? How is it more stable? Maybe because if it falls apart, then things will explode, she says to herself. Makes sense that the builder paid more attention to this room, warehouse, whatever. Dr. Probst is more than halfway down the row when the loud sound of scraping metal catches her attention. She whirls about to see the doors sliding closed, and she takes off in a dead run, her eyes wide with fear. The helmet on her back snags on a crate and rips off her suit, but she ignores it and keeps running. The doors are faster than she is, and they seal shut just as she reaches them, her hands slamming into the cold gray metal surfaces. "No!" she yells as she pounds her fists against the doors. "No, no, no!" It's the pain in her hands that alerts her to the futility of her actions, and she reluctantly steps back from the doors. Dr. Probst hurries to the wall to the left, and she crouches down, hoping to find a latch panel hidden there. But all she finds is wall. A quick examination on the right side reveals the same lack of opening mechanism. "Fuck!" she yells, as she stands and kicks the doors repeatedly, then spins about, places her back to the doors, and slides down them in defeat. "Fuckity fuck!" Dr. Probst runs her hands through her hair and tries not to cry, but she can feel the tears welling up in her eyes. She leans her head back and looks up at the ceiling, the fluorescent lights glittering through her tears. She sniffs a few times and starts to wipe her nose, then stops. Her brow furrows, and she stands up, her eyes still looking up at the lights above. "Why haven't you turned off?" she asks. "You had to turn on when I came in here, so why haven't you turned off now that the doors are closed?" She looks about at the rows and rows of crates. "What am I missing?" she asks. "A timer? Will the lights turn off in a few minutes? Or is there some other reason they're staying on?" This time she does wipe her nose, then frowns at the snot on her sleeve. "Nice," she mutters as she looks to her left. "How about instead of straight down the middle, I check the perimeter, then go row by row? That would be the smart, science-y thing to do. And I'm nothing if not smart and science-y." She walks to her left, her eyes studying the wall as she goes, hoping the lights aren't on a timer. Kyle nearly jumps as his mother's hand touches the back of his head.
"Jesus, Mom!" he shouts. "Maybe moan or mutter something first, will you?"
"Jumpy?" Lou whispers as she struggles to sit up. She closes her eyes and decides to stay put on the floor.
"Ow."
"Connor thinks you have a concussion," Kyle says, standing and stretching. "Thirsty? There's some water over here."
"Yeah,"
Lou says.
"My throat feels like ground glass."
"That's the gas," Kyle says.
"You been farting?"
Lou smiles weakly. "Ammonia gas," Kyle says, as he goes and fetches a bottle of water. "It's coming in from outside, or Connor thinks so. He went to go check it out."
"What does Dr. Probst think?"
Lou asks. "I don't know," Kyle says, as he crouches and helps his mother take a sip. "She's not here. Probably on the other side of the cave-in, or maybe stuck in a different room."
"Cave-in?"
Lou asks.
"What cave-in?"
"The second eruption nearly broke this place," Kyle says, as he points to the large cracks in the wall and the way the floor is angled. "See? The bunker didn't hold up so well for round 2.
"No shit,"
Lou says.
"Taylor and his team?"
"Other side of the cave-in," Kyle says. "Maybe that Lowell guy, too. Connor was going to look for him when he took off to check out the bunker and if there's a way out."
"Careful with Lowell," Lou says.
"He's not a good guy." "Yeah, I get it," Kyle snaps. "Connor was pretty fucking clear on that."
"Hey, watch your mouth," Lou scolds.
"What would your grandmother say?" "She'd say I sound like you," Kyle smirks.
"Yeah, probably true,"
Lou says. They're quiet for a minute, the thought of Terry Morgan heavy between them.
"Are you sure she died, Kyle?"
Lou finally asks.
"You saw her die?"
"I saw her get shot and fall on her face," Kyle says. "Then I ran. She got hit at least twice, Mom. I don't know how she could have lived."
"You never know.
The Lord works in mysterious ways," Lou replies. "Now who sounds like her mom?" Kyle says.
"I could sound like worse people,"
Lou shrugs, then groans at the pain it causes in her head. Her stomach growls and she frowns. "I'm hungry, but I also feel like I'm going to puke." "I'm hungry too," Kyle says. "I think there are some jars of pickles over here and some stale ramen." He walks over to some shelves and boxes in the corner of the room and wipes the concrete dust off them. "Wait, here are some MREs in this box. Chicken something and lasagna something. Hard to tell. The words are all faded."
"Faded words on boxes of MREs. Yeah, maybe we should pass."
Lou chuckles softly. "Gil, Moss, and the others ate some," Kyle said. "I bet they're still good."
"Good as in not spoiled,"
Lou says. "I doubt they're good as in taste." Lou's stomach growls again, and she sighs. "Fine. Open a couple up and let's see what we got." Kyle pops open the first box and grabs out 2 pouches, then opens the second box and grabs 2 pouches from there. He walks to a collapsed table and shoves some debris out of the way until he finds a couple plastic forks and some dusty paper napkins. "Here's to hoping," Kyle says, and tears open a pouch that has Chick Alf stenciled on the side. He sniffs the contents, frowns, but doesn't recoil. He sticks his fork inside and pulls out a bite of grayish glop. Closing his eyes and holding his breath, Kyle sticks the forkful into his mouth and chews quickly, then swallows. "Better than your cooking."
"Kiss my ass, kid,"
Lou smiles.
"Now try the other one. I want an educated opinion."
"You just want a guinea pig," Kyle says as he sets down the first pouch and opens the second with the words Chick LSGA. Tear, fork, mouth. He gags and grimaces, then puts the pouch down. "No to the lasagna. Hell no. Super hell no."
"What's the other one?"
Lou asks. "Chicken Alfredo," Kyle says. "It's the better of the 2 by far."
"Then hand me one of those and a bottle of water," Lou says.
"We only have a couple left," Kyle says. The rest of the supplies must be stored somewhere else. The door to the room opens and Kyle whirls around, the plastic fork stuck out in front of him. Hey now, killer, Lowell smiles. Careful where you point that thing. You might... Oh, who cares? He pulls the strip of towel from his face and bends over to cough. Move, Bolton says as he shoves Lowell out of the way and closes the door. Let's try to keep the deadly gas out just a little, okay? Lowell gives him a thumbs up but keeps coughing. Hey, Lou smiles. Hey yourself, Bolton smiles back. What you got there? Shit in a pouch, she says. Good shit? Bolton asks. Edible shit, Kyle says. There's more over there. Stay away from the lasagna. There's lasagna? Lowell asks, as he finally straightens up and takes a couple deep breaths. What kind? The disgusting kind, Kyle says. I assumed that, Lowell says. But what flavor of disgusting? Chicken, Lou says. Help yourself. I think I will, Lowell says. I don't care how it tastes. I could eat anything right now. Bolton throws him a pouch and rips open one of the chicken lasagna ones, upends it, and starts eating straight from the pouch. Lowell does the same to his, and Lou and Kyle watch the two men, their eyes wide with disbelief and disgust. The two men finish the food in just a few swallows, then belch simultaneously. How are you guys not puking? Kyle asks. You've never had the shrimp scampi, Bolton says. Or eaten federal prison food, Lowell adds. This is 1,000,000 times better, Bolton says. Totally, Lowell adds, then nods at the box. Toss me another one. Fuck that, Kyle says, then grimaces as his stomach grumbles. Oh. How's the toilet situation? Not so great, Lowell replies around a mouthful of food. You should just find a nice bucket. I can hold it, Kyle says. Forever? Good luck with that, Lowell chuckles. Forever? Lou asks. What does that mean? Did you guys find a way out? There's a way out. Bolton frowns as he tosses a second empty pouch aside. Just not one we can use. It's nothing but straight down for a couple 100 feet. Any sign of Taylor? Lou asks, then grabs at her belly. Oh, man. Chicken Alfredo from a pouch is not sitting well. I'll find that bucket, Kyle sighs. You can go first. It's like lockdown all over again, Lowell says. Good times. Toss me one more, Sergeant Slaughter. Stop calling me that, please, Bolton sighs as he throws Lowell another pouch. If we live through this, then I promise to stop, Lowell says. Until then, think of it as motivation. I can think of a few ways to motivate you to stop right now, Bolton says. None of that will work, Lowell replies. Trust me. You have nothing in your bully arsenal that can break me, man. Really? You may think again once... Connor, stop, Lou says, her eyes going to Lowell. Leave the guy alone. We're the good guys. Does that make me the bad guy? Lowell asks. It doesn't make you anything, Lou says. But we have more important shit to worry about. Like where to find a bucket, Kyle says as he holds his belly. And fast. Come on, Lowell says. I know where some are. I saw them earlier. We can grab TP from the bathroom. Just hold your nose before going in. I may have had an accident. I can't smell anything but ammonia and sulfur, Kyle says. Lucky you, Lowell says, then glances at Bolton and Lou. Are the parental units cool with this not good guy being alone with their son? Just go find a bucket, Bolton says. Get back here ASAP. Yes, sir, right away, sir, Lowell sneers as he lights a candle and hands it to Kyle. Follow me, kid. Don't call me kid, Kyle snaps as he steps through the doorway. Kid, Lowell mocks. Full face mask on and Biscuit trotting alongside, Terry sits in a wheelchair as a nurse wheels her quickly from the infirmary. The sky is nothing but ash clouds and undulating stingrays. Quite the abominations, Terry says. God is playing a serious joke on us now, isn't he? Ma'am? The nurse asks, her voice muffled by her own mask. Never mind, Terry says.
What's your name, sweetie?
Linda, the nurse replies. Well, Linda, where are you taking me? Terry asks. There's a secure bunker past these buildings, Linda says. All wounded are being taken there until these things stop falling from the sky. With her words, several black and green eggs plummet from above and crash onto the metal roofs of 3 buildings off to their right. They both look over and see the eggs split open and the green ooze start to eat away at the metal. This bunker have a solid roof? Terry asks. Very, Linda answers, picking up the pace. That's why we're going there. They get a few more yards when they hear shouting and the sound of dozens of boots slapping against the pavement. Linda pulls up short as they come to the end of a building, and close to 36 soldiers sprint by with their M4s up, aimed and pointing to the far end of the base. Once they pass, Terry reaches up and grips Linda's hand. Follow them, Terry says. Ma'am, I can't, Linda replies. I'm supposed to get you to the secure... Sweetie, nowhere is secure anymore, Terry says. But we could be heading toward danger, Linda says. Terry points up at the sky. Already there, dear. Now follow those men. I'd much rather be in danger and see what's happening than be in danger and sitting in some dank, dark bunker. There's food in the bunker, Linda pleads. I've been on the road for days with barely anything to eat, Terry replies. I can handle a few more minutes without eating whatever you folks have hoarded. Linda hesitates. Just follow them, Terry prods. If it gets dangerous, we can turn around and go to the bunker. But humor an old woman for a few minutes, will you? I'd really rather not, Linda says. Then leave me, Terry responds, grabbing the wheels herself. I can do this on my own. You'll tear your stitches, Linda cries. Oh well, Terry says. Not the first time in my life I've done that. Jesus Christ, Linda swears. No wonder you survived and made it here. I'll let the blasphemy slide, since that's exactly the reason I made it, Terry says. The good Lord watched over me all those miles. I think he'll watch over me a few more yards. Okay, Linda says, shaking her head. But we turn and come back the second it gets bad. That works for me, Terry says, as Linda turns and pushes her in the direction the soldiers went. But put a little effort into it, will you? I don't want to miss the fun. Insane, Linda mutters. What was that? Terry asks. Nothing, Linda replies as she starts to jog. Just let me know if you get too jostled and your wounds start hurting. You'll be the first to know, Terry says, as they race across the pavement, passing building after building until they come to an open area that looks out on several docks with large naval ships moored and bobbing in the water. That's a lot of motion for ships that size, Terry says, as Linda brings them to a halt, quite a ways from the first dock. Get us closer, Linda. No, I think we're fine here, Linda says. We'll just get in the way. Terry doesn't argue as she watches the soldiers rush about the docks and take up positions behind quickly constructed barricades. Some kneel and rest their carbines on the barricades, while others busy themselves with setting up heavy weapons, such as .50 caliber machine guns and RPG launchers. All eyes are pointed toward the water and the open expanse of Puget Sound. They see something we don't? Terry asks, and then she sees a familiar face. Lieutenant Houlihan! Lieutenant! Over here! A man turns and frowns, his eyes scanning the area until he sees Terry and Linda. He shakes his head, slings his carbine, and sprints over to them. Miss Morgan? Is that you? Houlihan asks. Good ear, Terry says. It's your dog, Houlihan says. Right. He is a bit of a giveaway, Terry says. What's going on, Lieutenant? Ma'am, you really shouldn't be here, he grumbles, then looks at Linda. What the hell are you thinking? She doesn't take no for an answer, Linda says. True, Terry says. But I promise to leave once I know the scoop. Houlihan looks over his shoulder, then back at Terry. We aren't sure. There's some major waves coming this way. And you planning on killing these waves with RPGs? Terry asks. We have spotters up in the ship's crow's nests, Houlihan says. They're seeing shapes in the waves. We should go, Linda says quickly.
Hold on, Terry replies. What kind of shapes?
Big shapes, Houlihan says. One spotter thinks they're orcas, but another disagrees. We're ready, just in case. Here they come, someone yells. Get her out of here, Houlihan barks at Linda as he turns and runs back to his men. Don't you dare, Terry says.
Ma'am, I'd really like to, Linda says. Please.
Biscuit begins to growl, and his hackles raise as quite a few large waves start to slam into the massive ships. The waves die down, but it becomes apparent they aren't the last as men shout and point. Biscuit barks over and over, then backs up a few steps and looks at Terry. He barks and snarls at her. Okay, maybe we should go, Terry says.
You won't listen to me, but you'll listen to a dog?
Linda snaps. I trust the dog, Terry says, as a massive wave gets closer to the dock. In seconds, it's obvious the wave is much, much bigger than anyone thought as it continues to climb up into the air.
Move!
Linda doesn't hesitate and turns the wheelchair around. She runs as fast as she can without slipping on the ash-coated pavement. They're one building length away from the docks when the gunfire starts. Terry leans to the side and looks back the way they came. Oh my God, she says. Linda risks a glance back and screams at what she sees.
What are those things? Linda shrieks. What are they?
Terry faces forward again, not wanting to stare at the monstrosities that came out of the wave as it hit the docks. Biscuit is snarling and barking his head off, sending out loud warnings to any that can hear him.
What are they?
Linda cries again. I think they were orcas, Terry says. At one time, maybe. Oh, dear Lord. I don't know anymore. I just don't know. 4. Lungs burning, legs burning, pistol empty. Alvarez sprints around the corner of a ramshackle Cape Cod-style house and into the backyard. His eyes instantly scan the area, looking for all possible escape routes, as well as anything he can use as a weapon. He still has 2 magazines for his pistol, as well as the .38 on his ankle, but so far bullets have done nothing against the creatures that pursue him. He takes one of his magazines and switches it out for the empty one, then holsters his pistol as he spots something that may be more useful. A shovel. The shovel leans up against the railing of the steps to the house's back porch. Alvarez grabs it and glances quickly at the house, instantly wishing he hadn't. Even with the dim light of the ash-clouded day, he can see inside through the sliding glass door. Seated around a small dining table are 3 people, 2 of them slumped over the table and one leaning back in a chair. The one in the chair is missing half of her head. Alvarez turns away, trying to shove the image from his mind, yet he can't help but speculate. Were they attacked? Was it a murder-suicide? Or maybe just a suicide pact? He doesn't really want to know. He has more important issues to deal with. His mind is still locked onto the various possibilities that caused the fate of those around the table when a noise from the side of the house pulls him back into the here and now. Alvarez grips the shovel's handle, choking up halfway so he has a solid hold and so he can get more force when he swings. He carefully backs toward the short chain-link fence that rings the backyard, his intention to hop the fence and use the empty service alley behind the house to travel by. Unfortunately, when he gets to the fence, he sees his plan has some flaws. Shit, he mutters. But even that slight noise grabs the attention of the creatures that fill the service alley. Their heads turn and spot him instantly. Made of the green ooze, the creatures are roughly human-shaped, but their movements are far from human. They slide and creep along, the ooze almost shaping and reshaping as it goes. The ground in their wake hisses and smokes as parts of it dissolve on contact with the ooze. Alvarez looks to the yards of the houses on either side of him, but decides against those, since they're both blocked by 6-foot wooden privacy fences. Without being able to see what's on the other side of the fences, he could end up in worse trouble. Best to stick with the evil he knows. and that evil is the creatures that originally pursued him and are sliding along the dead grass from around the side of the house. 6 of them in all. Alvarez weighs the odds of attacking with the shovel and getting past them. He considers going around the other side of the house, but as he takes a step in that direction, his way is blocked by 4 more creatures. Then another option presents itself as he looks at the sliding glass door. "Shit," he mutters again, not relishing the thought of disturbing the crypt the house has become. But he has no choice. Shooting the creatures has proven fruitless, and he hasn't tried melee combat, so he has no idea if that will work or just get him killed. Avoidance is the best option, and that means going through the house. "Great," he says, then sprints across the backyard and up the porch steps. He doesn't hesitate as he swings the shovel and shatters the sliding glass door. He's through it and past the grotesque dinnertime scene before the smell hits him. It's almost a welcome change to the ammonia stench of the street, but not by much. The fetid stench of rotting meat and empty bowels assaults his burning lungs and taxes his already scorched sinuses. Alvarez gags and coughs as he runs through the dining room, into the living room, and down the entry hall to the front door. He slides to a halt as he sees the boards nailed to the front door. Every curse he knows spews from his mouth. Why in hell would they nail the front door shut when there's an unguarded sliding glass door that anyone could get through? He can hear the hiss and slither of the creatures as they get to the wood planks of the back porch. The structure groans, and the distinct sound of planks cracking and popping echoes through the house. Alvarez shakes off his frustration with the deceased homeowners at their less than intelligent barricade choices and works the blade of the shovel under the first board. With some twisting and the proper leverage, Alvarez pops the board off, then starts on the next. It takes him longer than he'd like, but he finally gets the boards off and yanks open the front door just as several shadows begin to fill the entry hall. He races out onto the front porch and stops. The street is full of the creatures, but not just human-shaped ones. Squirrels, dogs, cats, raccoons, and even birds all move along the asphalt, their focus on Alvarez. "What the fuck are you?" he screams. Half of the creatures open green and gooey mouths and scream back at him, the sounds stabbing at Alvarez's brain like a trillion needles. Alvarez wants to cover his ears at the horrendous cacophony, but he doesn't dare risk dropping the shovel. Instead, he grips the handle with both hands, takes a deep breath, coughs hard, then jumps down from the front porch and charges the closest group of creatures. Swinging with all his strength, he slams the blade of the shovel into the first creature and rips its head right off. The severed ooze flies through the air and splats against a telephone pole, sizzling a chunk from the tarred wood before falling into the dirt. Alvarez dodges the still-moving body and swings at the next creature. Then the next, and the next. But all his efforts are for nothing as the thing's heads just reform. Alvarez is shocked by this, as well as shocked to see the severed heads start to shake and move on their own, becoming new creatures. "Fuck!" he grunts as he slams the shovel into one, then another creature, making enough room to get some space to move and dash past the group. He swings again and hacks a creature in half at the waist. The two halves trip up 3 other creatures, and they become a tangled pile of ooze. Alvarez quickly recognizes the new strategy and starts slicing every creature in his way in half. For the smaller creatures, he brings the shovel down flat, crushing them into the asphalt. Their bodies smolder and burn the pavement, but they don't regroup fast enough to keep attacking. Alvarez steps past the piles of ooze and looks up and down the street. He's been running blindly for so long, he's not 100% sure where he's at. The street sign is too far away to see, and the houses look like 100 others that line the streets of the Northern Virginia neighborhoods. He picks a direction and goes for it, holding the shovel with both hands across his chest, ready to cut down some more creatures. He gets to the corner and sees he's at the junction of East Curtis Avenue and DeWitt Avenue. He curses himself for getting so far off track. He's heading away from the White House when he needs to be heading toward it. He gets his bearings and starts running east on Curtis, knowing he only has a few blocks before he hits Washington. He hopes he can catch up with Zakarian's team if they haven't been taken down by the falling eggs and ooze creatures already. Alvarez risks a glance behind him and sees some of the creatures still in pursuit, but he's quickly leaving them behind. He wonders if any of the things he cut in half were once his men, or possibly Zakarian and his men. More thoughts he tries to shove away, just like the dining room corpses. But as he keeps running, the two thought loops meld together, so all he can see in his mind is the body of Zakarian, half of his head gone, slumped in a chair around that lonely, lonely dining table, ooze dripping from his mouth. "Keep it together," he mutters. "Keep it together." None of the men are too pleased with what they find as they stand on the edge of the mountainside and look toward the wide-open and thoroughly destroyed main entrance to the bunker. "That's going to be a climb," Holt says. "Do we have enough cams?" "Yeah," Tolosky replies. "But do we have enough rope is the question." "Just enough," Kreigel says. "We'll need to go one at a time, but we can get over there. With the entrance wide open, that means the ammonia gas has pretty much filled this section of the bunker," Taylor says as he turns and looks at his men. "Even if we get inside, none of them may still be alive. And if they are, then how do we get them from in there to out here and back around to the second entrance? The air is getting worse by the minute, and we have those fucking woodland nightmares to deal with." "Are there suits on this side?" Tolosky adds. "Or did we have them all?" "We had them all," Kreigel says. "Bolton and Lowell dumped theirs as soon as they got inside. Unless there's a cache we don't know about, the folks in there don't have a lot of time before they choke to death." "Turn back?" Taylor asks. "We have Dr. Probst on our side. She's the scientist and really the only asset we have to protect." "Kinda ruthless, LT," Kreigel says. "Just a little," Holt adds. "Wouldn't be able to live with myself if we bail on Bolton," Tolosky says. "He's not a frogman, but he is spec ops. Kinda like letting a cousin drown because you don't want your feet to get wet." "I don't think that analogy fits, but I get your point," Taylor says. "We keep going and reassess once we're inside." The hissing and scraping sounds make Taylor shiver, and he glances at the oozing creatures that slowly crawl across the mountainside after them. "At least we'll get away from those things for a while," he adds. "Hoo-yah," Holt says. "Hoo-yah," Kreigel and Tolosky echo. The men study their route, then get to work hammering in cams and measuring out the exact length of rope they'll need to scale across the mountainside and climb up into the gaping front entrance of the bunker. The door to the Naval Station Everett bunker is locked tight, and no one will open up, no matter how hard Linda pounds against it. "Hey!" she screams. "I'm a nurse with a patient! Let us in!" "Drop it, Linda," Terry sighs, as she slowly pushes up out of her wheelchair. "Someone must have seen those things back there and beat us here. They aren't opening that door." "They have to," Linda shouts, her fists still banging away. "Abandoning anyone in medical distress is a dischargeable offense." "I don't believe they care anymore," Terry says, as she reaches out and grips Linda's shoulder. "Come on, we need to find shelter somewhere else." An egg falls from the sky and snaps a telephone pole in half. "We should probably get a move on." "Assholes!" Linda screams, and is echoed by a loud bark from Biscuit. "You tell him, boy," Terry smiles. She turns and grimaces as her wounds stretch. "Wish you had a saddle, Biscuit. I'd ride you to safety." "Get back in the wheelchair," Linda orders. "I'll keep pushing." "You must be exhausted," Terry replies. "I can walk, just—" A huge explosion shakes the base as a massive fireball rises into the sky from the direction of the docks. A roar fills the air, and all Terry can think about is the sight of those massive whale things that came out of Puget Sound and attacked the docks. Biscuit lets out a whimper, then a snarling bark, and presses himself against Terry's leg. "My hero," Terry says, then looks at the wheelchair. "Fine, but you only push until we find shelter. If we can't find any, then I get up and walk. I can't have you passing out from exhaustion. And I can't have you passing out from blood loss because you rip open your sutures," Linda says. "I walked from Seattle to here with my own crappy sutures. I think I'll manage just fine with your doctor's fancy ones." Terry says as she hobbles to the wheelchair and sits down, involuntarily sighing with relief. Linda gives her a knowing smile.
Oh, just be quiet and push.
Linda grabs onto the handles and starts pushing, steering them toward the east side of the base and the barracks where the National Guard soldiers are housed, or were housed, since all of them are currently fighting on the docks. Another explosion rocks the base, and 2 more fireballs light up the sky. There are several more roars, as well as the dwindling sounds of gunfire, punctuated by the screams of dying men. A procession of ooze creatures shuffle past as Thomas and Dr. Hall stay hidden in the shadows of an alcove, their eyes peering through the heavy-duty plastic of the face masks they wear, locked onto the monstrosities that seem to fill the streets.
We've barely gone 2 blocks, Dr. Hall whispers.
Thomas replies with a punch to the man's shoulder, an indication to shut the hell up. Dr. Hall rubs at his shoulder, then starts to worry at the full gas mask that covers his head. He receives another punch to the shoulder and a stern look from Thomas.
Stop fidgeting, Thomas says. Your nervous behavior will draw attention to us.
How old are you? Dr. Hall asks.
It doesn't matter, Thomas replies.
Well, it does, Dr. Hall says as he cinches up the straps to the backpack of supplies Thomas gave him.
I have several PhDs and have spent years studying.
Shut up, Thomas growls. Several of the ooze creatures pause and shift their green goo bodies in the direction of Thomas and Dr. Hall. The young man presses a hand to Dr. Hall's chest and shoves him further back into the shadows. With the other hand, Thomas removes a .45 pistol from the holster at his hip and slowly, carefully pulls back the hammer. The ooze creatures shuffle a couple of feet toward the alcove, then stop as shouts and gunfire from a few blocks over draw their attention. They rejoin the shuffling group and continue down the street. It takes several minutes for the entire group to pass, and as soon as they're gone, Thomas grabs Dr. Hall's arm and yanks him out into the street.
We're taking too long, Dr. Hall says. The groups of these things are getting larger and showing up more frequently. They're adding to their numbers somehow.
Somehow?
The goo is eating people, man,
Thomas says as he places his pistol back in its holster.
It's swallowing them up and becoming them, like the Blob meets the Body Snatchers.
You know about those movies? Dr. Hall asks.
How old are you again?
Netflix, dude, Thomas says. I know how to work a remote. Now shut the fuck up and come on. We need to get across the street and through those yards. Just a few more blocks and we'll be on Washington. We get there and we can move faster using all the shops as cover.
The shops? Dr. Hall asks.
The retail shops, dude, Thomas says. Lots of corners and entranceways, plus plenty of glass so we can see reflections from all directions without revealing our location. Then, once past those, we'll be on the expressway, open ground to just run.
How do you know all this stuff? Dr. Hall asks.
Security training, Thomas sighs.
The Secret Service goes over it with us each year since my mom is a senator, or was a senator. She's just another corpse alone in an empty house now.
I'm very sorry about your mom, Thomas, Dr. Hall says. But I'm glad I found you. Without that key card and those codes, I probably wouldn't be able to get inside the White House and down to the president.
You probably still won't, Thomas says, as they quickly cross the street.
The president is in lockdown.
Your mother would have known that, Dr. Hall says.
That must be what the codes are for.
Yeah, we'll see, Thomas says.
Personally, I'd rather go find some beer and just drink away the past few days.
Okay, you're too young for that, Dr. Hall says.
You're only a teenager. What do you know about drinking the days away?
I'm a thug, remember? Thomas says.
I already apologized for saying that, Dr. Hall replies.
No need to rub it in.
No need if I have beer, Thomas says. Another perk of being a senator's son. I've had to grow up fast with some kids that probably aren't the best influence, yet they'll grow up to be the future leaders of the free world. They're probably just walking piles of goo now if they didn't get the hell out of town. The young man leads Dr. Hall through a wooden gate and into a small backyard. They quickly scan the yard, then sprint across it to the back gate and the alleyway beyond. Once in the alleyway, Thomas leads them east past the backs of a few houses until he finds one with an iron gate. "Through here," he says. "It's a corner house and will connect us to 2 streets. Kind of a shortcut." "Kind of?" Dr. Hall asks. "Once we get out front, we'll have to cross a park," Thomas says. "It's not huge, but there's enough open space to give us away if the goo things are looking." "Then let's go a different direction," Dr. Hall says. "It'll take too long," Thomas argues. "We go this way and then run our asses off when we get to the park." Thomas yanks Dr. Hall by the arm through the backyard until they get to a matching gate that looks out onto the streets out front. Dr. Hall starts to speak, but Thomas punches him again. They both see the half-dozen small groups of ooze creatures that mill about the park. Thomas taps Dr. Hall on the face mask and then points at the park. He gestures to the area that has the most space between groups of creatures, then motions in a zigzag pattern, indicating they will have to dodge the last couple of groups to get to the other side. Dr. Hall shakes his head vigorously. Thomas glares. Dr. Hall shakes his head again. Thomas balls up his fists. Dr. Hall looks from Thomas to the creatures and then back to Thomas. After a few seconds, he nods and tenses his body for the sprint ahead. Thomas holds up 3 fingers, then drops 1, 2, 3, and takes off running. Dr. Hall is right behind him, but quickly starts struggling to keep up. They hit the park, and Thomas aims for a large gap between 2 ooze groups. He gets past and glances over his shoulder to see Dr. Hall almost get snagged by some of the ooze creatures. Pulling his pistol, Thomas waits for Dr. Hall to catch up, then starts running again, this time at an angle to the next group of ooze creatures. They get almost to the group, then cut to the right and dodge behind it, while also avoiding a second group that's only a few feet away. The ooze creatures reach out for them, and Dr. Hall screeches as he feels a gooey hand slap against his side. "Ah!" Dr. Hall yells as he looks down to see his jacket smoldering, but it stops quickly as the man continues running. Thomas and Dr. Hall get to the far side of the park and skid to a stop. Dr. Hall's feet almost going out from under him as he hits a thick patch of ash and mud. Thomas grabs onto the man's arm and helps keep him upright as they stare out at the scene before them. "What the hell are those?" Thomas asks. "Columbia livia rustica," Dr. Hall says. "The feral rock pigeon." "Pigeons? Jesus," Thomas says, as he watches the flock of close to 100 ooze birds mill about the middle of the street. The things crap continuously, causing the asphalt to burn and smoke with each dropping. "This is the grossest thing I've ever seen." "Not me," Dr. Hall says. "What now?" "We stomp some pigeons," Thomas says, "and keep running." There's a shout from far off in the distance, and they both look that way. When they look back at the ooze pigeons, they see that each one has stopped moving, their tiny green heads pointed in their direction. Ooze drips from one beak as the pigeon opens its mouth and lets out a small hiss. "That's not a coup," Dr. Hall says. "No shit, genius," Thomas replies. "Come on." "This isn't a good plan," Dr. Hall complains. "Dude, I don't think there are any good plans," Thomas says as he steps into the street, pulls back his right leg, and lets loose with a powerful kick that sends 3 ooze pigeons flying. "Just like that. Kick 'em like a soccer ball." "I hate soccer," Dr. Hall says. "I've always preferred a good hike to organized sports." "Shut up and kick," Thomas snaps as he sends 4 more pigeons flying. "Right," Dr. Hall says. "Kick." He moves forward and kicks an ooze pigeon out of the way, but doesn't send it very far. He kicks again, and this time manages to launch one of the things high up into the air. But again, it doesn't go very far, as it comes falling back almost to the exact same place it had been. "Dude," Thomas yells, "put some effort into it. Stop acting like a... Ah!" Thomas howls and jumps back as several pigeons jump onto his right leg, the ooze keeping them stuck to his jeans. The material smokes and starts to dissolve as Thomas whirls about and kicks, desperate to get the things off. "Help me!" Thomas yells. Dr. Hall kicks out with both feet over and over to try to get to Thomas, but he can't get enough ooze pigeons out of the way before the young man is covered in the things and taken down to the pavement. "Get them off me!" Thomas screams from under the pile of creatures.
Get them off! Ah! No! No, 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 no!
3 ooze pigeons hop onto his face mask and begin crapping ooze at an alarming rate. The heavy-duty plastic of the face mask sizzles, then dissolves, and Thomas's screams for help become wails of agony as the ooze begins to eat away at his skin.
Oh, shit!
Dr. Hall yells as he punches a couple of pigeons off Thomas, kicks a few more away, and tries to yank the young man to his feet.
Get up! I can't!
Thomas yells and points toward his legs. Dr. Hall looks down and sees the lower halves of Thomas's legs are a smoking, melted mess. Bits of jeans, globs of ooze, and hunks of flesh and bone litter the pavement. More ooze pigeons move forward, and Dr. Hall screams and kicks toward them, but the things don't slow as they're drawn to the wounded Thomas.
You'll have to carry me,
Thomas yells. Dr. Hall looks at the encroaching mass of ooze pigeons, then at the young man in his hands.
I'm sorry,
he says, as he grabs onto the straps of Thomas's pack and pulls it off the teenager.
I'm so sorry.
Hey! Thomas yells as he swats at Dr. Hall.
What the fuck, man?
I have to get to the White House, Dr. Hall says. They need to know what's happening.
Dude, you can't do this! You can't leave me here to die!
Thomas pleads as he thrashes against Dr. Hall. His hand snags Dr. Hall's face mask and yanks it off, but fails in stopping the man from taking the backpack.
You fuck!
You're already dead, Dr. Hall says.
That stuff is in your bloodstream. You're melting from the inside now.
Dr. Hall lets go of Thomas, and the young man falls back onto the pavement. The doctor kicks and stomps his retreat from the screaming teenager, keeping his eyes forward, hoping he can figure out his own way to the White House.
You fucker! You motherfucker!
Thomas shouts until his voice is strangled and cut off. Dr. Hall gets past the last of the ooze pigeons and keeps moving, never daring to look back over his shoulder at what has become of the teenager. If he did that, then he knows he'd see that boy in his nightmares for the rest of his life. He just swallows hard against the stench of ammonia and runs. Kreigel swings his legs up over the lip of the broken ledge of what's left of the bunker's front entrance, then instantly takes a knee and unslings his carbine, bringing it to his shoulder as he scans the entrance while the rest of the team struggle to get up into the bunker. A roar shakes the air, and Kreigel spins about and stares at the world outside the bunker.
Not liking what I'm seeing,
Kreigel says as his eyes are drawn to the many craters that dot the landscape and the monsters that crouch by them.
The dog spiders are changing.
They still puking the slimy dish towels? Tolosky asks as he grabs onto the ledge and tries to pull himself up into the bunker. Taylor, right below him, places his hand on the man's ass and shoves.
Thanks, LT.
My day is never complete unless I feel your ass, Tolosky, Taylor says as he nimbly follows the man into the bunker. The two men join Kreigel and unsling their carbines, both using the scopes to study the far-off monsters.
What are they doing?
Tolosky asks.
Not sure,
Kreigel says as he zeroes in on one of the monsters and watches it twitch and howl.
Looks like it's in pain or something.
I'm not against that, Holt says, the last one up into the bunker. I'm not against the green things fucking off either. Everyone turns to look at the mountainside and the menagerie of ooze creatures that stand on the edge. Focused on the team, many of the ooze creatures keep shuffling and fall right off the mountainside, their gelatinous bodies breaking apart as they tumble a few hundred feet before coming to a gooey halt.
Come on, suckers,
Holt says to the rest.
Come and get us.
The ooze deer snorts and snarls, then leaps at the bunker ledge, almost clearing the open space, but coming up just short as its ooze hooves scrape a few feet below. The thing waves its ooze legs in the air as it falls, splats.
Damn,
Tolosky says.
Not what you see every day.
More and more of the creatures follow the ooze deer's lead and start leaping at the broken bunker entrance, but also come up short.
Come on, Taylor says. Let's find the others. Maybe when we get back, these things will have all lemminged themselves to death. Kreigel, you're on point.
Got it, Kreigel says, as he stands and turns toward the darkness of the bunker. He pulls a flare from a pocket on his leg, lights it, and tosses it as far as he can. The bunker is lit up by glaring red light as the team slowly make their way around the cracks and crevices, the arched and broken concrete, and the fallen struts that make up what is left of the bunker entrance. "Are we going to talk about Kyle?" Bolton asks as he helps Lou move from the floor to one of the couches in the break room. "Careful. Slow, Lou."
"Fuck slow," Lou snaps. "I'm done with slow."
"When have you ever been slow?" Bolton laughs. "You haven't slowed down since I've known you."
"That's what you think,"
Lou replies as she stretches out on the couch and lets Bolton place a cushion under her head and shoulders. She winces, then waves the man off as he leans in.
I'm fine.
"You were saying about moving slow?" Bolton grins.
"Fuck you, Connor," Lou says. "These last 16 years have felt like molasses. The years kept coming, but I never got anywhere."
"You're one of the top U.S. Marshals in the country," Bolton says, "and you did that on your own."
"I did that because I pawned my son off onto my mother," Lou says. "I moved up through my job, but the anchor of Kyle always held me in place. That's the slow I'm talking about."
"Anchor?" Kyle asks from the door, 2 large buckets in his hands.
"I was an anchor?" "No, sweetheart, I didn't mean it that way," Lou says. "You didn't hear the whole conversation."
"I heard enough," Kyle responds, dropping the buckets onto the floor.
"Here, I'm going to go help Lowell bring more supplies in here. We found a storeroom that has some water and Gatorade, plus some cans of soup."
Kyle kicks one of the buckets.
"There's TP in here, so feel free to shit and piss at will. No need to wait for me to get back. I'd hate to be an anchor on your ass." "Kyle!" Lou shouts, then winces at the pain it causes. "Don't you dare walk away." "I dare, Mom," Kyle says. "Anchor out."
The boy stomps from the room, and both Bolton and Lou can hear him cursing and kicking things as he goes. In a couple of seconds, Lowell shows up at the door, his arms full of bottled water.
"Uh-oh. Looks like Junior is feeling angsty," Lowell says as he comes in and sets the water down. "Did you two find his porn stash?"
"Shut up, Lowell," Bolton says.
"Not porn? Then did you read his texts and see that he and his girlfriend have been sending dirty pictures of their naughty bits? Or maybe he's secretly a closet Marxist. I bet that'd get your red, white, and blue panties in a wad, wouldn't it, Marshal?"
"Lowell," Bolton growls. "Shut up, or I shut you up."
"Yeah, that's really scary," Lowell says.
"Be quiet, both of you," Lou says. "And hand me a water."
Bolton glares at Lowell as he walks over and grabs a water bottle. Lowell just smirks. "Here," Bolton says, handing Lou the water.
"Thanks,"
Lou says as she opens it and takes a long drink.
Better. Now go find our son and get his ass back here. He doesn't get to throw a hissy fit like that. Not while we're in this kind of trouble."
She coughs hard and winces again.
"The air's getting worse," Lowell says, fully serious. "We probably won't live long enough to drink all this water."
"I'll get Kyle," Bolton says. "We'll get back here and jam up this door. Hopefully we can block out most of the ammonia and buy ourselves some time."
"Time for what?" Lowell asks. "I took a detour and listened at the cave-in. I don't hear anyone digging through to get at us. My guess is Taylor and his super soldiers got their asses out of here. That's what I would do."
"No surprise there,"
Lou says, and takes Bolton by the hand. She squeezes hard.
"Get him back here. Then we stay put and figure out the rest."
"I'm on it," Bolton says. He jogs to the door and hurries out into the hallway.
"Bye,"
Lowell calls after him.
"What the fuck, Lowell?" Lou asks. "You were actually turning into a decent human being for a second there."
"Yeah, that's when I thought the nukes would kill the giant monsters," Lowell replies. "Doesn't look like that worked out. If I'm going to die, then I plan on dying on my terms."
"As a sarcastic asshole?" Lou asks.
"Exactly," Lowell smirks. "Only way to go."
Lou shakes her head, then stops immediately as a wave of nausea hits her.
"You cool?"
Lowell asks, seeing the color of Lou's face change instantly.
"Bucket,"
Lou says. Lowell rushes over to one of the buckets, dumps the TP onto the floor, and makes it back to the couch just as Lou throws up. He helps keep her steady over the bucket, holding her shoulders so she doesn't collapse right into her own sick. After some empty heaves, Lou finishes, and Lowell eases her back onto the couch. "Water?" he asks. "Not now," Lou whispers. "I'll just puke it back up." "Your brain may be bleeding," Lowell says. "I saw a guy in prison get the holy fuck beat out of him and act the same way. Guards refused to take him to the infirmary and just let him die in his cell. Word was he hemorrhaged to death in his head. I didn't think there was that much blood up there to do that." "Yes, you did," Lou says. "I saw your file, Lowell. I know your IQ scores. You play stupid, but you aren't." "Maybe I played smart when I took the tests, and I'm actually dumb as paint," Lowell says. "You could have done something with your life, Lowell," Lou says. "If you'd stuck it out and not killed all those people, you would have been released from juvenile prison, and your record would have stayed sealed." "I told you why I did what I did," Lowell replies. "People needed to die, and I needed to be the one who made sure they died." "But you didn't," Lou says. "You could have walked away. Revenge doesn't have to be the answer to everything." "Maybe not in your world, Marshall," Lowell laughs. "But where I come from, if you don't have revenge, then you don't have any life goals." "Well, things are different now," Lou says. "No one needs killing. Those monsters do," Lowell says. "I'm thinking of cooking up a vendetta against them. I'm pretty good at following through, so maybe I'll be the one to save the planet." "The planet?" Lou asks. "You mean the country?" "No, I mean the planet," Lowell says. "There's no way this shit is isolated to just the U.S. There have to be more of these things." "Why the hell would there be more?" Lou asks. "Because the supervolcano wasn't just some random pimple on America's ass," Lowell says. "The planet is covered by a crust which has the mantle underneath. The mantle is where all that good, tasty magma comes from. Volcanoes form when the magma from the mantle pushes up through a weak point in the crust, just like these things pushed up through the Yellowstone supervolcano." Despite the pain, Lou pushes up onto her elbows so she can look Lowell in the eye. "See?" she says. "You are smart." "Fuck off!" "Are you thinking there might be more of these things inside other volcanoes?" Lou asks. "And they could erupt in other parts of the world?" "That would make sense," Lowell says. "There's no reason this is isolated to the land of the free and home of the brave." "Fuck me," Lou says. "Tempting," Lowell grins. "Truly. But I don't swing for pig." "Fuck you," Lou grumbles and lies back down. There's a scuffle at the door, and Lowell spins about to see Kreigel looking in at them. "Found them!" he calls out and lowers his carbine. "Good to see you two alive." "Good to be alive," Lou says. "Sort of." "Sort of?" Kreigel asks as he steps into the room. "She has a boo-boo on her head," Lowell says. "And I just explained that there's a good chance more volcanoes will erupt and send new and exciting monsters into the world." "Doesn't need to be more volcanoes for that," Kreigel says. "There are dog spiders." "Dog spiders?" Lowell asks. "Did someone say dog spiders?" Holt asks as he follows in behind Kreigel. "Those things are ugly as fuck. Big, too. We watched them puke up the flying carpets made of mold." "The things that lay the ammonia eggs?" Lowell asks. "Yep." Holt nods as he moves out of the way so Tolosky and Taylor can join them. "And don't get us started on those fucking eggs." "They really messed up Bambi," Tolosky says. "I need to rest," Lou says. "I thought I just heard him talk about Bambi." "No resting," Lowell says as he gently shakes her shoulder. "You sleep with a concussion and you may not wake up." "I woke up once," Lou says. "Concussion?" Taylor asks. "Big bump," Lowell says, pointing to a spot on the back of his head that corresponds with where the massive lump is on Lou's head. "I'm guessing she has some brain bleeding going on." "Okay," Taylor nods. "That makes things a little more difficult." "Difficult? Why?" Lowell asks. "Because we're getting you guys out of here and over to the other side," Taylor says. "And there's some rock climbing involved." He looks about. "Where's Bolton and the kid?" "Having some father and son bonding time," Lowell says. Taylor nods to Holt. "Go get them." He nods to Tolosky. "Try to find more climbing gear. We'll need as much rope as possible to get Marshal Morgan from the ledge to the mountainside. She could always just jump, Lowell smirks. Fastest way to the mountainside I saw. Not constructive, Taylor snaps. Keep the sarcasm to yourself, inmate. Unless you have something to contribute, then there's no need for you to talk anymore. I was going to compliment your eyes, but now I'm not, Lowell says, and sticks out his tongue. Cute, Taylor says. Now, help me break down some of this furniture so we can make a stretcher and sling. We'll need to pulley her across. Pulley? Across what? Lou asks. Yeah, there's a bit of a drop at the front door, Lowell says. Great, Lou sighs, then lurches to the side. Gonna puke again. Lowell moves the bucket close and holds her shoulders once more. See, G.I. Joe? I can be constructive. Nothing more helpful than keeping a U.S. Marshal from falling into a bucket of her own vomit. He looks the soldiers up and down. Nice spacesuits. Got any extras? 5. Oh man, come on, Dr. Probst says as the fluorescent lights above her flicker then go out. Seriously? She blinks a few times, letting the after images of the room fade before she tries to get her bearings. The darkness is so complete that for a split second she feels as if she can't breathe, that taking a single breath would mean drowning in the black. But the uneasiness passes, and she cautiously puts one foot in front of the other as she reaches out with her right hand and finds the wall. Okay, not going to let this get me down, she says as she continues to check the perimeter of the warehouse space. Just keep moving, and soon you'll circle back to the doors. There are probably sensors there that activate the lights. You were an idiot and walked away from the doors. No wonder the lights went off. She walks for several feet before she hears a noise in the dark. It's coming from her left, and she instinctively turns that direction, even though she can't see a thing. Her ears prick up as she hears the sound again, and she tries to work out what could be making it. Rats? She asks. No, how would they get in? This place is always sealed, and I didn't see or smell any signs of rodents or any other pests. She hesitates, a thought running around and around in her head. And no dust, she says. No signs of rodents, no dust, no cobwebs. If this is an old munitions dump for the government, then it should have plenty of dust and cobwebs. You can keep out rats, but no one can keep out dust or spiders. She shivers at the thought of a big, fat, black spider skittering across the floor. Stop that. Don't psych yourself out. Think it through. Dr. Probst hears the sound one more time and realizes it sounds strangely like the squeaking of cables, like in a lift or elevator. A slight clanging is added to the sound, and Dr. Probst knows for sure that some type of machinery is running. She cocks her head and tries to focus on the exact location. The middle, she says. I can hear it in the middle of the room. Or so she thinks. Hard to tell with the many rows of crates between her and the center of the warehouse space. A final squeak and then clang echoes through the air, then silence, until the definite sound of mechanical doors sliding open and a loud hiss of decompressed air. Lights are out, a voice says. A man, maybe middle-aged. Whoever it was is gone. What's that smell? Do you smell it? Another voice asks. A woman, certainly in her older years. Is that ammonia? Dear God, has the substance changed again? Why would it switch to ammonia? The man asks. That doesn't make sense. Unless the progeny came under some type of attack, the woman replies. You know how adaptable the substance is. It figured out how to replicate genetic structures to fit its needs, then modified its basic biology to thrive in an oxygen-rich environment. Could be that was temporary, the man says. It adapted to overcome the hurdle of coming to the surface. Now that it's broken through, it may be trying to change the basic components to make the atmosphere closer to its liking. It likes to consume, the woman says. It can do that without changing the atmosphere. I think you're being short-sighted, Valerie, the man scoffs. You assume the substance is brainless, that it's an unthinking ooze without wants or ambition. Ambition, the woman laughs. It's not some junior senator from Ohio, Clark. It's an unknown entity of possibly non-terrestrial origin. Oh, please, the man nearly shouts. Not that crap again. It's not an alien, Valerie. If it was, then how could it get down under the Earth's crust? It burrowed, Clark, the woman snaps. Lots of things burrow. It may have started out small, as we've surmised, and grown to its current size over millennia. More than likely eons. I'll agree with the eons, the man replies. But I'm still not saying it's anything but terrestrial. It has all the same components of life that exists on Earth. Yes, it has all the components, Clark, the woman says. That's just way too coincidental. Why does Burkhorst send me up here with you? All we do is bicker, the man says. Because we bicker just as much down there, the woman replies. Let's just conduct our sweep and get back down to the labs, okay? I'm on break in 30 minutes and have some microwave popcorn and a Judy Garland movie waiting for me. Judy Garland? Which one? The man asks. A Star is Born, the woman replies. That's Barbra Streisand, not Judy Garland, the man says. The Streisand one is a remake, you dumb shit, the woman snaps. Oh, well, I didn't know that, the man grumbles. Don't have to bite my head off. Dr. Probst just stands there, her back against the wall, her mouth hanging open and her mind blown. The darkness is no longer complete as the hint of flashlights reflects up against the ceiling of the warehouse space. Flashlights? An elevator? Dr. Probst says. What about the EMP? Then she clamps her hands over her mouth as she realizes she didn't say that in her head like she'd planned. Did you hear that? The woman asks. Yeah, the man says. Maybe it echoed up from the shaft. The shaft is double sealed from the labs, Clark, the woman replies, exasperated. We couldn't hear them down there if they were screaming at the top of their lungs and playing Metallica at full volume. We wouldn't hear them screaming at all if they were playing Metallica at full volume, the man says. Oh, for the love of Pete, why must you nitpick everything I say? Because you say things that aren't always correct. They're called figures of speech, Clark, or metaphors, or analogies, or just whatever pops into my head. Stop being so damn literal all the time. I have never met a cellular biologist with so little capacity for creative thought. Think outside the petri dish for 5 seconds, will you? No need for personal attacks, the man replies quietly. Sometimes there's a great need, the woman replies. Dr. Probst watches the ceiling, her eyes tracking the movement of the light. She turns to her left and backtracks toward the doors. Maybe she can hide and see if they open the doors and leave the warehouse space. If so, then she can follow and get the hell out of this place. Except there's an elevator that goes down to labs below. An elevator that goes down to labs below. What's in those labs, she thinks, this time remembering to keep the dialogue internal. She carefully places each foot in front of the other, mindful not to scuff or scrape the floor and alert the people to her presence. Her eyes track the lights, and it's a couple minutes before she realizes there's not nearly as much light as there was before. She glances over her shoulder to see light coming around the corner of the closest row of crates to the wall. Shit, she whispers. She moves faster, trying to get to the first break in the row before the person shines the flashlight down toward her. She just gets to the opening and is ready to jump behind the crates when she's blinded by a flashlight directly in front of her. Shit! She yells. Dr. Probst turns and runs in the other direction, nearly slamming her face right into the wall as she forgets it's right behind her. She pushes off of the wall and keeps running, heading for the only familiar place to her, the doors. Hey! The woman yells from far behind her. Hey you! Stop! Do I shoot her? The man asks. No, you don't shoot her, the woman replies. It's a her? Yeah, I saw her up close, the man says. Pretty dirty, and looks like she's been through hell. Dr. Probst can hear the two talking and shouting after her, but she shoves the voices from her mind, focusing on getting to the doors. The fatigue of the past few days hits her like a ton of bricks, despite the adrenaline rush she rides, and Dr. Probst knows that if the doors won't open, that if she has no way to escape, she doesn't have it in her to fight. The flashlights behind her cast impossible shadows all about her. Dr. Probst recoils from shapes of creatures that aren't there. dodges the bulk of an imaginary attacker, screams when she swears a monstrous head is about to devour her. But she doesn't stop, just keeps running, pushing her muscles far past a point she ever thought they could go. She hits the wall at the end of the row and turns right. The faint outline of the door is only 50 yards or so away. The change of direction causes her feet to tangle, and she goes down hard, her forehead slamming into the cold, unforgiving concrete. Only her willpower allows her to get back up, her mind overriding the pain in her head and the cramps developing in her sides and legs.
"Hey!" the woman yells. "Stop right there!"
"You can't get out, you know," the man shouts.
"There's no way out!"
Dr. Probst tries to push the voices out of her mind again, but she can't. The continual shouts and yells for her to stop and give up begin to wear her down, even more than the physical exertion. The doors grow closer, yet seem to pull back at the same time, giving Dr. Probst a wicked feeling of vertigo that nearly sends her falling again. She shakes it off and digs as deep as she can, using up the last reserves of her willpower and strength. 20 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards. There. She slams her hands against the doors, each blow growing weaker and weaker.
"God damn it, stop that!"
the man shouts, almost on Dr. Probst.
"Jesus, look at your hands!"
Dr. Probst hesitates, her eyes drawn to her balled-up fists. Blood drips from split skin, and she recoils at the sight.
Did I do that? She asks. Why?
"Hey, just chill, okay?" the woman says as she walks up to Dr. Probst. "We won't hurt you unless you try to hurt us. Just be calm."
"You be calm!"
Dr. Probst screams as she turns and tries to throw a punch. The swing goes wild and the momentum takes her with it, sending her back down to the concrete.
"Listen, lady, we don't know who you are, but you aren't supposed to be here," the man says. "You have to come with us now."
"Lady?" the woman snaps.
"Can you be more sexist, Clark?" "What? How is that sexist?" the man replies. "I don't know her damn name."
"Ma'am or miss would be better," the woman scolds.
"You'd say mister if it was a man." "I'd probably say buddy if it was a man," the man replies. "Or guy, or even man. You look for fights that aren't there."
Dr. Probst stares up at the bickering people, her eyes wide with fear and desperation. They're both dressed in coveralls, black with no insignias or name tags. They each hold a flashlight and some type of automatic weapon, but Dr. Probst doesn't recognize what type. Her guesses at the people's ages turn out to be correct, as she can tell the man is at least in his 40s and the woman is probably in her 60s.
Dr. Cheryl Probst, Dr. Probst says. My name is Dr. Cheryl Probst.
"Doctor?" the woman asks as she kneels down. Dr. Probst scurries back.
"Hey, don't worry. I won't let him hurt you."
"Nice," the man scowls. "Make me the bad guy."
Trying to set up a rapport here, Clark. Please do shut the hell up while I figure out why she's here.
"Set up whatever you want," the man says. "But it all ends with her coming with us."
"Where?" Dr. Probst asks. "What's down there? What are the labs?"
"Did you hear everything we said?" the woman asks. Dr. Probst doesn't reply.
My name is Dr. Valerie McDaniels. I'm a molecular biologist. My colleague here is Dr. Clark Mannering. He's just a cellular biologist.
Dr. Mannering snorts.
Something to say, Clark?
Dr. McDaniels snaps. "Just a cellular biologist?" Dr. Mannering replies. "Why the dig, Valerie? I have 2 more PhDs than you do."
"And they have done absolutely 0 for us," Dr. McDaniels says. "Yet my PhD in molecular biology has given us the foundations for understanding the substance."
"The first time," Dr. Mannering scoffs. "Your PhD has meant shit since the substance changed the first time."
"I've still accomplished more with—" "I'm a geologist," Dr. Probst interrupts. "A volcanologist by specialty."
"A geologist?" Dr. Mannering asks, his voice almost hopeful.
"A volcanologist by specialty,"
Dr. McDaniel smiles, then turns and looks up at Dr. Mannering.
"This could be a good thing."
I know, Dr. Mannering replies. Then the hope is gone, and he frowns. But it's not up to us. Burkhorst has to make the call.
I don't think Burkhorst has much of a choice, Dr. McDaniel says. We need a geologist. And a volcanologist? It's like our prayers have been answered.
Were you sent by Vandervoort? Dr. Mannering asks.
By whom? Dr. Probst responds.
God, Clark, you are an idiot,
Dr. McDaniel says. Why the hell would you bring her name into this? I don't know any Vandervoort, Dr. Probst replies. I don't know anything. What's going on? Who are you people? What's the substance?
The substance, Dr. Mannering says, emphasizing the capital S.
My God, Clark, shut up!
Dr. McDaniels yells, making Dr. Probst flinch and scoot back a couple more feet. Sorry, Doctor. I didn't mean to scare you. Too late for that, Dr. Probst says. She hesitates, then clears her throat. What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me? Kill you, Dr. McDaniel says. No. Well,
it's not up to us, Dr. Mannering says. It's up to Dr. Burkhorst. She makes all the decisions in the facility. We're just support.
So you might kill me? Dr. Probst gasps. No, we won't kill you, Dr. McDaniel says, as she stands and slings her weapon, then offers her hand to Dr. Probst. Worst that will happen is you're lobotomized and put outside. Dr. Probst tries to respond, but nothing comes out of her mouth.
Burkhorst isn't going to lobotomize a geologist, Dr. Mannering says. We need one too badly.
Let's hope so, Dr. McDaniel says. Dr. Probst lets herself be helped to her feet. She barely notices the two doctors taking her by the arms and helping her down the center row until they come to a stack of crates that obviously isn't a stack of crates. In you go, Dr. McDaniel says as she walks Dr. Probst into the elevator. Hang on to me. The ride can be bumpy. Dr. Probst just nods as the doors close and the elevator starts to descend. Lights come on above and slow, monotonous music begins to play over small, tinny speakers set into the ceiling. Is this the ride to hell? Dr. Probst asks.
Dr. Mannering laughs. Probably.
No probably about it, Dr. McDaniel says. The cracks and breaks in the bunker walls look infinite and ominous in the flickering candlelight as Kyle leads the way down the corridor, followed closely by Taylor and his team, as well as Bolton and Lowell carrying Lou in a rigged-up stretcher. Left, then right, Taylor says, moving up on Kyle's left. Once we get to the entrance, I want you to hang back with your folks and Lowell. We'll make sure the area is secure. Secure? Secure from what? Lowell asks. From the weird shit out there, Taylor replies. We aren't just talking Godzillas anymore. Whatever is in those egg things changes the wildlife. Wildlife? Lowell asks. There's still wildlife around here? It's their own damn fault. Bambi, Lou says from the stretcher, her hands holding two more candles, adding to the surreal ambiance of the space. What? Bolton asks. Did you say Bambi? Yeah, Lou replies. Holt said something about Bambi earlier.
It ain't Bambi no more, Holt says. That's for fucking sure.
Lieutenant, what's going on? What's up with the wildlife? Bolton asks. The ooze is controlling them or has taken them over, Taylor replies. Right, Kyle, go right. Sorry, Kyle says. He coughs, and the sound is wet and raspy. You all right, son? Taylor asks. Just the gas, Kyle nods. I'll be fine. We get over to the other side, and we'll find you all suits, Taylor says. For now, just try not to breathe the gas in too much. Taking them over like how? Lowell asks, getting back to the subject of the ooze creatures. What do you mean the ooze is taking them over? You'll see, Taylor says, as they turn right and make their way down the cracked corridor that leads to the destroyed front entrance. Or, with any luck, you won't. They were acting a bit suicidal when we last saw them. The group keeps moving forward and reaches the entrance. None of them expect to see what they see. Holy fucking giant creepy crawlies, Lowell says as he almost lets go of his end of Lou's stretcher. Those are new.
Fucking dog spiders, Toloski grumbles.
Yeah, that sums them up,
Lowell nods, as they all watch several of the giant monsters lumber past the entrance, their 8-legged forms blocking out all view of the landscape and sky beyond.
Fucking dog spiders.
One of the beasts stops and raises its middle head, barfs out a stingray and a cloud of yellow gas, then just keeps going as the flying monster undulates itself up and away from its progenitor.
Can't unsee that,
Lowell says.
LT?
Kreigel asks, turning to Taylor.
They'll see us if we try to go out there.
How are we going to get out anyway? Lowell asks. I was already here with Bolton. There's nothing past that ledge. I know you guys are super soldiers and shit, but I'm not, and neither is the kid. I probably don't have to mention the marshal in the barely sound stretcher, do I?
We've dealt with worse and had to evac more than just a marshal on a stretcher using rope and pulleys, Taylor replies. That was going to be the easy part.
Those must be the hard part,
Bolton says as he nods toward the dog spiders.
Nope,
Holt says, dropping to a knee, his finger moving to the trigger of his carbine.
Those are.
What the fuck are those?
Kyle asks, almost dropping the candle.
Your guess is as good as mine,
Taylor says, taking up the same position as Kreigel.
Chipmunks,
Tolosky says.
Look at them. They're fucking chipmunks.
No one argues with his assessment as dozens of the ooze-covered things climb up over the ledge of the entrance and scurry toward the group. Close to 100 are up and in the bunker before Taylor opens fire, the rest of the team following instantly. The ooze chipmunks explode this way and that as they're torn apart by the carbine's bullets.
Fall back, Taylor yells. There are too many of the things.
Bolton and Lowell backpedal, their eyes locked onto the oncoming horde of ooze chipmunks while their hands stay gripped on the stretcher's handles.
Kyle!
Lou shouts, then grunts at the pain it causes.
Kyle, come on! They aren't stopping!
Kyle yells over the gunfire at the team.
No shit, kid,
Holt yells.
But we're slowing them down. Get with your mom. Go back to the break room and barricade it.
We'll be close behind,
Taylor shouts as he ejects his magazine and slaps in a fresh one. He racks the slide and opens fire again.
Go!
Kyle starts to run, but slips and drops his candle. There's enough light from the other candles for him to see where it rolls to, and he scrambles on his hands and knees across the cracked floor after it. The candle keeps rolling, and is lost down a large crack as Kyle's hand reaches the empty air it just occupied.
Shit,
he shouts.
Forget it, Lou yells. I have more. Come on.
Kyle, we have to go,
Bolton yells.
Holy fuck,
Lowell shouts. A skull-splitting roar fills the bunker entrance, and Kyle clamps his hands over his ears. The sound is so loud that Bolton and Lowell are brought to their knees, both refusing to let go of the stretcher and drop Lou. Lou's eyes roll up in her head, and she passes out from the concussive force of the roar, her 2 candles dropping into her lap and snuffing out.
LT,
Holt yells.
We have to go too.
Fall back,
Taylor orders.
Everyone, we need to get deeper into the bunker.
Then we'll just be trapped again,
Bolton yells.
Better than getting eaten,
Lowell shouts as another insane roar shakes the bunker. One of the dog spiders has turned and is lumbering straight for the bunker, all 3 heads pointed at the entrance. Their mouths open wide, and another roar nearly sends Bolton and Lowell to the ground. Both men fight off the pain and stay upright as they shift positions and turn Lou about, heading back inside the bunker.
Kyle, move ass,
Bolton shouts.
Get up and move.
Kyle stands and starts to run, but is thrown off his feet by 2 more roars, each louder than the previous. He hits the ground with a thud, shakes his head, and then looks back as almost all light from the outside is eclipsed by the approaching monster.
Shit,
Kyle says, as he sees the middle head open its mouth wide. The mouth spews thick yellow gas, and a stingray comes flying out. It splats right at the ledge of the entrance, then flops itself up inside the bunker. The team unload everything they have on the thing, tearing it to shreds with their bullets. Pieces of the stingray keep flopping, independent of the rest, then triple in size. The team keep firing, trying to cut the new pieces down, but they only multiply and multiply.
LT!
Holt yells as he unzips his suit and pulls out a grenade.
Do it,
Taylor yells. Everyone, frags out! The team let their carbines fall away and unzip their suits so they can get to their grenades. One after the other, they pull the pins and toss the explosive devices at the flopping bits of Stingray. Back! Taylor yells as he turns, runs, and grabs Kyle by the upper arm. Move, move, move! They get to the corridor leading off from the entrance, and Taylor shoves Kyle down to the ground as the first grenade explodes. One by one, the rest go off. The bunker shakes and shudders from the concussions. Kyle! Bolton yells from deeper in the bunker. Talk to me! I'm good, Kyle coughs, his lungs full of dust and ammonia gas. He keeps coughing and starts to gasp when Taylor jams his helmet over the boy's head. Thanks. Take some breaths until you can get up, Taylor says. We can't stay here long. The corridor is nearly pitch black, and Holt stands and cracks a few glow sticks, then tosses them down toward Bolton and Lowell. You guys all right? He calls out. Fine, Bolton says, barely visible in the greenish glow. Peachy, Lowell adds. LT, Tolosky says as he kneels next to Kreigel, who hasn't moved since they dove into the corridor. I think we have a problem. Taylor looks over as Tolosky rolls Kreigel over. The entire front of his suit is nothing but tatters. There's no sign of blood, but that doesn't make anyone feel better as they see the patches of ooze affixed to the unconscious man's chest. Fuck, Taylor says. What's the call, LT? Tolosky asks. Do we bring him with? What the fuck, Tolosky? Holt snaps. We don't leave brothers behind. No, he's right, Taylor says, his eyes studying the ooze as it smokes and shivers, eating its way into Kreigel's chest. We don't know what that stuff does for sure. It may just kill him, or it may take him over and he turns on us. LT, we can't leave him, Holt says. LT, we're in the unknown here, Tolosky counters. If we bring him with, we put everyone at risk. I know, Taylor says. You're both right. Taylor looks toward the bunker entrance. He walks a few feet, then cautiously peers from the corridor at the carnage beyond. We collapsed it, he says as he looks back. That thing can't get through. This is what we're going to... He screams as a mass of oozed chipmunks leap onto his back and legs, having squeezed through the tons of concrete that block the front entrance. They climb up his body and engulf his head. A head that no longer has a helmet on it. The man keeps screaming as his flesh, then skull, is dissolved under the oozing critters. Oh, fuck! Tolosky shouts, then reaches out and takes one of Kreigel's arms and helps Holt drag the stricken man down the corridor. Kyle is already sprinting away toward Bolton and Lowell and doesn't look back as Taylor's screams are cut off and replaced by a thick, pitiful gurgling noise. Go, go, go! Holt yells. Don't wait for us! Bolton and Lowell don't hesitate. They set their grips on Lou's stretcher and run as fast as they can, Kyle right on their heels. The smell of something hot and cheesy makes Dr. Probst's mouth water as she is led from the elevator by Dr. McDaniels and Dr. Mannering. Shit, shit, shit! A squat, pudgy man says as he walks out into the hallway a few doors down from the elevator. He has a slice of pizza halfway to his mouth, but sets it back on the plate he holds. Not good, guys. Thanks, Ryan, Dr. Mannering says. Like we don't already know that. The good news is she's a geologist, Dr. McDaniel says. A volcanologist, Dr. Cheryl Probst. The bad news is she's not supposed to be here, the pudgy man replies. Jesus, look at her. She's obviously dehydrated and probably hasn't had a decent meal in days. Is that pizza? Dr. Probst asks, her entire being focused on the plate the pudgy man holds. You have pizza? I have pizza, the man responds. I'm Dr. Ryan Bennett. I'm an MD and should probably check you out before you go anywhere. Bring her to the infirmary. That's why we stopped on this level, Dr. Mannering says. I'd kill for a bite of that pizza, Dr. Probst says. Oh, don't say things like that, Doctor, Dr. Bennett says. We take those types of threats very seriously here in the facility. I know you're being facetious, but Burkhorst has a no-tolerance policy for threats of violence. It's a good policy, considering. Considering what? Dr. Probst asks, her eyes still locked onto the slice of pizza. Considering the acts of violence, Dr. Bennett replies. This way. We know which way the infirmary is, Ryan, Dr. McDaniels snaps. Just go make sure Burkhorst isn't in there on one of her inspection kicks. No need, Dr. Bennett says. She just got finished. Everything is exactly as it should be, just like the time before that, and the time before that. That's why I'm eating pizza. It's my reward for a job well done and an infirmary well maintained. Oh shit, is she withholding food again? Dr. Mannering asks. Just the stuff in the freezer, Dr. Bennett shrugs. Dry goods are unlocked. For now. Great, Dr. Mannering sighs. They all walk down the hallway, past several doors that are closed and padlocked. Dr. Probst glances at the locks, but her exhausted mind doesn't make anything of them. The whole situation is so surreal that simple things like padlocks barely register. A few turns and a couple more hallways, and they stop at a set of double doors. Dr. Bennett pulls a key card from around his neck and swipes it against a panel on the wall. There's a beep, and the doors slide apart. Come on in, Dr. Probst, Dr. Bennett says as he crosses to a counter and sets his pizza down. Hop up on that exam table and let's take a look at you. Dr. Probst slowly gets up on the exam table, her eyes unfocused and taking in everything at once. Now, Doctor, where did you come from? Dr. Bennett asks. She was in the warehouse, Dr. Mannering says. Yes, Clark, I guess that much, Dr. Bennett sighs, looking over at the man and then down at the firearm still in his hand. Maybe it's best you check that back into the armory while I examine Dr. Probst. Once you've done that, you should probably go and fetch Burkhorst. She'll be twice as angry if she believes we've withheld this new development from her. Don't hurry, Dr. McDaniels says. Take your time so Ryan can complete the exam. You two just want to get rid of me, Dr. Mannering says. Yes, Dr. McDaniels says. Why do you get to stay? Dr. Mannering asks. Protocol, Dr. McDaniels says. Another female must be present when being examined by a male doctor. That's an old protocol from when the— Shut up, Clark, Dr. McDaniels snaps. You need to take that mouth out of here right now, please. Dr. Mannering starts to respond, but the look on Dr. McDaniels' face stops him. He looks at Dr. Probst, then shakes his head and leaves. And before you think of being a petty little shit, don't forget she's a geologist, Dr. McDaniels calls after him. Why do you keep saying that? Dr. Probst asks. Can you undo the top of your coveralls, please? Dr. Bennett asks. Sure, Dr. Probst replies, almost mechanically unzipping the front and shimmying out of the sleeves so the top half falls to her waist. She looks down and smiles. Phew, I'm wearing a bra. Couldn't quite remember. That's some nasty bruising, Doctor, Dr. Bennett says. Were you attacked, or is that from a crash or fall? Yes, Dr. Probst nods. Dr. Bennett accepts the answer without question and pulls a penlight from the pocket of the lab coat he wears. He checks Dr. Probst's eyes, having her look up, down, and side to side. Open and say, ah, he says. Dr. Probst complies, and then frowns when he's done. Sorry, she says. I don't know when I last brushed my teeth. I understand, Dr. Bennett says. If you were topside, then I'm sure you had more important things to deal with. Now, where did you say you came from? I didn't, Dr. Probst replies. Did I? No, Dr. McDaniels says. I was in the bunker, Dr. Probst says. We were taken there by those militia guys. We? Dr. Bennett asks. You said we were taken by the militia members? Those assholes, Dr. McDaniels says, shaking her head. Doctor, please, Dr. Bennett says. Sorry, Dr. McDaniels replies. Can you fetch me my stethoscope? Dr. Bennett asks. It's on the counter there. By the pizza, Dr. Probst says. Any chance I can get a bite? I'm fucking starving. Let me finish my exam and then get some fluids in you, Dr. Bennett says, as Dr. McDaniels hands him the stethoscope. Now, take a deep breath for me. Dr. Probst takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. She takes another and another, then starts to lean forward. "Careful now," Dr. Bennett says as he braces her. "Did you get lightheaded?"
"Yeah," Dr. Probst replies. "Felt good."
"That's your body enjoying the fresh oxygen down here," Dr. Bennett says. "I can hear a little damage in your lungs. Do you smoke?"
"No," Dr. Probst says. "It's the ammonia."
"Ammonia?" Dr. Bennett asks, then looks to Dr. McDaniels. "Is there some issue with ammonia up top?"
"Yeah, we smelled it as soon as we got off the elevator,"
Dr. McDaniels answers.
"The progeny must be messing with the atmosphere."
"You don't think it's the substance?" Dr. Bennett asks.
"No, all sensors say the substance is stable,"
Dr. McDaniels replies.
"Or they did when we last ran tests. Burkhorst will be able to say for sure, since she's on window duty today."
"Until she gets called here," Dr. Bennett says.
"One more reason she'll be pissed,"
Dr. McDaniels sighs. "Maybe the realization that we have a geologist in our midst will ease that anger," Dr. Bennett says.
"Will you please tell me why you keep talking about me like I'm some savior?"
Dr. Probst shouts, making Dr. Bennett jump back and Dr. McDaniels raise her firearm slightly.
Sorry. It's just kind of creepy."
"I'm sure it is," Dr. Bennett says. "We have been in need of a geologist since our last one met an unfortunate end." Dr. McDaniels looks away quickly, but Dr. Probst, even in her semi-delirium, catches the look of sorrow that washes over her features.
"What happened to him?"
Dr. Probst asks.
"He was attempting to take some samples when an event occurred,"
Dr. Bennett says.
"I did my best to save him, but the wounds were too severe." "Wounds? Did one of the monsters get him?"
Dr. Probst asks. "Something like that," Dr. Bennett replies.
"You know about the progeny?"
Dr. McDaniels asks.
"Is that what you call them?"
Dr. Probst responds.
"Why? What are they the progeny of?"
"I can't answer that directly," Dr. McDaniels says. "Not without permission."
"From Burkhorst?"
Dr. Probst asks.
"She sounds like a piece of work."
"She is," Dr. McDaniels says.
"So don't mess with her."
"Okay." Dr. Probst nods as Dr. Bennett continues his examination.
"But only if you tell me why a geologist is so important."
"Is that supposed to be some type of leverage?" Dr. McDaniels asks.
"Because it's not. If you want to mess with Burkhorst, then be my guest. Everyone tries it once. No one tries it again."
"She has certain skills when it comes to psychological warfare," Dr. Bennett explains as he preps Dr. Probst's arm for a blood sample. "She has broken down men and women that war never broke. She can reduce a person to tears in seconds and have them begging for her to stop in minutes. Do not mess with Burkhorst."
"War?"
Dr. Probst asks.
"Oh, shit!
Hey, stay still!" Dr. Bennett yells as he manages to keep the needle in Dr. Probst's vein. "The last thing I want to do is dig a snapped needle out of your arm."
Sorry,
Dr. Probst says.
"But we have to bring everyone else down here. The ammonia is going to kill them."
"There is no way in hell we're bringing those militia idiots down here," Dr. McDaniels says.
"What? No, those guys are all dead,"
Dr. Probst says.
"Lieutenant Taylor and his men killed them. No, I mean the others. Marshal Morgan and her son, plus Sergeant Bolton and the inmate, Lowell. They're still up there."
"The militia are dead?" Dr. Bennett asks, looking at Dr. McDaniels. "Did you know that?"
"No, I haven't been on camera duty,"
Dr. McDaniels replies.
"Been busy with warehouse checks and making sure that last EMP didn't harm any sensors. Spying on rednecks wasn't a priority."
"Who is Lieutenant Taylor? How many men does he have?" Dr. Bennett asks.
"He's the leader of a SEAL team," Dr. Probst says. "He has 3 other men with him."
"SEALs?" Dr. Bennett asks.
"And Marshal Morgan. Who is he?" No, not a he, a she. Marshal Lou Morgan," Dr. Probst corrects. "She was with Sergeant Bolton and Lowell. Taylor and his men picked them up along the way here."
"Why were they coming here?" Dr. Bennett asks. Dr. Probst sighs and fills the man in on everything she knows up until the second eruption. Dr. Bennett and Dr. McDaniels share a look, but Dr. Probst misses it as her attention is drawn back to the abandoned pizza slice. Settle back, and I'll start an IV, Dr. Bennett says. Once I'm confident you're sufficiently hydrated and stable, then you can have some food. We have more than just pizza.
Yeah, sure. Fine. Whatever,
Dr. Probst says, as she lies back on the exam table and closes her eyes. She's snoring in seconds. That's not just saline, is it? Dr. McDaniels asks, nodding at the bag attached to Dr. Probst's IV line. No, there's a mild sedative in there as well, Dr. Bennett says. She needs rest, not just rehydration and food. I'm betting her adrenals are nearly shot from stress. Her blood pressure is through the roof. If she doesn't sleep, she could stroke out. And if she's out, then Burkhorst can't interrogate her, Dr. McDaniels says. The doors to the infirmary slide open, and a tall woman, late 20s, pitch-black hair with hazel eyes, walks in. Her lab coat and tan slacks are immaculate, as is the light blue blouse she wears under the coat. Crisp, clean, controlled. Is she dead? The woman asks. Her voice as crisp and controlled as her appearance. Or did you knock her out so I can't talk to her? Would I do something like that, Dr. Burkhorst? Dr. Bennett asks. Yes, of course you would, Dr. Burkhorst says. You've always put the well-being of the individual above the greater good, Ryan. It's admirable for a country doctor in bumfuck Kansas, but not down here. I've never been to Kansas, Dr. Bennett replies. You haven't, Dr. Burkhorst asks. That's a blatant lie. I know for a fact you attended a summer conference in Topeka back in '94. You spoke on frontotemporal craniotomy. I'd completely forgotten about that, Dr. Bennett says. Thank you for reminding me. You didn't forget it, because that's where you met Vandervoort's predecessor for the first time, Dr. Burkhorst responds. Stop wasting my time, Ryan. Tell me what you two know about this woman. They do, and it leaves Dr. Burkhorst with a pained look on her face. I'd think having another geologist down here wouldn't be a good thing, Dr. McDaniels says. It is. But the people up top worry me, Dr. Burkhorst says. SEALs means presidential involvement, which is the last thing Vandervoort wants. In order to be off books, we must be off the radar, so to speak. If those soldiers are allowed down here, then they'll immediately want to contact the White House to check in with their superiors, especially after that last EMP wiped out all communications across the continent. The whole continent? Dr. McDaniels asks. Pay attention, Valerie, Dr. Burkhorst snaps. Watch the feeds, will you? Other than the Situation Room below the White House, this could be the only place left that has access to satellites. NORAD, Dr. Bennett says. They're just as shielded as we are. No, they're not, Dr. Burkhorst says. Trust me, I've compared the specs. Of course you have, Dr. Bennett smiles. Dr. Burkhorst stares at Dr. Probst's sleeping form for several minutes without saying a word. Neither Dr. McDaniels nor Dr. Bennett interrupt her, both knowing how the woman works. Staff meeting, Dr. Burkhorst says suddenly. Now. I have a patient to look after, Dr. Bennett says. Strap her down so she doesn't hurt herself, Dr. Burkhorst orders. The meeting is mandatory. I'll inform the others. 10 minutes in conference room A, first level. Why first level? Dr. McDaniels asks. Why not? Dr. Burkhorst replies, turns and leaves. That wasn't so bad, Dr. Bennett says. That's because she's saving it for the staff meeting, Dr. McDaniels replies, as she watches Dr. Bennett place restraints around Dr. Probst's wrists and ankles. She sighs heavily. You think she'll purge the topside? Maybe, Dr. Bennett replies. Maybe not. She let the militia morons live. They were harmless and would never have discovered us, Dr. McDaniel says. SEALs, on the other hand. They both let the implications and complications hang there unspoken. 6. Those that sit around the Situation Room's long table are silent as President Nance reads the report that has been handed to him. How did we get this? President Nance asks. The Russians bounced 2 satellite signals off a buoy they have just outside Puget Sound, Borland replies. They didn't have to give us this information.
That means they're just as scared as we are, Admiral Quigley states. They compromised a tech asset to share intel. Makes me wonder why.
More new creatures? President Nance asks. How? Where did they come from? The sea, if the report is to be believed, Borland says. And if it is, then Everett is lost. We don't know that, Admiral Quigley snaps. My sailors are more than capable of defending themselves. 20-foot-tall mutated killer whales with tentacles? Borland laughs. Really, Admiral? Where in the Navy training manual does it prepare sailors for fighting that kind of nightmare? Gentlemen, President Nance growls. Put the dicks away. My thoughts exactly, Jones says. Do we want to respond to the Russians? They're keeping a channel open to us from here on out. They are? President Nance asks. Then Grigorich must really be scared. He thinks for a second, then nods. Yes, respond with our gratitude, and send them Dr. Hall's last findings. It's not much, but it's more than they know now. Sir, I don't think giving away that kind of intel is a good idea, Borland warns. A simple thank you will suffice. I believe we are beyond simple thank yous, Jeremy, President Nance replies. If Grigorich is sharing intel and keeping his line open for me, then that means something is happening in Russia. Do any of you know what might be happening in Russia? Everyone at the table looks at each other, then back to the president, none offering answers. Jeremy, contact your counterpart in Russia, President Nance orders. Joan, call Secretary of State Jefferson. I want him to find out if the Chinese are just as worried as the Russians. I'll speak with NATO Command, General Tulane says. I know General Lopez personally. He'll shoot me straight if any of the EU countries are reporting issues with the creatures. Are we really thinking the creatures have spread beyond our borders? Joan asks. If they're emerging from the sea, then we have to assume they already have, General Azul says. But we're blind with the ash cloud covering the country once again. Satellites cannot penetrate, no matter the spectrum. Thermal? Borland asks. Can we even see our own forces? Nothing, General Azul says. The ash cloud is denser than before, and the chemical makeup is actually reflecting all attempts to scan through. We're truly blind. Which is why we need the Russians now more than ever, President Nance says. If they even have a glimpse of what's happening, then they're our most important ally at the moment. We still need those Chinese ships, sir, Bonnie says. I know everyone here is worried about the military and defense issues, but as the Secretary of the Interior, I have to worry about our citizens and getting them to safety. Our citizens, my citizens, are my number one priority, Bonnie, President Nance snaps. Don't ever think I've forgotten about them. I didn't say that, Mr. President, Bonnie replies. Nor would I ever think you've forgotten them. I'm merely stating that we need to not lose sight of why we're seeking assistance from other countries. Our goal is not to defeat these monsters, but to escape them. Once our people are safe, then we can change the focus on offense. President Nance seethes as he glares down the table at the woman. His hands shake with anger, and he's about to explode when Joan reaches out and grips his arm. We hear what you're saying, Bonnie, Joan says. Trust me, the people of the United States are our only priority. But we are where we are. If we cannot defend against the monsters because we don't even know what kind of monsters we are defending against, then our people are lost. Trust me, Bonnie, everything we are discussing is aimed at one goal. Where are we with Dr. Hall? President Nance snaps. Has anyone heard from the Secret Service teams? Nothing yet, sir, Joan says. I have instructed guards that he is a priority and needs to be sent down here the second he arrives. A priority, Bonnie scoffs. One man. Enough! President Nance shouts, his fists hammering the table. You all have jobs to do, so do them. I don't want to hear another word from anyone unless it's new information. Am I clear? The looks on everyone's faces say it's all very clear. A glimpse of movement catches Alvarez's attention, and he ducks back behind the cover of the dumpster he just decided to leave. Waves of ooze creatures have blocked his progress through Alexandria to the Potomac River, and he's itching to get moving. Originally, he had intended to go north and try to rendezvous with Zakarian as planned, but the way was continuously blocked, and he found going east was easier. For the most part. Alvarez leans away from the dumpster and studies the street at the end of the alleyway. No mobs of ooze creatures, no movement at all. Then he hears a clang and loud curse, followed by loud whispering. A person. Alvarez pulls his pistol, carefully, quietly checks the chamber, picks up his shovel, and then moves to the end of the alleyway. He pauses and peeks around, then ducks back quickly as he sees a man stumble through the bushes across the street. A good-sized park stretches from the street to the Potomac River, which Alvarez can just make out through the trees and outbuildings. The stumbling man gets caught on one of the bushes and tries to pull his coat free, but the bush is winning, and the man grows more and more frustrated. Alvarez starts to move away from the alleyway when the man yanks hard enough to get free, but so hard that his momentum carries him into an overturned trash can. Another clang and more cursing. Then the hisses and screeches start up, and Alvarez's attention is drawn to the far end of the park, way down the street. Several human-sized ooze creatures, as well as a throng of smaller, varmint and pet-sized ones, shuffle along, their eyes pointed toward the fumbling, stumbling man who is currently draped backward over a park trash can.
"Get up," Alvarez hisses. "You need to move."
The fallen man shoves himself off the trash can and spins about, his manic eyes searching the area for the source of Alvarez's voice. He has a pistol in his hand, and he lifts it up, waving it wildly around as he keeps spinning about.
"I'll shoot! Don't test me!" the man shouts.
"Jesus, shut up," Alvarez says. "They see you, idiot."
The man spins and faces Alvarez, the pistol shaking like a single leaf on the end of a bare branch. Alvarez can finally see the man's face clearly, and he almost shouts in jubilation. But instead he cries out in fear and dives to the ground as Dr. Hall pulls the trigger.
"What the hell?" Alvarez yells. "I'm Agent Paulo Alvarez with the Secret Service, Dr. Hall. I've been sent by the President of the United States to find you and bring you back to the White House."
"How do I know that?" Dr. Hall yells. "How do I know you don't just want to rob me?"
Is this guy kidding? Alvarez thinks.
"Are you kidding?" he actually voices.
"How the hell would I know who you are if I was just some guy trying to rob you? You're Dr. Blaine Hall, specialist in the field of cryptozoology."
"I have more degrees than just that one,"
Dr. Hall shouts.
"Okay, good for you," Alvarez replies.
"Now can I stand up, or will you try to shoot me again?"
"How do I know you're for real? I need to see a badge," Dr. Hall shouts.
"Jesus,"
Alvarez mutters as he fishes his badge from his pocket and holds it up in the air.
"I can't see it," Dr. Hall yells.
"I'll stand up and come over there if you promise not to shoot me," Alvarez yells.
"But you better decide now, since those things will pick up speed as they get closer to you. They get really wound up when you yell." "What? What things?" Dr. Hall shouts. Oh God, not more. Are there pigeons? Do you see pigeons?"
"Pigeons?" Alvarez asks. "Who fucking cares about pigeons?"
Alvarez decides to risk it and stands up. He holsters his pistol, grabs his shovel, and then hustles across the street. Dr. Hall's attention is on the ooze creatures that are moving faster and faster toward him, just like Alvarez said they would. But when he catches sight of Alvarez coming at him, Dr. Hall swings his pistol around and takes aim. Reaching him before he can pull the trigger, Alvarez swings the shovel, bringing down part of the handle on Dr. Hall's wrist. The pistol falls into the dirt and discharges, causing the ooze creatures to reply with loud hisses and even louder snarls. Dr. Hall screams at the gunshot and jumps back, his other hand wrapped around his wounded wrist.
"I think you broke something," Dr. Hall cries.
"No, I didn't,"
Alvarez says, picking up the fallen pistol and tucking it into the waistband of his pants at the small of his back.
"I hit your radial nerve. It's going to sting for a few minutes, then be sore for a few days."
"I'm right-handed," Dr. Hall complains. "I need this hand."
"Not if you're going to shoot at people sent to protect you,"
Alvarez says as he grabs Dr. Hall's arm and steers him toward the river.
"Come on, we need to get out of here."
"But the White House is that way,"
Dr. Hall says, trying to resist but failing miserably.
"We need to go north."
"North is blocked,"
Alvarez replies, nearly dragging the doctor along.
I've been heading east for a couple hours now. Why? Dr. Hall says. We can't swim. It's too cold. We'll die of hypothermia in minutes. That's what boats were made for, Alvarez says. See that outbuilding? It's where the Parks and Rec Department keeps the canoes. Have you ever paddled a canoe before, Doctor?
I'm a zoologist, ethnobotanist, anthropologist, as well as a cryptozoologist, xenoarchaeologist, and senior researcher and fellow at SETI.
Dr. Hall puffs up. I've spent many months in the field. From the Amazon to the... Can you paddle a canoe? Alvarez snaps.
Yes, Dr. Hall replies.
Good, Alvarez sighs. That's all I need to know. Next time I ask a yes or no question, just answer yes or no. I don't need you to read off your resume to me. CV, Dr. Hall says. Curriculum vitae. In academic and scientific circles, one does not have a resume, one has a CV. Does one also have a size 10 shoe shoved up one's ass by a Secret Service agent that doesn't give two shits? Alvarez grumbles, his eyes moving from the outbuilding they are hurrying to and the mob of ooze creatures cutting across the park toward them.
One does not, Dr. Hall says. I'll be quiet now.
Good call, Doctor, Alvarez says.
They reach the outbuilding, and Alvarez doesn't waste any time. He brings the shovel blade down on the padlock securing the sliding doors. It splits and falls away without a problem.
Hold this,
Alvarez says as he hands Dr. Hall the shovel. Dr. Hall takes the shovel and studies the pocked and scarred surface.
What happened to this thing?
He asks Alvarez.
What do you think?
Alvarez replies as he shoves open the doors and smiles at what he sees inside.
It's way more effective than bullets when it comes to stopping those things. Only problem is when you chop a piece off, it grows into a new thing. I try to smash and not chop.
Alvarez holds his hand out.
What?
Dr. Hall asks.
The shovel, please,
Alvarez says, pointing at the locks and chains that secure the bright blue canoes to the racks in the outbuilding. Dr. Hall hands it over and turns to watch the ooze creatures get closer.
You should hurry, Dr. Hall says.
You think?
Alvarez says, as he hacks away at a lock again and again.
Son of a bitch! They should have put this lock on the outside.
Agent Alvarez, Dr. Hall whines. We should forget the canoes and run.
Running is not a viable option, Alvarez says. Too much of a chance of getting separated, and I didn't fight this hard to just lose you again.
But the things are getting closer, Dr. Hall argues. And I see pigeons. The pigeons are the worst.
Alvarez takes a precious second he can't afford and glances at Dr. Hall.
Keep it together, Dr. Hall. I don't know what you've been through or why pigeons freak you out, but right now your only job is to not lose your shit, okay? Can you do that for me? Just keep it together until I get us a canoe and into the water?
I'll try,
Dr. Hall replies, then takes a deep breath.
Yes,
I can do that.
Good,
Alvarez says as he gives the lock one last whack before it breaks and falls free. Unfortunately, it cracks the shovel's blade right off the handle.
Shit! Here.
Alvarez hands Dr. Hall the broken handle, then grabs onto a canoe and pulls it off its rack. He finds 2 paddles, throws them inside, and then starts shoving the canoe out of the outbuilding and toward a put-in along the riverbank. He glances over and isn't surprised that the ooze creatures are almost on them.
Now is when we run,
Alvarez says, shoving the canoe along the winter-wilted, ash-covered grass.
Move ass, Doctor!
Dr. Hall grunts in acknowledgement and runs alongside Alvarez and the canoe. When they get to the put-in, Dr. Hall grabs an end and helps get the boat down to the water, both men soaking their feet as they wade into the Potomac.
You first,
Alvarez says, as he steadies the canoe and allows Dr. Hall to climb in. His eyes watch the approaching ooze creature mob, and he calculates the distance between them and the riverbank.
Ready?
Dr. Hall, in the canoe and picking up an oar, nods to Alvarez.
Don't move, please,
Alvarez says, as he carefully hops inside the canoe just as the first ooze creatures reach the water. He doesn't bother taking a seat, grabs the other paddle, and sticks it in the river until it hits the bottom. He shoves as hard as he can, and the canoe slowly floats out farther into the water.
Paddle, Doctor! Paddle your ass off!
Dr. Hall splashes with the first couple of strokes, then finds his rhythm and starts paddling with the strength and confidence of a pro. Alvarez notices this immediately and says a silent prayer. Dr. Hall mutters something as Alvarez gets settled into his seat and joins in the paddling.
"What was that?"
Alvarez asks.
"Pigeons," Dr. Hall replies. "Pigeons are the worst."
"Yeah, you said that,"
Alvarez says as he looks back over his shoulder at the ooze creatures that splash their way into the shallows. He sees several small creatures hop from the riverbank and into the slight waves coming from the canoe's wake. They swim for a second, then slowly sink out of sight. Alvarez shivers slightly, not just because the sun is slowly setting over the Potomac. He returns his attention to Dr. Hall and smiles at the man.
"I don't think the pigeons can swim," Alvarez says.
"I sure hope not," Dr. Hall says. "Dear God, I sure hope not."
The eyes of the dead National Guard soldiers stare straight ahead, but Linda swears they're looking at her. She gets up from the bunk she's lying on, walks over to the man, reaches up, and closes the private's eyes.
"Thank you,"
Terry whispers from her own bunk.
"I'd have asked you to do that earlier, but I didn't want to wake you."
"I wasn't sleeping,"
Linda whispers back as she crosses the barracks and returns to her bunk next to Terry's. Biscuit lifts his head from his spot on the floor between them, snorts, then lowers his head again and goes back to sleep.
"Then you snore when you're awake."
Terry smiles. She shifts on the bunk and grimaces.
"Damn, I need to pee."
"I'll help you to the latrine,"
Linda says. Terry starts to argue, then nods. Linda gets back up and helps Terry from her bunk and down the center of the barracks. The two women move slowly between the rows of bunks until they reach a door at the end. They brace themselves as Linda opens the door. Inside, a row of toilets line one wall with a row of open shower stalls along the other. The far end has a set of lockers with many of the doors wide open, the contents having been riffled through and tossed onto the white-tiled floor right next to 4 bodies. The bodies, each lying in pools of their own congealed blood, their arms and legs akimbo, are missing most of their heads, which are splattered across the floor. Carbines either lie next to them or stay gripped in cold, dead hands.
"Cowards,"
Terry says quietly.
"Some things are too much for people to handle," Linda says. "I've seen my share of trauma during war."
"Suicide is not the answer," Terry says. "It's a sin and a waste. They could have just ran, grabbed some gear and taken off out of the fence. They could have fought. They had options."
"Did they?"
Linda asks, as she steps past the bodies and to the lockers. She starts to open them one by one and go through the contents as well.
"It seems options are few and far between these days."
"What are you doing?" Terry asks. "Pilfering from the dead."
Linda turns and gives Terry a long, hard look.
"You made it from Montana to here on what? The charity of strangers? No, you took what you needed and did what you had to.
Except for the family with the RV, that's true,"
Terry says, as she drops her pants and takes a seat on one of the toilets.
"Toss me a roll."
Linda looks about, finds a roll of toilet paper on top of the lockers, and throws it at Terry. Terry catches it, takes care of business, and stands back up. She pulls up her pants, then closes her eyes and takes a couple of deep breaths.
"Did you tear a suture?"
Linda asks.
"No,"
Terry says.
"You're lying," Linda sighs. "Come on, let's get you to a bunk. I found a med kit in one of the lockers. We'll check the footlockers for heavy coats and other clothing. Then we leave."
Terry eyes Linda for a moment, then shakes her head.
"What were you before you were a nurse?"
"Excuse me?"
Linda asks.
"What were you before you were a nurse?"
Terry repeats.
"You have steel in you."
"Lots of nurses have steel," Linda says. "It's not a job for the weak."
"No."
"You have something else," Terry says.
"I can see it. It reminds me a lot of my daughter. Was it a man? Is that why you joined the Navy?"
"Why does it have to be a man?" Linda asks. "Why is it that people think men are the only monsters in this world?"
A roar and a crash from across the base makes both women jump, and Linda hurries over to Terry and starts helping her walk back into the bunk room. Another roar, and then another, followed by a small explosion and several more crashes. Biscuit gets up and runs over to Terry, pressing his side against her leg. "Easy, boy," Terry says. "You're big enough to knock us both over." Linda gets Terry to her bunk and eases her down into it. "Let's have a look," Linda says, as she untucks and lifts Terry's shirt. "Okay, it's not bad. I can tape it up and redress the wound. You'll be fine." "I know I'll be fine," Terry says, putting her hand on Linda's shoulder. "Will you?" "I can get through this," Linda says. "I've been through worse." "Your father?" Terry asks, and Linda laughs. "Mother?" "You wouldn't understand," Linda says. Terry winces as Linda places several strips of medical tape across the sutures in the front. "There," Linda says. "All done. Now we should get going." "It's night," Terry says. "And those things are getting closer," Linda says. "True, but they don't know we're in here," Terry says. "I don't think they care," Linda says, as a huge explosion rocks the barracks, cracking a few of the windows up by the ceiling. "And this base isn't going to last much longer." "Also true," Terry says. "But I don't think you understand what happens once we leave here. There's nothing out there, Linda. This country is gone. The monsters have it now." "I don't understand you," Linda yells. "You get across 3 states on nothing but willpower, and now you want to give up?" "I didn't say I wanted to give up," Terry says. "I said I don't think you understand what happens once we leave. I do. We get out there and we're alone. There's no one to trust. People are as dangerous now as those monsters. We're as likely to get shot for our coats as crushed by some nightmare on 6 legs. 6 legs? Linda asks. Terry laughs. 6 legs, 4 legs, wings. These things have it all. Some are as tall as this building. Some are as tall as 10 buildings. Blue tongues, massive teeth, bulletproof hides. We'll be fighting every inch of the way. Linda looks toward one of the windows, the glow of fire flickering against the glass. You forgot tentacles. Those are new, Terry says. I also didn't mention the eggs that melt skin and eat concrete, but you know about those. We still can't stay, Linda says. Another explosion and more roars punctuating her words. She points at the windows. See? Okay, then we leave, Terry says. Which way do we go? East is not a good idea. West is nothing but ocean, and those things are coming out of the ocean. South? More people that way, which means more desperation now that the power is out. North? It's winter. Gonna just keep getting colder. We can't stay here, Linda says. I know that much. If we stay, we die. If we go, we could die also, Terry says. But we have a chance, Linda snaps, her face red and hands shaking with rage. She points at Terry. You want to die here? Fine, but I won't. No one will trap me again. It wasn't your mother, Terry says. Linda throws up her hands. What does that matter? I need to know who I'm traveling with, Terry says. If you have triggers, then I need to know what they are. I'd rather not find out while we're exposed on the road. Linda stares for a second. Are you fucking with me? I'm testing you, Terry says. And please don't curse. Fucking Jesus freak, Linda says. Fine, you want to know who I am? I'm a lesbian. Have been most of my life. You have been all of your life, sweetheart, not most of it, Terry sighs. Honesty with yourself is the first step to being honest with the Almighty. What? Linda asks. Oh, God, you aren't going to try to convert me, are you? Convert you? To what? Terry laughs. Are you Jewish? What? No, Linda replies. I'm gay. You want to convert me to being straight, right? That's what all you Jesus freaks do. Terry smiles. Who you love on earth has nothing to do with the Lord's love in heaven, Linda. That I know for certain. It's something I used to tell the love of my life again and again. Her name was Stephanie. Linda stumbles back and nearly falls on her ass. She reaches out until she finds the frame of a bunk and then sits down hard.
You're, Linda stutters.
A female adventurer?
Terry laughs. A what? Linda asks. Sorry, it's something my grandmother used to say, Terry replies. I have a feeling Nana did a little adventuring of her own. But you're Christian, right? Linda asks. The two aren't mutually exclusive, Terry says. It was hard to reconcile at first because of the way I was raised, but then I looked deep and sought solace in the one place I always have, the Scriptures. You know what the teachings of Jesus Christ comes down to, Linda? Love. If you practice that, then you practice his faith. You honor him. I can't believe I'm having this conversation, Linda says, then winces as several roars cry out in the night. But I guess the unbelievable is normal now. It appears that way, Terry says, and pulls herself to her feet. We're going to need something to carry our supplies. Let's find us a cart we can push or pull, fill that puppy up, and get a move on. Biscuit raises his head at the mention of puppy. Maybe we can make a harness and have Biscuit here do some of the work. Terry smiles. Biscuit whines. Just joking, boy. You'd make a horrible cart dog. First squirrel you see, and we'd lose our supplies to the woods. You're a bizarre woman, Linda says as she gets up and takes Terry's arm, then pushes her gently back to the bunk. I know where some carts are. I'll get one and see if I can find some more supplies, then hurry back here. You pile a few things up and just be ready to go. That sounds like a good plan, Terry says. Once we do that, then what? South or north? North, Linda says. I know an island we can go to. You want to cross the water with those monsters in the Sound? Terry asks. I don't want to do anything, Linda says, but it's worth the risk. There will be only a couple people there, if that, and enough supplies to last us until summer if we need them. Really? Terry says. And when were you going to mention this island? You weren't the only one doing the testing, Linda says. If there are people on the island, then they'll be pissed I'm bringing a stranger. But I think you'll fit in fine. Let's hope so, Terry says. Go get that cart. I'll rummage some more in here. But don't be gone long. 15 minutes max. Like you said, this base isn't going to last long. The water laps at the sides of the canoe as Alvarez and Dr. Hall continue paddling, despite both of them feeling well beyond the point of exhaustion. Each time Dr. Hall starts to complain, a high wailing comes from the riverbank, and the two men look over to see a glowing green horde of creatures following their progress. As the night grows darker, the size of the horde becomes more and more apparent. So, with their constant companions watching their every move, Alvarez and Dr. Hall never let the paddles stop. They slow, they stutter, but they never stop. The Potomac River is full of ice chunks that don't help with the progress. The canoe bangs and bumps into chunks here and there, creating a hollow, clunking sound that many of the ooze creatures try to mimic. The eerie mimicry doesn't help with the progress either, since with each deliberate echo, Dr. Hall misses a stroke and nearly drops his paddle. I should have brought backups, Alvarez says. What? Dr. Hall gasps. I should have brought backups, Alvarez repeats. Backups of what? Dr. Hall asks. What are you talking about? Paddles, Alvarez says. I should have brought backup paddles, since you look like you're going to drop yours at any second. I'm not going to drop mine, Dr. Hall says. It's just that my hands are frozen, and those things over there aren't helping with my mental state. Your mental state? Alvarez laughs. I hate to break it to you, Doctor, but I don't think anything is going to help with your mental state anymore. The world is gone as we know it. Time to move to a new mental state. Easy for you to say, Dr. Hall replies. You get to live in ignorance. I actually have an idea of what's going on. Do you? Alvarez laughs again. One of the creatures laughs with him, which ends Alvarez's laugh instantly. Okay, Doctor. What's your idea of what's going on? If I tell you, then you'll think I'm crazy, Dr. Hall says. Alvarez looks over at the glowing entourage and shakes his head.
I think my mind is open to crazy, Doctor, Alvarez says. Try me.
Well, I should tell you anyway, in case I don't make it and you do, Dr. Hall says. The last view of the Yellowstone chasm showed what I thought was a mass of hundreds of tails.
Tails? Did you say hundreds of tails? Alvarez asks. Tails to what?
More of the monsters, Dr. Hall says.
The big ones, not these weird ooze things. What big ones? Alvarez asks. You mean like the flying carpets?
No, those are something entirely different, Dr. Hall replies. I don't believe the flying carpets, as you call them, are anything more than carriers. Think of them as vehicles to drop the spores.
Spores? The eggs? You think those are spores?
For lack of a better term, Dr. Hall says. But those aren't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the big monsters, the behemoths, the ones that are 1,000 feet tall with 6 legs and jaws that could swallow a house.
Jesus Christ, Alvarez says. Those things are out there?
Yes, Dr. Hall says.
And the hundreds of tails are more of those?
No, Dr. Hall snaps. A series of no's are parroted from the riverbank. No, there are no tails. That's what I'm trying to say. I was wrong. The tails aren't tails. They're cilia, or something like cilia.
Is that what you were trying to tell President Nance before the EMP hit? Alvarez asks. That's why I'm out on this frozen river paddling my ass off? Because you think that your first guess was wrong, but your second guess is right?
You don't have to sound so bitter about it, Dr. Hall replies. I wasn't trying to be wrong. It was an easy assumption based on the data I had at the time. There was no way I could have conceived of something so huge, so massive, that its cilia would be mistaken for tails.
How huge? Alvarez asks. How massive?
What? Dr. Hall asks, as he nearly fumbles his paddle after hitting a chunk of ice instead of water.
What was that? How massive? Alvarez asks. I took biology in college. I know what cilia is. If you mistook it for tails, then the whatever that's attached to the cilia must be gigantic.
Yes, well, that's true, Dr. Hall says. My guess is that it could be massive on a scale we've never seen. Quite possibly miles instead of feet. Alvarez nearly drops his own paddle at the news.
Miles? What do you mean, miles? He croaks.
For cilia to show like that, then the creature would need to be at least a mile or 2 tall, Dr. Hall says. Probably closer to 2.
What?
How? I don't... You have to be shitting me, Alvarez stutters. Nothing could be that big, could it? We would have found something like that a long time ago. How could anything that large stay hidden? I don't know the answer to that, Dr. Hall replies. And I could be wrong. They may be tails and not cilia. But I have to get to the White House to tell the president. Whatever it is could be coming out of the ground right now. That may be the reason for the second eruption.
Dear God, Alvarez says and crosses himself. I don't need to hear this.
Don't fucking tell me anything else, Doctor, okay? I need some ignorance if I'm going to operate on a level needed to get you to the White House. Well, I appreciate that, Agent Alvarez.
Paulo, please.
Yes, Paulo, thank you. I will carry the burden of knowledge for the both of us, Dr. Hall says. If only you could carry the burden of paddling for the both of us. I can no longer feel my arms. Could we stop paddling and rest?
No, we can't, Alvarez replies, just as unhappy with his answer as Dr. Hall. The current and the ice flow will send us over to the shore. We keep paddling.
I don't know if I can keep paddling, Dr. Hall says.
You don't have a choice, Alvarez says. I can't do the work for both of us.
There are a few loud screeches from the riverbank, and Alvarez glances over to see the ooze mob turning from the river and hurrying into the city streets beyond. More screeches echo in the night, then the sound of gunfire. Human screams and shouts mix with the screeches, and Alvarez shivers at the thought of what will happen to those people. More gunshots, more screams, more shouts. But a vastly larger number of screeches soon overpowers the other noises, until the gunshots stop and the human screams are cut off mid-cry. Alvarez looks away from the land, even though he can't see anything in the dark anyway. They should have just run, Dr. Hall says. Or hid.
Not everyone has that option, Alvarez says. A lot of folks who stayed instead of evacuating have health issues, and a lot are here to prey on those who stayed. You may be able to hide from the ooze things, but it's a lot harder to hide from people.
I guess that may be true, Dr. Hall says. I did have some issues like that. Luckily, I was helped by... Alvarez waits for Dr. Hall to finish, but when he doesn't, he asks,
Help?
Helped by who? Whom? Dr. Hall corrects.
I wouldn't get all grammar Nazi on someone sitting behind you with a paddle in his hands, Alvarez says.
Academic reflex, Dr. Hall replies.
Sorry. You didn't answer the question, Alvarez states. Who helped you?
I'd rather not talk about it, Dr. Hall says. It didn't end well for him.
It wasn't another agent, was it? Alvarez asks. A man named Zakarian?
What? No, not another agent, Dr. Hall replies. A boy, or teenager, I guess. He wasn't a child, but he wasn't an adult either. He had a life ahead of him. He didn't deserve to die that way.
Alvarez waits for a minute. How did he die?
No, Dr. Hall says.
No? Doctor, you brought him up, Alvarez says. It's good to talk about these things. Trust me. I've lost friends and seen horrific things in my time. You don't want that stuff sitting inside you, festering and getting worse.
Dr. Hall is silent for a long while, then clears his throat. His name was Thomas. His mom died of cancer. I saw it happen. None of her medical equipment was working anymore because of the power outage. She didn't last long.
Jesus, Alvarez whispers.
Yeah, Dr. Hall responds. Jesus, indeed. The boy, Thomas, came with me. Or more accurately, I went with him. He knew the streets better than I did, and he had some gun training because of his mom's job.
What does that mean? What was his mom's job? Alvarez asks.
We made it a few blocks, Dr. Hall continues, obviously ignoring Alvarez's questions. We cut through yards and took shortcuts. But then we got to a park.
What happened in the park?
You see them every day when you go walking, Dr. Hall says, his voice rising in pitch. They're all over the mall. Flocks of dozens, flocks of hundreds, and you never think twice about what would happen if they attack. A lone gunshot, coming from D.C. and not Alexandria, but far off. There isn't a second one.
Doctor, what happened in that park? Alvarez asks.
Dr. Hall whispers something, but Alvarez doesn't catch it.
What was that?
We ran, Dr. Hall says. We tried to get away. Thomas kicked at them, tried to kill them, but you know that doesn't work. We didn't really know then, so we didn't realize the danger we were in. Plus, they're so small. Even with the numbers, you just don't think they can kill you.
What can?
Those things, Dr. Hall says. Almost in answer, some of the ooze creatures start to moan and screech, then taper off until only the clunk of ice against the canoe is heard once more. I should have helped him, Dr. Hall says. But I didn't know how to. If I'd stayed, then they would have gotten me too. They were small, but they knew how to swarm, just like they'd swarm a statue or a tourist tossing out peanuts. It hits Alvarez then what the doctor is talking about.
Pigeons. That's why you were freaking out about pigeons back in the park.
Yeah, Dr. Hall sighs, sounding somewhat relieved. Pigeons. So many pigeons.
How'd you get away? Alvarez asks.
I took the envelope with the codes and the key card, and I just ran, Dr. Hall says. I let them take that poor boy down, and I ran. Dr. Hall starts to sob, and Alvarez worries the man will drop his paddle in his grief.
Keep paddling, Doctor, Alvarez says. Focus on that.
He's about to leave the man to his trauma and grief when some of Dr. Hall's words come back to him.
Wait, did you say an envelope with codes and a keycard? Alvarez asks.
What codes? What key card?
Dr. Hall doesn't answer, just sniffs loudly, and then spits a large wad of snot into the river.
Doctor, what codes and key card? Why would a teenager have those things? Alvarez asks. Why would they be important to take from a kid who's being killed by monsters?
What? Oh, it's nothing, Dr. Hall says.
Doesn't matter now. You found me, so I'll be able to get in without a problem. Get in? Get in where? Alvarez asks.
The White House, Dr. Hall says, sniffing and spitting again. You were right. That did feel good to say. I feel lighter.
Are you saying you have codes and a key card on you that will grant you access to the White House? Alvarez asks. I need to know the truth, Doctor.
It doesn't matter, Dr. Hall says. I don't need that stuff anymore. Alvarez watches as Dr. Hall reaches into his jacket and pulls out an envelope. It's impossible to see any exact details on the envelope because of the darkness, but Alvarez knows a government envelope when he sees one. I should throw this in the water, Dr. Hall says. It'll take even more weight off.
Don't, Alvarez nearly barks. Hand it back to me.
Dr. Hall stiffens but doesn't look back. Alvarez can tell by the tension in the man that he's seriously thinking of dropping the envelope anyway. Alvarez takes a risk and sets his paddle in the bottom of the canoe, then pulls his sidearm and aims it at Dr. Hall.
Hand me the envelope, Doctor, Alvarez says. I need to see what's in there.
Dr. Hall hesitates, then his entire body deflates as his shoulders slump forward. He reluctantly hands the envelope back, but still doesn't turn to look at Alvarez.
Keep paddling while I open this, Alvarez says,
as he holsters his pistol and grabs the envelope. There's barely enough light to make out the presidential seal on the front, but Alvarez doesn't need light to know what it says. He opens the envelope and pulls out the key card inside, his eyes squinting to make out the name and face printed on the front.
Holy shit,
he finally says, as recognition dawns on him.
This is Senator Granger's.
He glances up and can see Dr. Hall shuddering with sobs as the man keeps paddling.
Are you telling me the kid who died was Senator Granger's son? You left the chairperson of the Senate Armed Services Committee's kid behind to be killed by a flock of ooze pigeons so you could save your own skin?
Dr. Hall doesn't answer, just keeps sobbing and paddling and sobbing.
Jesus Christ,
Alvarez says for the 1,000th time that day.
Jesus fucking Christ.
7.
Mom, Kyle croaks.
Can you hand me the water?
Are you joking, kid?
Lowell says as he gets up, grabs a bottle of water from the table, and tosses it to Kyle.
Have you seen your mom?
Lay off, Lowell, Lou snaps.
Sorry,
Kyle says, realizing how stupid he sounded asking his concussed mother to hand him water.
Lowell's right. I forgot.
How are you feeling? Bolton asks Kyle.
Give me symptoms.
I feel like shit, Connor, Kyle smirks. How are you feeling?
Right there with you,
Bolton smiles.
Lou?
Shittier than both of you, Lou replies, and coughs for a few seconds before she gets it under control. Even worse now. Coughing is no fun when you have a concussion. Kyle stands up and stretches, then grabs onto the arm of the couch to keep from falling over. He looks toward the barricaded door of the break room and the 3 soldiers who sit there. Holt and Toloski have their eyes and carbines trained on the blocked entrance, while Kreigel just sits and moans, his eyes staring at his bare chest and the chemical burns that bubble and blister on his skin. You guys need anything? Kyle asks. Kreigel, you want some water? The man turns his head, and Kyle flinches involuntarily at the way the stricken man looks at him. His eyes are red and puffy, his lips look almost purple, and his skin is mottled and patchy, alternating between spots of bright red and spots of almost pure white. He swallows hard and nods.
Sit,
Lowell says, pointing at Kyle.
I got this. Lowell grabs another bottle from the table and walks it over to Kreigel. He unscrews the top and tries to hand it to the man, but Kreigel's hands won't obey and just flop at his sides. "Here," Lowell says, as he tips the bottle to Kreigel's mouth and helps him drink. "Slowly, soldier. Don't choke." But even with Lowell's warning, Kreigel starts to cough and sputter. Pink-tinged water spews from his mouth, and Lowell jumps back to avoid the spray. "Is that blood?" Kyle asks. "Dude," Lowell says. "A little tact."
And now I've heard it all, Bolton says. The convicted murderer scolds the A student about tact.
"I get B's too," Kyle says. "And even a C."
"A C? In what?" Bolton asks.
"P.E.," Lou laughs, then coughs, laughs, then coughs again. "Fuck, I hate this."
"P.E.?" Bolton asks Kyle. "Seriously?"
"There was a girl," Kyle shrugs. "She had that period off, so sometimes I'd ditch and go hang with her."
"A girl?" Bolton chuckles. "Do we need to have the talk?"
"My grandma took care of that," Kyle replies, giving both his parents a pointed look. "Just like everything else."
"Uh-oh," Lowell grins. "Junior's getting all righteous on your asses. Absentee parents should probably choose their words more carefully."
"Shut up," Lou and Bolton say at the same time.
"Like that," Lowell says and claps.
"Well done. Way to stand united." Kreigel coughs hard and then doubles over, his whole body shuddering violently. He vomits up the small amount of water he was able to drink, and the color is no longer pink, but an almost black red. Toloski looks over at his teammate and tries to smile.
"You really are hellmouth now, Kreigel," Toloski says. "That ain't pretty."
Kreigel gathers his strength enough to flip Toloski off, then lies back on the floor and closes his eyes.
"It burns so much," he whispers. "I can feel it in me."
"You only got a little on you," Holt says. "You're going to be fine."
"Fat chance," Kreigel sighs. "I know what fine feels like. This is not fine."
Holt starts to reply, but stops as they all hear a scrabbling sound outside the room. The barricade groans as something places weight against it, then settles, and there's only silence. The group watches the barricade, ready for the attack they know is coming. "Why don't they push through?" Kyle asks. "They got past all that concrete out there. Some boards and furniture shouldn't be too much for them."
"Your guess is as good as mine, kid," Holt says. "There was a complete lack of ooze monster training in BUDS."
"Buds? What's that?" Kyle asks.
"SEAL training," Toloski says. "It's where the instructors try to kill you, and if you live or refuse to quit, you then get a chance to become part of the most elite fighting group in the world."
Bolton snorts.
"Got something to say, G.I. Joe?"
Holt asks.
Lowell laughs.
"He called you G.I. Joe. I sometimes call you G.I."
"Shut up, Lowell,"
Bolton says, then grins at Holt.
"Nothing to say. I'll let you froggies live in your fantasy. Green Berets know better." "Dude," Toloski says, shaking his head. "Hard to take any spec ops operator seriously with beret in his name." "Says the SEAL," Bolton replies. "They teach you to juggle balls on your nose in that BUDS training?" "Only the balls of our enemies," Toloski says.
"That didn't help your argument," Kyle says. "That's just gross." "How many kills you got, Bolton?" Holt asks. "In the field, not on Call of Duty."
"Before or after this volcano shit?"
Bolton asks.
"Before," Holt says. "If we talk about post-eruption kills, then we have to separate human and non-human. Too much work."
"And half-human,"
Kreigel mutters. "Shut the fuck up," Holt says.
"Until you glow green, you're still human."
"I never kept a body count," Bolton says, causing both Toloski and Holt to raise their eyebrows in surprise.
"No, seriously. My dad taught me never to turn men into numbers. Each kill should be personal, not a statistic."
I wouldn't sleep at night, Holt admits. I have to detach. No, I get what he's saying, Tulaski says. Each kill is personal, but I still count. 13 for me. Lucky, right?
How many have you killed? Kyle asks Holt.
24, Holt responds. 6 were fragged, but the rest were direct kills. LT said he had 46 notches, Tulaski says, but he also spent time as a sniper. 8, Bolton says. 8 confirmed kills. 8? That's it? Holt asks. How many tours? 4, Bolton says. 1 in the Balkans and 3 tours in northern Afghanistan. You must not have seen much action, Tulaski states. I saw plenty, Bolton says. Too much, really. I wounded plenty. Most of my missions were capture, not kill. Bringing in the mice for the spooks to play with, eh? Holt asks. Something like that, Bolton says. We'd bag 'em, they'd break 'em. Spooks, Holt says. Those are some scary people. Kriegel's dad was a spook, Tulaski says. Wasn't he, Hellmouth? Your dad was CIA or NSA or something like that?
I can't tell you, Kriegel gasps. Or I'd have to kill you.
The man tries to laugh, but all that comes out is a wet, choking sound. In an instant, he's balled up in a fetal position, his entire body convulsing as he struggles to breathe. Fuck, Holt says. Somebody help him. Don't think we can, Lowell states. He's beyond an ace bandage and some iodine, which is about what we got in here. Kriegel continues convulsing, black-red foam leaking from his mouth and nose. His eyes roll up into his head, and his legs kick out straight, nearly hitting Tulaski. Tulaski moves quickly, obviously not wanting to come in contact with the stricken man. Kriegel's mouth opens wide, and the sound of his jaw breaking echoes in the break room, causing almost everyone to flinch. Holy fuck, Holt says as he moves away from Kriegel as well. Look at his skin. Kriegel's splotchy skin starts turning from red and white to a bright yellow. The foam that continually pours from his mouth and nose changes color as well, and everyone stares in shock as green ooze starts pooling around his head. Then the ooze shudders and wraps itself around Kriegel's face and up over his head. I think I know why the things aren't trying to get in, Lowell says. Because one of them is already in here. We need to show kindness while we can, Bolton says, tearing his eyes from Kriegel so he can focus on the 2 SEALs who stand over their teammate. That ooze takes him over and bullets won't stop him. Holt looks up, his face twisted with anger. You make one move toward him and I'll... The 3 gunshots are deafening as Tulaski steps forward and puts 2 bullets in Kriegel's chest, then 1 in his head. What the fuck, Tulaski? Holt shouts. I never wanted to bring him in here, Tulaski says. I knew this is how it would go down. Holt starts to say something, then just shakes his head and looks around the room. Get a blanket. Cover him with something. Oh man, he stinks, Lowell says. How can he stink so bad that fast? More ammonia, Bolton says. He's leaking it. He's leaking something, Lowell says. Here, Kyle says as he shoves some jars of pickles and marmalade out of the way to get to a tattered tablecloth sitting on a shelf against the back wall. Mom has all the blankets. Thanks, Holt says as he straightens the tablecloth and lets it fall across Kriegel's body. Don't get pissy, Holt, Tulaski snaps. He was dying, and that shit was getting a hold of him. Bolton was right. We couldn't wait. It sucks, man, Holt says. It fucking sucks. All of this shit sucks. This was a rescue op, Tulaski. Get in, grab the doctor, get out. He throws up his hands and looks around the break room. We don't even know where the doctor is anymore. If she had intel, then it's lost. She didn't, Kyle says. She only told the president she did so you guys would come get her. Holt and Tulaski stare at Kyle before Holt starts laughing. He doubles over, his hands slapping his thighs as the laughter overtakes him. No one says a word until he's done and has had a moment to take a few painful breaths. It's all for nothing, Holt finally says, wiping tears from his eyes.
Not for nothing, Lou says. I got my son back, so fuck all of you.
Hey, I'm on your side, Lou, Bolton says. Ditto, Lowell says. I was with you all, not Dr. Liarpants. It's not your fault, Holt says. It just sucks. The body under the tablecloth twitches. Everyone notices. Holt and Toloski slowly step back from the covered corpse, their carbines up. Bolton takes out his pistol and aims it at the tablecloth. Lowell grabs Kyle by the arm and pulls him over to Lou. They grab the stretcher and move her up against the wall next to the shelves with the pickles and marmalade. Lowell glances over and sees a couple boxes of crackers and a bag of chicken-flavored ramen.
Is it wrong that I'm hungry right now? Lowell asks.
We're all hungry, Kyle replies.
Shut up, you two,
Lou says. The tablecloth twitches again. Then again. Stains start to spread across it, coming from the bullet holes in the body's chest and head. Gas? Toloski asks. Really? Holt replies. I'm hoping, Toloski says, as the tablecloth twitches once again. Then Kreigel sits upright, sending the top part of the tablecloth flopping into his lap. His back is to everyone, and he's facing the barricade. Green ooze is smeared across the holes in his environment suit. There should be blood from the gunshots, but there's no sign of red or even black red at all. The back of Kreigel's skull is a shredded mess, and bits of ooze-covered skull fragments fall onto his shoulders, then tumble to the floor. A candle in the corner starts to sputter, and Lowell hurries over to it, picks up another, and lights it before the first one dies.
I think light is a good idea, Lowell says.
Kreigel's head spins 180 degrees, and his eyes bulge from his face as he stares at Lowell. His mouth opens, and a loud hiss, which turns into snarls, seems to come from deep within his throat. Several hisses and snarls can be heard responding from the other side of the barricade. Bolton puts a finger to his lips and looks at Lowell. Shh! Lowell gives him a thumbs up. With his mouth open wide and his head on backward, Kreigel pushes himself up onto his feet. He wobbles for a second, then takes a step forward and quickly finds he's heading in the wrong direction. He turns his body around, then swivels his head back into a normal position. Normal, at least, for a corpse drooling green ooze from its mouth. Kreigel? Just stay put, buddy, Holt says. Stay right there, and we won't hurt you. Another hiss. Another snarl. The ooze starts to increase in volume and goes from simple drool to a continuous flow. It spreads all down his front, some covering his chest, some flowing into his suit. He takes a step. Kreigel! Just stay there, Holt orders. Come on, man. Don't make this worse than it is. It's pretty bad right now, Lowell says, getting a glare from everyone except Holt, who is solely focused on Kreigel. Kreigel takes a second step, and a third. Holt puts 2 bullets in his chest, almost hitting the exact same spots as Toloski. Kreigel stumbles back, but doesn't lose his footing. There's something in the way his legs move that worries Kyle, but the boy can't put a finger on it. A 4th step, a 5th, and Holt fires again and again, riddling Kreigel's torso with bullet holes and knocking him all the way back to the barricade. An audible click from Holt's M4 tells everyone the magazine is empty. Give me another, Holt says, his hand out to Toloski. I can't, man, Toloski says. I only have one left. Then give me that one, Holt snaps. I mean the one already in my carbine, Toloski snaps back. I have 2 magazines for mine, Bolton says. Here, Lou says, as she tosses Bolton one from her pocket. Now you have 3. Shit! Holt says, as he quickly strips his environment suit off and kicks it aside. He drops his M4 and pulls his .45 from his hip. Pistols it is. Toloski strips his suit off as well and unsnaps the holster his .45 rests in. Kyle looks down at Toloski's legs as the man struggles to step out of the suit, the elastic on the cuffs refusing to set him free. That worry comes back, and Kyle wants to warn them of something, but it still won't quite form in his mind. Drop him, Holt says. Take out the legs. Toloski and Bolton nod, Then they all open fire on Kreigel, aiming for his knees and shins.
No!
Kyle yells, as what has been bothering him finally reveals itself.
Not the legs!
As the barrage of bullets tears into Kreigel's knees and shins, copious amounts of green ooze starts pouring out of the bullet holes. While he had been standing there, his body had been leaking and his suit had been filling up. Now Holt, Toloski, and Bolton were letting all of the collected ooze out and into the break room.
Oh, fuck,
Lowell mutters. Kreigel's legs give way, and the man collapses into the pool of ooze at his feet. The green gunk splashes up into the air, but instead of falling back down immediately, it hovers there, bends over on itself, and settles to the ground, way slower than gravity would have liked.
Not good, Lowell says. I think that shit just waved at us.
The ooze pulls back and coats every inch of Kreigel's body. Once again, the man is twitching and shuddering. The body flops about for several seconds, then is up on its feet in one smooth motion.
What the fuck do we do now?
Toloski asks.
Your guess is as good as mine,
Holt says, then looks over his shoulder at Bolton.
Sergeant?
I have no fucking clue, Bolton says, as he lets his empty magazine fall and slams in a new one. He glances at Lowell.
Any ideas?
What the fuck are you asking me for?
Lowell shouts.
You're the one who figured out the gunpowder thing,
Bolton says, then looks at his 9mm and smiles.
Hold on.
He ejects the fresh magazine, bounces it in his hand, and then throws it right at Kreigel. The black metal rectangle is absorbed into the ooze instantly. Kreigel's body takes a stutter step forward, then immediately steps back. The ooze seems to turn a bright yellow for a second, then returns to its former green. The magazine is pushed out of the ooze and falls to the ground in a melted glop of metal. Kreigel awkwardly kicks at it and sends it skidding part of the way back to Bolton.
That didn't work,
Lowell says.
And was a total waste of ammo,
Toloski says.
It didn't work,
Bolton says.
No shit, Sergeant Slaughter, Lowell says. I just said that.
But why didn't it work?
Bolton asks.
When those other monsters ate the ammo, they filled up with that gray foam and died right then.
It didn't even affect the ooze.
It should have affected the ooze. All this shit came from the same fucking volcano. Why didn't it affect the ooze?
The fumes in the break room thicken, and everyone begins coughing even harder than before.
The ammonia,
Kyle says after he catches his breath.
The ooze is ammonia-based.
We don't know that, Holt says.
Call it a guess, asshole,
Lou says in defense of her son, then starts coughing and hacking.
If they are ammonia-based, or have ammonia as part of their components, then the gunpowder won't react negatively, Kyle says. It'll have no effect, really.
Ammonium nitrate, Toloski says as he looks down at the melted magazine.
Shit, Holt says. These ooze things aren't the same as the big monsters.
Or they change to fit our tactics,
Lowell says.
Don't be an idiot,
Bolton says. Kreigel lurches forward, his whole body nothing but an ooze creature now. He stumbles steps across the break room at the group as they slowly move backward until everyone has their backs against the wall. Bolton leans down and helps Lou to her feet, holding her close to him as he angles his body in front of hers. There's a clatter behind Kyle as he bumps into the shelves. He turns and looks over his head and sees the jars of pickles and marmalade.
I have an idea,
Kyle says. All eyes turn to him, and Bolton and Lou both frown as they watch their son pick up a jar of kosher dills.
Not the time for a snack, Kyle,
Bolton says.
Shut up,
Kyle says, as he tries to open the lid to the jar.
It's vinegar, dipshit.
Hey,
Lou growls.
You don't talk to people that way.
Bolton shakes his head and smiles.
No, he's right. I'm a dipshit.
He holds out his hand.
Give it here. I'll get it open.
Kyle tries to twist the lid again, then gives up and reluctantly hands it to Bolton. The man nods, then gives it a try. He grips the lid with one hand and the jar with the other and turns, but all that happens is his sweat-slicked palm slips around the rim, making zero progress.
Wipe your hands,
Lowell suggests.
Use your shirt,
Holt says.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Lou says, and takes the jar from Bolton, then looks at Toloski.
Ready?
Ready for what?
Toloski asks, as Lou throws the jar at the Kreigel ooze creature.
Oh!
Toloski takes aim and fires, shattering the jar against Kreigel. Pickles, glass, and brine coat the ooze, and the Krygl creature starts wailing and shrieking, causing everyone to clamp their hands over their ears.
Jesus, shut it up! Lowell yells.
The thing starts turning this way and that as it stumbles about the break room. Massive globs of ooze splat to the floor and lie there, their only movements a pitiful bubbling that quickly stops after a second. The Krygl creature shrieks again and again as it spins about and rushes the barricade, its hands scraping at the debris used to block the entrance.
Another one?
Kyle asks as he grabs a second jar and bounces it in his hands. He almost fumbles it and grips it tight, an apologetic smile on his face.
Sorry. Set the miracle pickles down, kid, Lowell says, or hand them over to the professionals.
I think it's about done, Bolton says, as they watch the Krygl creature start to slow and wobble. It turns about and gives one last shriek before it falls forward onto its face. The entire top half of the thing bursts open, and bubbling ooze spreads across the floor, coating the area directly in front of the barricade.
Don't step in that, Lowell says. You might slip.
That took care of that, Kyle says, then glances at the shelves.
4 jars left. There's a lot more than 4 of those things out there, Lowell says as he points at the barricade.
The air is a little better, Lou says, but still coughs. Smells like a New York deli, though.
Pickles and cat piss, Lowell says.
Nice.
The vinegar neutralized most of the ammonia,
Kyle says, then swallows hard and shakes his head. But not enough.
We'll still suffocate if we don't get out of here soon.
There's a banging against the other side of the barricade, and some of the boards and furniture shudder.
Shit,
Tolosky says.
I think the thing's won in now that we've taken down their inside man.
Another bang, and the barricade shudders more, a chair coming loose and falling to the floor.
Air vent?
Lowell asks, pointing up at a ventilation grate on the ceiling near the wall.
Back in Coeur d'Alene, you thought that only happened in movies, Bolton smirks. Then you told me your pee-pee story, Lowell shrugs.
Worth a shot.
Pee-pee story? Kyle asks. I was in a hide, Bolton says. Had to piss in a diaper and not move so it wouldn't stink.
Been there, Tolosky says. Smelled that, Holt agrees.
We're smelling it now, Lowell says. Maybe we take a look?
Another bang from the barricade.
And fast?
Fine, Bolton says. He lets Kyle take Lou and walks over to the wall. Holt is right behind him and cups his hands.
Thanks.
Bolton steps into Holt's hands and gets a boost up to the ventilation grate.
Nope,
Bolton says.
Not big enough.
I didn't think a place like this would make that mistake.
Then how the fuck do we get out of here? Lowell asks. Maybe if we had more pickles we could kill the chipmunk brigade out there, but we don't.
They all look at each other, but no one offers an answer. They turn their attention to the barricade as the banging starts up again and doesn't stop. Dr. Probst glares at Dr. Bennett as he comes into the infirmary, his face drawn and tired, looking like he's gone 20 rounds with a heavyweight champ. In a way, on an intellectual level, he had.
Are you fucking joking with these things?
Dr. Probst asks as she strains against the restraints.
So, I am a prisoner then?
No, Dr. Bennett says, as he hurries over to the exam table as fast as his exhausted legs can carry him. He quickly undoes the restraints on Dr. Probst's legs and wrists.
I'm actually surprised you're awake. It's close to 2 in the...
The punch comes fast and hard, and Dr. Bennett stumbles back against a tray of instruments. Medical equipment tumbles to the floor as Dr. Probst pushes off the table and closes on Dr. Bennett.
I don't care what time it is, Dr. Probst snaps. I just care about getting the hell out of here as fast as possible.
You can't, Dr. Bennett sighs, rubbing his chin. He holds up his hands as he sees the look of anger on Dr. Probst's face.
Don't hit me again.
It's not my call. Burkhorst has decided you're now a permanent guest.
Permanent guest?
Dr. Probst asks, her jaw dropping.
I am a prisoner. You lying asshole!
She closes on Dr. Bennett, but the man quickly moves out of swinging range and puts another exam table between them.
You have skills we need,
Dr. Bennett says.
That's why you get to be a guest and aren't being tossed into the substance. You have no idea how much convincing it took to get Burkhorst to agree to this. Don't mess it up by proving her point that you are volatile and a risk to the facility. I'll find a way out, Dr. Probst says. I didn't live through everything up there to be some mad scientist's token geologist. You don't want to go topside, Dr. Bennett says. We did readings, and the entire area is unsafe. Why? More monsters? Dr. Probst sneers. I can handle monsters. The amount of ammonia gas is at unsustainable levels, Dr. Bennett says. You'll be dead in a couple hours as soon as you step out of the warehouse. Unsustainable? Dr. Probst asks. Then what about my friends? What about the Navy SEALs and the others? We can't leave them up there. We have to, Dr. Bennett says. We can't leave here either. None of us. The warehouse doors stay locked when the elevator is engaged and up top. There's no way to go up, open the doors, get your friends, and get back inside. Burkhorst will lock the elevator down and leave us up there. She knows everything that happens around here. Not everything, Dr. McDaniel says from the doorway, Dr. Mannering right behind her. There's another way, but it leads into the other side of the bunker. That's where Kyle and Marshall Morgan are, Dr. Probst says. And Bolton and that Lowell. Anson Lowell, Dr. Mannering says. He doesn't have to come down here too, does he? Why? Dr. Probst asks. We've read his file, Dr. McDaniel says. We just read all their files. Lowell is not a good person. Yeah, I said that, Dr. Probst says. No, he's like a really, really bad person, Dr. Mannering insists. Killed judges and cops. Kidnapped a little girl. He killed federal prison guards and some inmates. The guy is a real animal. Oh, Dr. Probst responds, looking for confirmation from the others and getting it by the looks on their faces. I didn't know it was that bad. He's been in prison since he was a teenager, Dr. McDaniel says. For good reason. Okay, so he's a killer. But is he evil? I don't think so. He did come up with a way to kill the monsters, Dr. Probst says. That has to be worth something. A way to kill the monsters? Dr. McDaniels asks. What kind of way? You lure them in with diesel fuel, then feed them ammunition, Dr. Probst says. The gunpowder reacts with their systems and forms a type of foam. I wanted to study it, but the second eruption hit and I didn't get a chance. Gunpowder? Dr. Mannering asks, looking at Dr. McDaniels. A foam? Interesting, Dr. McDaniels responds. You said it was gray? Yeah, Dr. Probst says. Gray and thick. Graphite reaction? Dr. Mannering asks. How? Dr. McDaniels responds. There isn't enough graphite in gunpowder to make that kind of reaction. Could the creatures have graphite in their systems already? Dr. Mannering wonders. Possible, Dr. McDaniels says. But that would be a new development. Previous tests didn't indicate any hint of graphite. Gunpowder would not— Shut up! Dr. Probst snaps. My people may know more about it and didn't have time to tell me. We get them, and then you'll have all the information. Valid argument, Dr. Mannering says. Saving lives in the first place was a valid argument, Dr. McDaniel says. You know what I mean, Dr. Mannering says. If you're going to do it, then now is the time, Dr. Bennett says, while Burkhorst is asleep. He looks at Dr. McDaniels and frowns. Are you going where I think you are? I am, Dr. McDaniels replies. Dr. Bennett sighs and shakes his head. You're an incredible scientist, Valerie, but you're no longer in your prime. That climb won't be easy for a woman of your age. Dr. McDaniels' face scrunches up in anger, and she starts to reply, but stops and nods as she takes a couple of deep breaths. I know, Dr. McDaniels admits. Clark can go. I what? Dr. Mannering exclaims. Hold on now, Valerie. I agreed that Burkhorst was being short-sighted in her normal dictatorial way, but I never said I'd go topside through those things to get a group of people that may or may not have answers we need. That wasn't part of our deal. Go topside through what things? Dr. Probst asks Dr. Mannering. What are you afraid of? Purge shafts, Dr. McDaniels answers. Intense, directed fire tunnels that can cleanse the entire topside bunker of all life. Of all everything, Dr. Mannering corrects. Think of the bunker as a cremation chamber. The purge shafts send the flames in. Once done, all that the bunker will hold is ashes.
4,200 degrees Fahrenheit, Dr. McDaniel says. A person would be roasted down to their bones in less than a second.
The walls of the bunker can handle that kind of heat? Dr. Probst asks. I would think the structural integrity would be compromised. It would all collapse in on itself.
That would be the point, Dr. McDaniels replies. It's a last resort, to say the least.
But how would this facility stay shielded? Dr. Probst asks. When the Twin Towers came down on 9/11, the temperatures were close to 2,800 degrees. That melted steel columns and brought them to the ground. Are you telling me this facility can withstand almost twice that heat?
This facility can withstand temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun, Dr. McDaniels admits.
That's not possible, Dr. Probst responds. That would be like 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Some materials may handle that heat in short doses, but there's no way that the entire structure could survive. Just no way.
There is a way, Doctor, Dr. McDaniels says, or we wouldn't be here. Right now, the entire eastern sector of this facility is fighting back temperatures well above the surface of the sun. Granted, we have no idea how or why, but the materials exist to make this all possible.
I can't even comprehend what you're telling me, Dr. Probst says. I've studied volcanoes my entire adult life, so I know something about the effects of heat. There's nothing on Earth that can withstand those temperatures.
No, Dr. Probst, there is not, Dr. McDaniel says. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Dr. Probst stumbles back a little, her eyes going from each doctor, back and forth. She puts a hand to her forehead to check for fever, but feels nothing out of the ordinary. Dr. McDaniel steps forward and gently places a hand on her arm. There are more mysteries to this universe than we'll ever know, Dr. McDaniel says. Don't worry yourself over building materials. We have larger things to deal with.
No pun intended, Dr. Mannering says.
Clark? Shut up, Dr. McDaniel says.
Dr. Probst smiles at Dr. McDaniels and pats her hand. Fine. Show me the purge shafts. We need to get my friends before it's too late.
It may already be, Dr. Bennett frowns. Unless they've figured out a way to keep themselves isolated, the ammonia levels are already at lethal levels. I'm not saying you shouldn't try, but I am saying you should be prepared for what you may find up there.
If this whole fucking nightmare has taught me one thing, Doctor, Dr. Probst replies, it's that I'm prepared for fucking anything.
She winces.
That didn't come out right.
We get what you mean, Dr. McDaniel says. The shaft towers above Dr. Probst's head, rise far, far into the darkness above.
We have to climb this ladder?
Dr. Probst asks, pointing at the caged ladder to her right.
All the way up there?
Yeah, Dr. Mannering says, as he squats on the ground, busy checking and double-checking 2 sets of air tanks and breathing masks. Technically, it's only 4 levels to get topside, but each level is quadruple the height of a normal story, plus there are buffer zones in between each level.
For containment,
Dr. Probst says. Precisely, Dr. Mannering nods. He stands up and hands a set of tanks to Dr. Probst.
I assume you know how to use this? If you've been around volcanoes, then you've had to have...
I know how to use it, Dr. Probst says, as she takes the tanks, grunts from the weight, then awkwardly slips them onto her back, cinching the straps once they're settled on her shoulders. She lets the mask hang to the side.
You should put that on, at least on your head, Dr. Mannering says. It's going to be awkward to try to wrangle it while climbing.
I know, Dr. Probst says, as she settles the mask over her head and face. She tightens the straps to a secure fit, then eases the mask up until it rests on top of her head. I said I know how to use this.
Right.
Sorry, Dr. Mannering says, as he does the same with his gear.
Just trying to help.
Dr. Probst studies him for a minute.
Why?
What? Dr. Mannering asks.
Why what?
Why do you want to help? Dr. Probst asks.
It can't just be because my friends may have information that can help kill these monsters. So what's the real reason?
Information is a good enough reason, Dr. Mannering replies.
No, it isn't,
Dr. Probst says.
Why?
Dr. Mannering pauses at the base of the ladder, his left hand gripping one of the rungs. He looks up into the infinite darkness and shakes his head. Do you know what's happening up there, Dr. Probst? Dr. Mannering asks. Do you know what's really happening? I don't know the cause, no, Dr. Probst says. But I could safely venture to say that we are under attack. No, that's just a byproduct, Dr. Mannering says dismissively. A reaction to what is happening. The monsters, or creatures, or whatever they are no more significant than a pine tree or a rock. They mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. What is this grand scheme? Dr. Probst asks. You don't really know? Dr. Mannering asks. No, tell me, Dr. Probst insists. I'm too tired to figure it all out right now. It's the end of the world as we know it, Dr. Mannering says. And no one feels fine. No one. Yes, I figured once 1,000-foot monsters crawled out of a giant hole in the continent, the way things were might be at an end, Dr. Probst says. But thank you for pointing it out. No, you don't get it, Dr. Mannering says. I don't mean the end as in a shift. I mean the end. All life on Earth is about to be no more. The reset button has been hit, and it's all starting over. Humanity, gone. Flora and fauna, gone. This is the apocalypse, Dr. Probst. Then call me Cheryl, Dr. Probst says. What? Dr. Mannering asks, stunned. Call me Cheryl, Dr. Probst repeats. If the world is over, then use my first name. Dr. Probst is not how I want to be remembered. My parents named me Cheryl, so that's what I want to die being called. Who said you were dying? Dr. Mannering asks. You did, Dr. Probst replies. You said the world is over. This is the apocalypse. It stands to reason my death, our deaths, are imminent. No, I haven't explained myself very well, Dr. Mannering says. You asked why I'm really trying to help rescue your friends, and I said because everything up there is going to die. Up there, topside, not down here, Cheryl. This facility can withstand anything. I'm helping because we need more people down here if we're going to save the human race. Whoa, Dr. Probst responds. Are you saying you're helping so we have more people down here to... What? Breed? Oh, shit, no. I didn't mean it to sound so gross, Dr. Mannering says. Whatever happens will happen. I'm just saying that if humanity wants a shot at continuing, then we'll need as many survivors as possible. There are other facilities in this world like this where others are doing the same thing. Dr. Mannering blanches at the admission, and Dr. Probst can instantly see the fear in his features. Shit, he whispers. I shouldn't have said that. Other facilities? Dr. Probst asks. What other facilities? Not my place to say, Dr. Mannering replies, and starts to climb up the ladder. Forget what I just said, please. There's no way in fucking hell I'm going to forget that you just told me there are more facilities like this, Dr. Probst laughs. Yes, you are, Dr. Mannering snaps as he looks down at her, a wild intensity to his gaze. You will never mention what I said. You will never even hint that I said it. If you do, then there's no point to any of this, understood? With feigned ignorance, you have a chance. Feigned ignorance? Dr. Probst asks. Why? When has ignorance ever been a good thing? When you don't want the director of the facility to eject you into the substance, Dr. Mannering says. Because that will be your fate. Unless she's in a good mood, then you'll just get a bullet to the head. You have no idea where you are, Cheryl. It's better you don't. For now. Jesus fucking Christ, Dr. Probst replies. What fucking rabbit hole is this place? Dr. Mannering responds in a way she doesn't expect. He laughs. And not just a simple chuckle, but with a full belly laugh that echoes throughout the shaft, dying off far above their heads. If we knew what this rabbit hole was, Cheryl, Dr. Mannering answers, then none of this would be happening. To be perfectly honest, no one has a fucking clue where we are or what this place is. No one ever has. He glances up at the climb ahead. Come on, this will take a while. How old is this facility? Dr. Probst asks as she grabs onto the ladder. If you get too exhausted to climb, then just say so, Dr. Mannering says, ignoring Dr. Probst's question. We'll have to take breaks here and there. This won't be easy. Dr. Probst decides not to push and lets her question fall away unanswered.
Where will we come out?
Dr. Probst asks, as she places her foot on the ladder and starts her climb, surprised at how far above her Dr. Mannering already is.
We'll come out close to the front entrance, Dr. Mannering says. You said odds are they're in one of the break rooms, correct?
Correct, Dr. Probst replies.
Good,
Dr. Mannering says.
That's perfect. Well, if it's the right break room. If not, then we may have to do some searching. This shaft empties out into a break room?
Dr. Probst asks.
Really?
Close. There's another that empties into the barracks, one that empties into the cafeteria, and more that empty into other main areas, Dr. Mannering says. Anywhere people might congregate.
It's like some fucking Nazi death camp,
Dr. Probst says. Dr. Mannering freezes for a split second, then continues climbing. Dr. Probst doesn't miss the hesitation. 8. The flames from the naval station can still be seen to the south as Linda and Terry work their way through the tangle of abandoned cars that choke the street leading down to a massive marina overlooking the sound.
Technically, this is possession sound,
Linda whispers as the two women shove their supply-laden cart between two pickup trucks.
But everyone calls it the sound, which is what they call Puget, so in the end it all becomes one sound.
Good to know, Terry says and holds up a hand. She rests against one of the pickup truck's bumpers and pulls off her face mask. She wipes the sweat from her brow and looks up into the night sky, seeing nothing but blankness far above. The ash cloud is so high and so dense that even the reflections from the horrible conflagration far behind them barely register. Terry can see flickers and hints of the light on the cloud, but if she didn't know it was because Naval Station Everett was burning to the ground, then she wouldn't have given them a second thought. She starts to speak, then coughs and chokes on the air and quickly puts her face mask back on. A couple breaths of the filtered air, and she nods to Linda, then down at the marina below.
This island you know of, Terry says. You said it was secluded. That marina doesn't look like a place that caters to secluded.
It doesn't, Linda replies,
but it'll have a few more boats to choose from than the smaller marinas.
A boat without an engine, I presume, Terry responds.
Yes, Linda says. If I can find us a small sailboat, then we'll be good. If not, then we row.
We just walked 10 miles, Linda, Terry says, the pain of the hike evident in her voice. I'm bleeding through my dressings for sure. What do you think rowing will do to my sutures?
I'll row,
Linda states as she holds out her hand. Terry takes it and is helped up as she shakes her head. You're not going to row us and our supplies across the water to whatever island of yours we're going to, Terry says. You have to be as exhausted as I am.
I'm a lot younger,
Linda says.
I can handle it.
Yeah, you keep playing that age card, girl, Terry says. We'll see how far it gets you.
Farther than you, Linda laughs. Now come on. We're going to want to get to a boat and out on the water before the sun comes up. I don't want to get caught in the open with those things out there when dawn comes around.
What makes you think they aren't nocturnal? Terry asks.
Nothing, Linda says. But if they do attack us in the dark, at least we won't see them coming. It'll be over before we know it.
Not sure I completely agree with that philosophy, but I do see your point, Terry replies as she grabs one of the handles of the cart. Let's go then. We're burning darkness. Biscuit, who had been sniffing around the various abandoned vehicles, gives a sharp bark as he starts backing away from a Mercedes SUV. He retreats to Terry's side, his hackles up, and continues barking until Terry places a hand on his head and makes a clicking noise with her tongue. His barks subside into low growls. Come on out, Terry says. My dog doesn't lie. I know you're in the vehicle. Terry reaches into the cart and pulls out an M4. She racks the slide and puts the weapon to her shoulder. I don't plan on asking again, Terry says. Come on out, or I send some bullets in.
We should just keep going, Linda says. Who cares if someone's in there?
I do, Terry says.
I don't want to be searching this marina for a boat when I know someone is at my back.
Terry moves forward carefully and taps the barrel of her carbine against the back window of the SUV.
I said come out, Terry snaps. Hands up, nice and easy.
The SUV rocks to the side a little, then the rear hatch is cracked open and a hand pushes it up enough for the hydraulics to kick in and lift it all the way.
Don't shoot, please,
a man says as he shows Terry his hands.
We weren't going to do anything to you. I just needed a place to sleep.
Who's we?
Terry asks, nodding towards the vehicle. Who else do you have in there?
Listen, please, we don't want trouble,
the man says.
Please don't rob us. All we have are some blankets. No food and no water. I swear, okay? There's nothing you want in here.
The man starts coughing and automatically lowers his hands to cover his mouth, but Terry moves forward quickly and thrusts the M4 in his face.
Keep those hands up, she orders.
It's hard to breathe,
the man says, as he tries to get his coughing under control.
The air is better in here. Please, just let me close the door. Please.
He coughs some more and is quickly echoed by 2 more coughs from inside the SUV. His eyes go wide as Terry tries to look past him and deeper into the vehicle at whoever is bundled up in the wad of blankets.
Show yourself, Terry orders.
The coughs continue. A quiet moan is also heard, and Terry glares at the man.
Everyone out, now, she says.
Please,
the man pleads.
Get out of the vehicle, Terry says.
Terry, don't,
Linda says and moves closer.
Linda, get back,
Terry snaps.
We don't know who...
Oh, shut up,
Linda says.
I thought you said you had a grandson.
Linda smiles at the man whose eyes are locked onto Terry's weapon.
Can't you tell the difference between the coughs of an adult and a child?
Linda pulls back one of the blankets to reveal the dirty face of a small girl, maybe 6 years old.
Hey there, sweetie,
Linda says, and crouches down so her face is level with the girl's.
What's your name?
The girl doesn't answer, just tries to burrow down lower into the blankets.
It's okay. We won't hurt you,
Linda says, then looks over her shoulder at Terry.
Will we?
Linda, step away from there, Terry says. We don't know who this man is or what he's capable of.
I'm capable of nothing,
the man says, the agony of grief on his face.
Just running and hiding. You could be holding a pencil, lady, and you'd still take me. I'm useless.
You're not helping your case, Terry says.
Linda gets up and deliberately puts herself between Terry and the man.
Hey, Terry exclaims. Knock it off, Linda says,
then focuses on the man.
What's her name?
What? The man asks.
Your daughter,
Linda says, nodding at the blankets.
I assume she's your daughter?
The man nods.
What's her name? Lana,
the man replies.
I'm Lester Renault. Are you military? With those clothes and those masks, you must be military.
He looks past Linda at the glow of the far-off burning base.
Are there more of you coming?
No, Linda says. There are no more coming. Not that we know of. Why are you and your daughter here, Lester?
Daughters, Lester says. My oldest is in here too. Chrissy. She's not... well.
Terry, grab 3 of the extra masks, please, Linda says. Terry starts to argue, then a racking cough and a couple more moans stop her. She lowers, then slings her carbine and turns to the cart. Biscuit growls some more, but stops when the coughing in the SUV turns toward the painful. He whines a little and bumps against Terry's leg.
Yeah, I know, boy, Terry says. We're going to help them.
You are? Why?
Lester asks, visibly confused.
Why wouldn't we?
Linda asks.
You're human beings.
She points toward the base.
The things back there are what we really need to be afraid of.
Terry and Lester snort at the same time.
That's a bit naive, Terry says. There's no scarier monster on this planet than a desperate person.
She walks over and hands Lester a face mask.
Put yours on first, then get them on your daughter's.
Like on an airplane,
Lester says, as he tugs the mask over his head. He takes several deep breaths, fogging up the mask instantly, then laughs.
I never thought the smell of plastic and rubber would be so nice.
He turns and lifts the blankets to reveal Lana as she drapes herself across an older girl of about 16. The older girl has bandages wrapped around much of her face, and it's obvious, even in the dim light, that blood has soaked through them completely.
Jesus Christ,
Linda exclaims as she hurries forward. Lana jumps and scurries into her father's arms, and Linda holds out a hand.
Sorry, sweetie, I didn't mean to scare you.
She pats Lester on the shoulder.
I need to get in there. Can you move, please? I'm a nurse. Oh, thank God, Lester says.
Well, that statement balances out your blasphemy, Linda, Terry says. You a religious man, Lester?
I am now,
Lester says as he moves away from the SUV, Lana wrapped in his arms.
Who wouldn't be?
Amen to that, Terry says. Set her down and get that mask on her. She needs filtered air ASAP.
Right, yes, of course,
Lester says as he sets a reluctant Lana down and struggles to get the face mask over her head as the little girl squirms and fights it. Hey now, Terry says. Let your father put that on, all right? It'll help you breathe just like him. Lana's struggles lessen but don't completely stop, and Terry smiles at the girl's willingness to keep up the fight.
I need light,
Linda says as she crouches over Chrissy, her body scrunched up in the tight space of the SUV.
Terry, can you grab a candle and some glow sticks?
Sure, Terry says, and reaches into the cart for the supplies. She grabs 2 candles and a handful of glow sticks, then holds them out. Give these to her. Lester nods and relays the supplies to Linda.
Thanks,
Linda says.
And I'll also need...
Right here, Terry says, already holding out the med kit.
But I don't think I need to remind you about the time.
No, you don't, Linda says, as she takes the offered med kit and sets it next to Chrissy's head. She cracks a couple of glow sticks and holds them over the bloody bandages. She studies the dressings for a second, then shakes her head.
These are old and dirty. If I take them off here, they'll rip the skin right off her face and possibly make whatever wounds are underneath even worse.
There isn't much skin to rip, Lester whispers as he holds his hands over Lana's ears. They took most of it. Terry and Linda look at the man, their faces mirroring each other's shock. What are you talking about? Terry asks. Who did what to your daughter?
Men, Lester says. A lot of men. They ambushed us. We were coming from Granite Falls, hoping to find a ship to get us out of here when everything went dead. Our flashlights, our radio, everything. We'd just gotten to this side of Lake Stevens when they came out of nowhere.
They took you and your daughters? Terry asks. How'd you get away?
I waited until they were occupied, Lester says quietly. They had us for a day. When they were done with Chrissy, I grabbed her and Lana and ran.
How were they occupied? Terry asks. Weren't you being guarded?
They weren't very organized or smart, Lester replies. I got my hands free while they had Chrissy. They dumped her at my feet and then started in on. I took the opportunity and I got my girls out of there. I did what I needed to do. I want Mommy, Lana whimpers behind her mask.
Oh, dear Lord, Terry says.
What?
Linda asks, looking up from her cursory examination of Chrissy. You left your wife behind, didn't you? Terry asks Lester. That's why the men were occupied. They had your wife. Lester starts to sob, and he clutches Lana to him.
She told me to, Lester says. She knew what was coming, especially after what they did to Chrissy. She said I needed to get Lana out of there. That was the plan. Get Lana to safety.
But you got both your daughters out, Terry says. You saved them both.
Because I sacrificed my wife, Lester cries. See? I'm useless.
Terry gets right in Lester's face, and he cringes, but she grips him by the shoulders. You are not useless. You did not sacrifice your wife. She sacrificed herself for her family. She knew what was coming, and she gave you the chance to run, to save your little girl. You did better than that and saved both girls.
But what kind of man? Shut up, you moron! Terry snaps and shakes him hard.
If you'd had the chance to sacrifice yourself for your girls, would you have?
Yes. Yes, of course, Lester replies.
Then don't you dare ruin your wife's memory by lessening what she did for you, Terry says. Once they were done with her, they would have started in on Lana. But you made sure that didn't happen. Your wife made sure that didn't happen. Honor that.
Lester stares at her through the moisture in his face mask. He takes it off and wipes his face, then puts it back on and nods.
You're right,
Lester says.
but it doesn't make it any easier.
No, I suppose it doesn't, Terry says. And it never will. That pain you feel? Own it, Lester. It's yours and can't be taken away. Own it and use it, because pain is what we have now. Pain is what the Lord has given us, and He has given that gift for a reason.
What reason? Lester asks. What reason could God have for this kind of hurt?
So we never forget, and we never quit, Terry says.
She turns and looks out at the black water that laps at the marina's docks below.
We are going someplace that may keep us safe until we know what to do next. But that's not the end. My own daughter and grandson are out there somewhere, and I will find them. I'll use my pain to never give up on them. When the time is right, that pain will be my fuel. It will drive me to them, and then I will ask God what's next for me.
Oh, is all Lester can say in reply. A quiet, simple, oh.
Help me get her into the cart, Linda says. We'll wheel her down to the docks. Hopefully we can find a sailboat we can use. Oh, I know the perfect one, Lester says. I found it before the air got so bad. It's tied to the third dock down. A sweet little sloop, maybe 25 feet. Plenty of room for all of us. It was going to be a struggle on my own, but with you two to help, we can get it out on the water in no time.
You know how to sail? Linda smiles.
Well, yeah, Lester nods. That's why I brought my girls here. I've been sailing since I could walk. The original plan was for all of us to get on a boat and sail as far out as we can in hopes of finding a ship that could take us away from the U.S. That was the original plan. But the air got too bad, so you huddled up here and hoped to wait it out? Linda asks. I didn't think the air would get better, Lester says quietly. I knew at some point I'd have to open the car and end it all. I don't have a gun to do it. That would have been a shitty way to die, Linda says. No one needs to suffocate on ammonia gas. Is that what that is? Lester asks. I thought I knew that smell.
Terry takes a few steps away and frowns, then looks back at the others. I don't see any of those broken eggs here, Terry says. That's good.
No, they didn't hit land, Lester says. I watched them all fall into the sound.
Terry and Linda share a look.
What?
Lester asks. Is that bad? Terry looks out at the dark water.
Well, it's not good, Terry says.
Alvarez and Dr. Hall struggle to get the canoe up out of the Potomac and onto shore.
I don't know why we don't just leave it in the river, Dr. Hall says.
Because it may not be secure,
Alvarez says, as he pulls his pistol and scans the area.
We might need to get back in the water ASAP.
Really?
Dr. Hall sighs.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, me neither, Alvarez says.
So let's keep it quiet, okay? You've already left a trail of bodies, Doctor. I don't need to be part of that.
Dr. Hall stays silent as Alvarez steps away from the canoe and motions for Dr. Hall to follow him. The two men slowly make their way up the short riverbank and into Gravelly Point Park.
Why did we get out on this side? Dr. Hall whispers. Why not the other side? That's closer to the White House.
Because I'm supposed to meet up with other agents here, Alvarez says.
He nods toward the dark shadow of the Rochambeau Memorial Bridge that looms a few yards away.
That was the plan. If they aren't here, then we get across the bridge to the D.C. side. It's only about 2 miles to the White House from there.
A lot can happen in 2 miles, Dr. Hall says.
I know, Alvarez says. Which is why I need to see if Agent Zakarian is here. We could use the help.
Dr. Hall has no argument against that and drops his questioning. His eyes flit from shape to shape as they hurry through the park and over to the street on the far side. An on-ramp is right before them, thankfully free of cars. The next bridge over is not so empty, and Dr. Hall can see the pile-up of vehicles that clogs the on- and off-ramps, glad they aren't using that one.
Down,
Alvarez whispers. He reaches back and swats at Dr. Hall.
Get down and don't say a word.
Dr. Hall complies quickly and crouches low against the ground as Alvarez squat walks his way out into the street, his pistol moving from side to side. There's a slight scrape of something on concrete, and Dr. Hall has to use all of his willpower to not cry out. He scoots over and presses himself against the concrete of the bridge, hoping to become invisible in the night. He has no illusions that the ooze creatures can't see in the dark, since their continual screeches and wails followed them along the riverbank for most of their trip in the canoe. His professional guess is that they have nocturnal vision or can see in the thermal ranges. That thought leads to a guess as to what the creature's exact physiology is, which leads to him wondering what, if anything, can stop the monsters. In a way, he almost wishes he can face one of the giant monsters from the satellite images he saw down in the White House's Situation Room. Despite their enormity, they were solid and followed some basic tenets of zoology. Arms, legs, heads, bodies. They were knowable. But the ooze creatures? They made Dr. Hall's head hurt. They shouldn't exist. They aren't like anything he's ever encountered. They start as a substance, an ooze that comes from jelly eggs that fall from the sky, released by monsters that also defy explanation. But the stingrays at least have form, whereas the ooze has none until it takes the form of whatever it attacks. These thoughts run through his mind as he squints into the night in order to keep Alvarez in sight. Dr. Hall never even hears the sounds from above him.
Hands where we can see them,
a voice commands quietly.
Slowly. You get twitchy, and I put a bullet through the top of your head, asshole.
Dr. Hall lets out a small squeak and complies, raising his hands into the air. He starts to glance up.
Don't move,
the voice says.
Eyes on the ground. You stay right there, you understand?
Dr. Hall doesn't move.
You can nod if you understand, the voice says.
Dr. Hall nods. Rough hands grab him from behind, and one wraps around his mouth while another twists his left arm up behind his back. He panics and starts to thrash, but a hard shove on his arm ends that with a wrenching pain. Dr. Hall tries to find the shape of Alvarez, but he can't see the man anywhere. He is dragged backward to one of the bridge's pilings, then lifted up and spun about. The barrel of a pistol is jammed against his left eye, and Dr. Hall just stands there, his right eye trying to get a look at his attacker.
Shh,
the man says, and pats him down quickly.
He's clean, except for this.
The man with the gun holds out Dr. Hall's kitchen knife. Another man comes walking out of the dark and takes the knife, then smiles at the doctor.
This won't do much against those things out there, the new man says. But it probably works better than bullets.
Yeah,
Dr. Hall says, instantly feeling stupid for the inane response.
We good?
The voice from above asks, and Dr. Hall involuntarily looks up.
3?
Dr. Hall asks.
3 of you?
That you know of, the man with the pistol says. The man next to him, the one still holding Dr. Hall's knife, glances up and nods.
We're good, he says. This guy is soft. He shouldn't be a problem.
I'm not soft,
Dr. Hall pouts.
I made it this far.
Yeah, you did, the pistol man agrees.
But how far? Who are you, and where are you coming from?
Where are you going is the better question,
the second man says.
I'm just a guy, Dr. Hall says. Just a guy looking for a safe place. No such thing around here anymore, the pistol man says.
If you wanted safe, then you should have left with everyone else during the main evac,
the man with the knife adds.
That would have been the best idea.
I didn't have time, Dr. Hall replies. I was busy.
Busy with what? The knife man asks.
What's your fucking name?
Thomas, Dr. Hall replies, not sure why he refuses to tell the men who he really is. But after everything the past couple of days, he doesn't feel the need to trust anyone.
Thomas Granger.
Thomas Granger? The knife man asks. No, it's not. You're a shitty liar. Tell us who you are, and then we'll figure out where you're going next.
Why? Dr. Hall asks. What's it matter who I am? If you're going to rob me, then you're done. You took my knife. I don't have anything else. If you're going to kill me, then just kill me. You don't need to know who I am.
So you admit you're not Thomas Granger? The knife man asks.
I admit nothing, except I'm just a guy who wants to get someplace safe, Dr. Hall replies. He's half lying, the pistol man says. He does want to get someplace safe, but he's not just a guy. I can hear it in his voice. What are you hiding?
A partner, Alvarez says from a few yards away, his pistol pointed at the men. Now, lower your weapons and back away from my man. I don't think so, the pistol man responds. Not going to happen, sir, the knife man says. It would be best if you set your gun down and backed away from it. You're interfering with government business. We have an important job to do, and this man is part of that.
Alvarez lowers his gun and leans forward.
Colin? Alvarez asks. Neil?
The two men freeze, then start laughing.
Fucking A, Alvarez!
Agent Neil Neff says as he backs off from Dr. Hall and holsters his pistol.
You're lucky you didn't get shot, man.
We're glad to see you, Agent Colin Whittier says as he drops the knife and extends his hand. Alvarez comes over and grasps the man's hand, then does the same with Neff.
Are you two all that's left? Where's Zakarian? Alvarez asks.
Behind you, Zakarian says, his pistol held to the side.
You got sloppy, Paolo. You forgot to look up. I knew someone was up there, Alvarez says. I just hoped I could get to the doctor first. I knew it was him, Whittier says. Even in the dark, he was easy to spot. Didn't see you, though. Good stealth. Thanks, Alvarez says, then looks up at the bridge. We should get going.
Whoa! You want to tell us where the rest of your team is?
Zakarian asks. Do I need to? Alvarez says. You're missing a couple men. I'm betting they turned out the same as mine did.
The eggs?
Zakarian asks. The eggs, Alvarez says.
You know what those things are?
Neff asks Dr. Hall.
No, Dr. Hall says, but I know enough to stay away from them. The ooze overtakes its victims and absorbs them, becoming like them, but obviously not the same.
No shit, Sherlock, Whittier says.
So we pretty much know what you know,
Zakarian says as he walks up to Dr. Hall.
I lost good men trying to find you. I really, really fucking hope that's not all you know.
He knows more, Alvarez says. A lot more. Or he thinks he does.
Thinks isn't worth dead agents, Zakarian insists. Theories are all there are, Dr. Hall says. No one in this world knows what's happening. But if my theory is correct, then we will at least, maybe, know what we're dealing with.
Oh? And what is that? Zakarian asks. Something really fucking big, Alvarez says.
We already know that, Zakarian laughs. Big, giant monsters. That's old news.
No, Alvarez insists. Bigger.
More like miles bigger, not feet or yards, Dr. Hall says. Something so large it'll be tearing itself out of the Earth's crust, possibly destroying the world when it emerges. The other agents go silent as they stare at Dr. Hall. Zakarian finally tears his eyes away and glances at Alvarez.
You buy that? He asks. I don't want to, Alvarez says. But yeah, I'm buying.
Fuck me, Neff says. What the fuck is going on? The end of the world, Dr. Hall says. Unless I can get to the White House.
Well, we have a much better shot than before, Alvarez replies. We should get going.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem, Zakarian says. There's a reason we waited here for you so long.
It wasn't because it was the plan? Alvarez asks.
I wish, Zakarian replies. But we assumed you didn't make it. It was a safe assumption.
I don't see what the issue is, Alvarez asks. Is the bridge blocked?
In a way, Whittier says. We should show him. Come on, Zakarian says. You won't like this. He motions for Alvarez and Dr. Hall to follow, then makes his way to the on-ramp and hikes up to the bridge. They get to the top and weave past a few cars that sit across the lanes.
Halfway across the bridge, Alvarez and Dr. Hall see the issue. "That stopped you?" Alvarez asks as he points to the gap in the bridge. A huge section has collapsed into the river, and except for parts of the railing, there's nothing left for a good 30 feet. "We can just use the railings to climb across."
"Oh, wow! We never thought of that," Neff snaps.
"Goodson was with us too," Whittier says. "He tried it first." Zakarian kneels down and pries a hubcap off one of the cars. He walks over to the gap, but makes sure to stay a few feet back from the edge. He glances back at Alvarez and Dr. Hall, then brings his arm back and tosses the hubcap over the open space. He rushes back to the group. Instantly, it's swarmed upon by hundreds of green, glowing ooze creatures before it makes it to the other side. The hubcap disappears instantly, taken down through the gap and into the water below. The sound of frantic splashing is heard, then silence.
What the fuck?
Alvarez says, taking a step forward. I wouldn't, Zakarian says, grabbing his arm. I don't know how, but they can tell if anything is closer than 2 feet to the edge. We've tested it.
That's insane, Dr. Hall says. We made it all the way down the river in a canoe and never saw a sign of anything in the water.
A canoe? You're joking, Neff says. No, he's not, Alvarez says. My feet are soaking wet and numb from pulling us ashore. Your feet would have been fish food if you'd kept going under the bridge, Zakarian says.
This doesn't make sense, Dr. Hall says. Fish don't act like that. Sure, there are species like piranhas that will school together in a similar manner, but they don't stay in one spot the whole time.
Those aren't fish, genius, Neff says. Fish don't glow. Technically, that's not true, Dr. Hall says. There are several species that have developed bioluminescence over time to... Those aren't fish, Alvarez interrupts. No need for a science lesson, Doctor. He looks towards the larger bridge just upriver. So, we use the Williams Bridge? Nope, Whittier says. That won't work either. You can't see it from here, but it's missing its entire westbound side and most of the eastbound. The thing shouldn't be standing. What happened? Alvarez asks. These bridges were intact when we crossed them before. A lot's changed since then, Zakarian says. A lot. And if you try to cross over there? Alvarez asks. They're there too, Zakarian says. Like little green trolls refusing to let the billy goats pass. Then we hike up to Arlington Memorial and go over that one, Alvarez says.
Gone, Neff says. Trust us, man. We reconned up and down this river. There's no way across, unless we want to go down to 495. No, Dr. Hall says. Pigeons. Say what? Neff responds. Doesn't matter, Alvarez says. We can't go south. Too many of those things. We probably don't have much time before they get here. Then what's the plan? Zakarian asks. We ford it, Dr. Hall says. We take the canoe in shifts and go back and forth across just upstream. If the school is staying here, it may not bother us. If? May? Zakarian asks. Not very confident there, Doctor. I don't know what else to do, Dr. Hall says. Have you guys been up on this bridge the whole time? Alvarez asks. Until we spotted the doctor, yeah, Zakarian says. That's why the things didn't come for us, Alvarez says. They sensed you were up here and stayed put. We leave this bridge and use the canoe, they'll be on us in seconds, is my guess. Doctor, what do you think? You're probably right, Dr. Hall says. We'll need someone to stay up here and be a distraction. That leaves a man behind, Zakarian says. Not once we get across, Dr. Hall says. The first men across then go to the other side of the bridge and provide the distraction from there. That allows the last three to get across without being spotted. Last three? Neff asks. One person has to paddle, drop off two, paddle back, and pick up the last two, Dr. Hall says. Basic math. Yeah, I hated those story problems, Neff says. That's going to take a lot of time, Zakarian says. It'll be faster than looking for a different bridge up north, Alvarez says. If any are still intact. Sounds like someone has it in for the bridges. Zakarian rubs his face for a second, then nods. Okay, we do it, Zakarian says. I'll be the distraction. Whittier, you paddle and get Paolo and Dr. Hall to the other side first. Great, thanks, Whittier says. You rowed crew in college, right?
Zakarian glares. Yeah, I didn't say I wouldn't do it, Whittier says. That's just a lot of paddling, which is way different than rowing crew, by the way. Whatever, Zakarian says. Let's hustle. The boat creaks and groans as the waves rock it back and forth. Terry sits with Lana at the tiny table in the galley down in the small cabin. The little girl is busy drawing with some crayons that were stowed in a cabinet. Terry can hear Linda and Lester above, readying the ship for departure. Biscuit lies on the floor, his warm body covering Terry's feet, which she's very grateful for. When they're ready, they're going to need my help, Terry says to Lana. That means I'll have to leave you here by yourself for a few minutes. Lana looks up from her coloring, then leans over and looks down at Biscuit.
Will he stay?
Lana asks. Yeah, Terry replies. I'll make sure he does.
Okay,
Lana says, and goes back to coloring. Okay? You're fine with that? Terry asks.
Yeah, Lana says. If Bisquick stays.
Biscuit, Terry corrects.
That's what I said,
Lana insists, never taking her eyes from her picture. Terry begins to correct her again, but stops as she hears low moans come from the bed in the back of the cabin. She pats Lana on the head, grabs one of the lit candles on the table, then gets up and goes back there, quietly pushing a pocket door out of the way so she can peek in on Chrissy, who is laid out on the full bed that takes up most of the space. Linda had replaced the girls' dressings, but Terry was with Lana the whole time, so she never got a look at Chrissy. From what Linda reported, it didn't sound good. Terry moves closer to the bed, careful to not drip wax on the bed sheets. The girls' bandages are already stained with fresh blood, and Terry doesn't have to work too hard to imagine what the poor girl looks like. Linda was very explicit, making sure Terry knew the extent of Chrissy's wounds. Most of the skin from her cheeks and forehead had been cut and peeled right off. What was left was nothing but ragged strips that clung on only because of the bandages. Whoever had done it to her knew how to use a knife and how to carve flesh. Terry instantly thinks of a scene she walked in on back when she was a U.S. Marshal before retiring to raise her grandson. A fugitive, wanted for the brutal killings of 6 sorority girls, had a similar penchant for stripping the girls of their flesh. But instead of the face, it was their backs and buttocks. Terry had no problem putting a full magazine's worth of bullets in the man when they finally caught up to him, and he made the mistake of going for his gun. Terry says a silent prayer for Chrissy, and then a silent prayer to God, that if she ever comes across the men who did this to the girl, she'll put them down just like she did that fugitive. No mercy, no second thoughts, no guilt.
Terry,
Linda calls down from above.
We need you.
Terry quickly leaves the bedroom and sets the candle down on the table. I have to go now, Terry says to Lana, then looks down at the husky wolf that shows no sign of moving. You watch over the girls, Biscuit. All she gets is a raised eyebrow and an ear twitch. Good boy. She climbs up the small steps and out onto the deck. The first thing she notices is the wind has picked up, which is good for a sailboat. The second thing she notices is that the fire in the south looks much bigger. It's growing, Lester says. It's jumped the base for sure. Looks like all of Everett is burning now. That might slow those things down, Linda says. If they're still on land, Terry says. There are really whales with tentacles? Lester asks. Giant ones? Yes, Linda says. Way bigger than normal orcas. They got mutated, Terry says. Or maybe they've always been like that and only showed up now that the devil's creatures are trying to kill us all. I don't know, but we want to avoid them if we can. Maybe going to this island isn't such a great idea, Lester says. If those things are in the water, then they'll probably come right for us. A far-off roar makes them all turn toward the glow of the flames. Land isn't going to be any safer, Terry says. There's not just those things, but the other monsters to deal with. The really big ones. The first ones. Right, Lester nods, dropping his objection. Then we should get going. Where do you want me? Terry asks. On the wheel, Lester says. We'll need you to keep it steady while we push off from the dock and then try to get the sails up. That's going to be the tricky part. This wind is picking up, and this boat will want to go with it. You have to hold on to the wheel and keep it from doing that. You'll need to turn when I say turn and straighten when I say straighten, or we'll end up against one of the other docks. Think you can do that?"
"I think I can do that," Terry says.
"Are you sure?" Linda asks, looking Terry right in the eye. "It's going to hurt."
"Everything hurts," Terry replies. "Don't worry about me."
"It's the least strenuous of the jobs," Lester says.
"I said not to worry about me," Terry says. "A sailboat is not what will break me in this world."
"What will?" Lester asks. "Oh, sorry, that was rude."
"I honestly don't know what will,"
Terry laughs. "And I don't plan on finding out while steering this boat. Let's get a move on, people. We have an island to find." "Okay, the wheel is over here," Linda says. Terry lets Linda talk her through her duty, careful to pay attention to the instructions about what starboard and port mean. She asks if they can just say left and right, but neither Linda nor Lester makes any promises. "I'm Navy," Linda says. "That'll be a hard habit to break." "No problem," Terry says, repeating the directions over and over in her head as Linda and Lester untie the boat and start to push it away from the dock. In minutes, they're almost clear, and Terry grips the wheel with both hands, her knuckles cracking loudly in the quiet of the night. She watches in amazement as the sails start to go up, then panics a little as the wheel in her hands decides it would rather be aimed in a different direction than where it should be.
"You weren't kidding!"
Terry calls out as she strains to keep the wheel steady. The sutures in her abdomen and back sing out, and she grits her teeth. She takes that pain and swallows it deep, using it to give her strength.
"You good?"
Linda yells as she ducks under a boom and moves to tie down a line.
"I'm fine,"
Terry says.
"You pay attention to what you're doing, not to me."
Then, like that, they're clear of the marina, and Lester is clambering toward her. "I'll take that," he says. "You go rest."
"I can handle it for a while,"
Terry says.
"You should go be with your daughters."
"No," Lester says. "I think I'll stay up here for a while. I haven't had a chance to be alone since we escaped." Terry looks at Linda, and she gives her a sad nod. "Fine," Terry says, giving control of the wheel over to Lester. "I'll see if Lana's hungry, but if she starts calling for you, then I'm taking the wheel back." "Sure," Lester nods. "Of course." Terry and Linda make their way to the steps and quickly move down into the cabin as they hear the quiet sounds of Lester's sobs.
"This blows,"
Neff says as he stands on the riverbank and holds the canoe steady while Alvarez, Whittier, and Dr. Hall climb in.
"This really blows."
"No choice," Alvarez says as he gets settled. "Whittier will be right back for you."
"Maybe,"
Neff replies.
"Shut the fuck up, Neff,"
Whittier says.
"At least you only have to make one trip across. I have to do 3 trips. 3 times the chance of getting eaten.
Unless you'd rather paddle."
"No, you're all over that, Whit,"
Neff says. "Paddle safe."
"Fuck you,"
Whittier replies. They all look toward the bridge and the shadowed form of Zakarian. A loud banging echoes over to them as Zakarian starts smacking several pieces of metal together close to the edge of the bridge's gap.
"Go,"
Alvarez says to Whittier, while Neff pushes them out into the water.
"And keep going. Don't stop."
Alvarez helps with the paddling, but he misses a few strokes as he looks over at the bridge and sees the school of ooze fish leaping high up into the air. "That's amazing," Dr. Hall says.
"Fuck you too, Doctor,"
Whittier says as he paddles as hard as he can.
"This isn't National Geographic time."
"I know that, Agent Whittier," Dr. Hall says. "It's just that I may never get a chance to see that." The bottom of the canoe is bumped by something, and Dr. Hall glances over the side.
"Ice,"
Alvarez says.
"Just like before."
"Are you sure?" Dr. Hall asks. "That felt more deliberate."
"Deliberate ice," Whittier says. "Now hush. Talking is noise, and noise is bad."
They make it to the middle of the river before there's a second bump.
"I don't believe that's ice," Dr. Hall whispers.
"Yeah, me neither,"
Alvarez says as he looks over at the water.
"So be quiet and—"
The water erupts around the canoe, and Alvarez never gets a chance to finish as all 3 men are plunged into the freezing Potomac. 9.
My God, can you smell that? Dr. Probst asks. Even this mask isn't filtering out the stench of ammonia.
This isn't good, Dr. Mannering says, as the 2 scientists climb out of the purge shaft through a hinged grate and into a pitch-black corridor. The creatures are definitely changing the atmosphere to suit their needs. But why? Why move to ammonia? It's not just that gunpowder has ammonium nitrate in it and they're adapting. Too simplistic.
Maybe simplistic is right, Dr. Probst says. Maybe they're evolving to help protect themselves against the threat. Simple as that.
Maybe, Dr. Mannering replies, as he turns on a large, powerful flashlight and illuminates the corridor. He hands Dr. Probst a flashlight of her own and then unslings the small automatic rifle from around his shoulder, letting the strap fall to the side. But I don't think protection is their endgame. Dr. Probst looks over at him and his snub-nosed rifle.
What is that?
MP9 with a 50-round magazine, Dr. Mannering replies.
I don't get one?
Dr. Probst asks. I don't think we're at the give you an automatic machine pistol trust level yet, Dr. Mannering says. No offense.
None taken, Dr. Probst replies. I'd probably shoot us both anyway.
Come on, Dr. Mannering says, as he leads them down the corridor to a set of double doors that are almost identical to the ones that lead into the warehouse. Kneeling by the wall to the right of the doors, Dr. Mannering opens a hatch and activates the door's opening mechanism. There is a loud clang and crunch, and the doors start to slide apart. They get about 2 feet, then grind to a halt. Smoke starts to drift up from the panel on the floor, and Dr. Mannering kicks the wall in frustration. That's not good, he says, his eyes wide with fear as he looks from the stuck doors and then back down the corridor to the open grate of the purge shaft. Really, really not good.
We can squeeze through, Dr. Probst says. It shouldn't be a problem.
No, the problem isn't getting through. It's closing these when we get back, Dr. Mannering says. The second I opened these doors, I triggered an alert down below. If we're lucky, Valerie has shut off the alert and Burkhorst has no idea what we're up to.
If we're unlucky?
Dr. Probst asks. Burkhorst knows there's a breach, and she's prepping the system for a full topside purge, Dr. Mannering responds quietly.
She what?
Dr. Probst shouts.
She wouldn't do that. Not while there are people up here.
That's kind of what the purge protocol is about, Dr. Mannering says. Getting rid of all threats to the facility, including people. It's Burkhorst's call. It's always been Burkhorst's call.
Then we better go, Dr. Probst says. We find my friends and we get them down below.
That's the plan, Doctor, Dr. Mannering says. Now, which break room were they? Oh, shit. The 2 scientists squeeze through the stuck doors and into the demolished front entrance. They see the cave-in and the trails of green ooze that lead from the pile of concrete and debris down the hallway and around the corner. The smell of ammonia is even thicker than before. Dr. Mannering shines his light on the debris and then at the ooze trails. He takes a few steps forward and crouches down, running his gloved fingers through the ooze. He lifts his fingers to his face mask and turns them back and forth for a second before standing back up. This is straight substance, Dr. Mannering says, not even trying to hide the alarm in his voice. This isn't from the progeny. This is the real deal.
What are you talking about? Dr. Probst asks. What do you mean it's straight substance?
Dr. Mannering waves her off and then walks closer to the pile of concrete that separates them from the outside world. He flicks his light back and forth, the beam cutting through a low, thick, yellow fog of gas that is slowly creeping through the barrier. Fuck me, he whispers. Oh, sweet Lord, fuck me. We were right. The substance is terraforming. It's changing the atmosphere.
What? Dr. Probst exclaims. How?
No time to answer either of those questions, Dr. Mannering says as he slings his MP9. And no need for this thing. It won't do any good anyway, not against the substance. He turns from the barrier and looks at Dr. Probst. You know where the shaft is, he says. You go get your people and get them down below.
Wait, what? Dr. Probst exclaims. What do you mean? Aren't you coming with me?
No, I can't, Dr. Mannering says. I have to get back down there and let everyone know what's happening. You don't understand. This is—
No, I don't understand, Dr. Probst yells. I don't understand any of this because you won't explain it to me.
I can't, Dr. Mannering yells. A far-off screech answers him and he jumps, moving closer to the stuck doors. We don't have time to talk. Get your people and get them down below. I can hold off Burkhorst for maybe 30 minutes. Maybe. After that, we have to purge the bunker.
We? What, now you want to fry us?
Dr. Probst shouts. More screeches. Closer.
No,
I want to save you, like I said, but if these doors stay stuck, then that means the substance has a shot at breaching the facility. I fucked up by doing this. We all fucked up by doing this. He hurries back to the double doors and squeezes through so all Dr. Probst can see is the reflection of her flashlight off his face mask. I'm so sorry, Dr. Mannering says. I really am. I'll do what I can, and I'm sure Ryan will too. Possibly Valerie.
Possibly Valerie? I thought she was the champion here,
Dr. Probst snaps. Not when she finds out the substance is knocking at our front door, Dr. Mannering says. She'll be as gung-ho as Burkhorst to purge it all.
Fuck,
Dr. Probst growls. Yeah, Dr. Mannering replies. Fuck. Now go. Get your people and get them below. 30 minutes, Cheryl. That's all I can give you. 30 minutes. He starts to leave, then turns. Remember this when you get back in the shaft, okay? Yellow, klaxons, red, dead. Got that?
What does that mean? Dr. Probst asks. What is yellow, klaxons, red, dead?
But he's already gone, leaving Dr. Probst to stand there with her jaw hanging open, her chin rubbing against the bottom of her face mask. Your turn, Bolton whispers as he hands Toloski's helmet to Lou and slowly turns the knob on the oxygen tank attached. A short breath and then a deep one. Then hold it as long as you can. Lou nods and does as Bolton says, her cheeks puffing out after the deep breath. Your turn, Kyle, Bolton says.
I'm good,
Kyle whispers as he sits next to his mother on the break room floor, their backs pressed up against the far wall. His eyes are locked onto the pools of glowing pickle brine that lie between them and the barricade, a result of their hard-fought respite from the ooze creatures. Give some to Holt. I'm good, Holt rasps from a spot in front of them all, a wounded Toloski cradled in his lap. Lowell doesn't look so great, though.
Peachy keen, Jelly Bean,
Lowell mumbles, then spits a thick glob of bloody phlegm onto the floor. I've had worse beatings.
What about Toloski?
Kyle asks.
Shouldn't he be getting most of the air since he's wounded?
Not if he's about to turn into one of those things, Lowell says.
Fuck you, Lowell, Kyle says. The guy saved our asses. If he hadn't jumped in front of what the fuck ever those things were, then you'd be a glowing green blob, just like Kreigel was.
Chill, kid, Holt says. Lowell is right. Toloski isn't doing so good, and we don't need to waste resources on him. He's either going to die from his wounds, or he's going to change and die from a bullet in the head. Holt picks up his pistol and sets it on his thigh, the barrel just inches from Toloski's temple.
This is bullshit, Kyle says. Total bullshit. There's nothing we can do now, Lou says, as she takes Kyle's hand in hers. We're out of pickle jars. We neutralized them well enough to get them to back off, but we aren't going anywhere unless someone comes and rescues us.
But without any comm, we can't call for help, Bolton says. I doubt the White House is sending an extraction team just for shits and giggles. We hold out here for as long as we can, Holt says, and coughs, instantly waving off the face mask Lowell offers. I'm good. We have to conserve. Lowell nods and cranks the knob on the tank, turning the air off. A sound from the barricade makes Holt lift his pistol and take aim. So much for those things moving along, Lowell whispers.
Hello?
A voice cries out softly from the other side of the barricade.
Hello? Is anyone in there?
Is that Dr. Probst? Kyle asks as he starts to get up. Lou's hand grips his wrist like iron, and he looks down at it, then at her.
Mom, if that's Cheryl, then we need to let her in. Hey!
Dr. Probst calls out.
Kyle? Marshall? Lieutenant Taylor? Is anyone in there?
She didn't ask for me, Lowell smirks. I'm hurt.
Mom, come on,
Kyle hisses.
It may not be her, Lou says. What? No, those things don't talk,
Kyle says, and struggles against his mother's grip.
Mom! Hello?
Dr. Probst yells, and they all hear her start to pull pieces of the barricade apart.
Hello?
We don't know what the things can do, Lou says. You saw Kreigel. You saw those creatures. We know nothing about what they're capable of. Perfect mimicry could be the next step.
That's crazy,
Kyle says.
What isn't crazy about all of this, kid?
Lowell laughs.
If someone said that monkeys will come flying out of my taint in the next 2 minutes, I would be inclined to believe them at this point. I can hear talking,
Dr. Probst shouts.
Someone fucking answer me! We only have a few minutes before they purge this whole fucking bunker.
That gets everyone's attention, and Bolton and Lowell stand up. Sergeant? Bolton asks as he looks at Holt. Thoughts? If the things can now mimic people, they sure have gotten really good at it, Holt says. My bet is on that being the real Dr. Probst.
God damn it!
Dr. Probst shouts.
I can still hear you talking! Will someone at least tell me you're all okay?
We're fine, Doctor, Bolton yells as he moves to the barricade. For the most part.
Should we be yelling?
Lowell asks as he steps next to Bolton and begins yanking boards and furniture from the barricade. I mean, you know, because of the ooze monks. If they were back, then we wouldn't hear Dr. Probst, Bolton says. And that purge she mentioned sounds a lot worse than ooze monks.
Please stop saying ooze monks,
Lou sighs. Deal, Bolton says, as he and Lowell hurry up their pace at clearing the barricade. They meet Dr. Probst halfway, but don't slow as they scramble to get the barricade clear enough so they can be free of the break room.
Jesus,
Dr. Probst says, as she's finally able to get past the barricade and into the room.
What the fuck happened here?
Ooze monks, Lowell says, smiling at the groan from Lou.
And other assorted beasties of the green gel variety. Green gel?
Dr. Probst asks, then looks at the residue left in the room.
Oh, that stuff, she sniffs. Why does it smell like pickles in here?
Because pickles, Kyle says, as he points to the pools of pickle juice,
are the only thing that would stop the things. The vinegar neutralized the ammonia. We got the things to retreat.
Not before casualties, Holt says.
He doesn't look good, Dr. Probst says. Can he walk?
No, Holt says. He took a direct hit from one of the ooze creatures. Saved our lives, but not his. He probably doesn't have long.
Where's everyone else? Dr. Probst asks. Taylor? Kreigel? Please tell me they aren't in the other part of the bunker.
They're dead, Bolton says. The thing's got them.
Oh, Dr. Probst says quietly, then takes a deep breath and nods at them all. Well, fuck then. Let's go. Hold the fuck on, Dr. Livingston, Lowell says. Go? Go where? There's no place to go, and those fucking creatures will be back soon. There is a place to go, and we don't have much time to get there, Dr. Probst says. Now follow me, or we're going to be nothing but ash.
Lou's hurt, Bolton says. She can't hurry. Toloski's down for the count, Holt says. I need to stay here with him. If it was the other way around, he'd put a bullet in my head and leave. But I'm not him, so I'll stay.
Bullshit, Dr. Probst says. You're coming. You're all coming, and I'm not arguing. We have 20 minutes to get our asses into the purge shaft and down to the facility.
They stare at her.
No time to explain, she sighs.
There are several shrieks and cries from farther inside the bunker.
Okay,
Lowell says, as he moves to one side of Lou and grips her under her armpit. He looks at Bolton.
You gonna help, Sergeant Slaughter, or do I have to rescue the damsel myself?
His head rocks back from the punch between his eyes, and he falls on his ass.
Call me a damsel again, fuckface,
Lou says, as she struggles to her feet on her own power.
You guys carry Toloski. Kyle can help me. He can't come with us, Dr. Probst says. There's no way he can get down the ladder.
Go, Toloski rasps. He looks up at Holt. Don't worry about me.
Toloski, come on.
Holt starts to argue, but he sees the look in Tulaski's eyes. You sure? Sure, Tulaski says. Go. Come on, Dr. Probst says, as she shoves through the barricade out into the hallway. The clock is ticking, and we don't want to be here when it runs down. The freezing waters are nearly as terrifying to Dr. Hall as the monsters that snap and crush the canoe in their massive claws before him. His teeth chatter violently, and he has to struggle to move his limbs and keep from going under the surface of the frozen Potomac. Ice chunks slam into his head as he desperately, fruitlessly tries to make his way to shore. A sputtering, coughing Alvarez comes up from underneath and starts to twist this way and that as he takes in the situation. Go, you moron! He hisses at Dr. Hall through blue lips and his own equally chattering teeth. Get to the shore! I'm trying, damn it! Dr. Hall whimpers, the act of speaking almost too painful as his jaw threatens to freeze closed while also threatening to chatter right off his face. Alvarez strokes hard and grabs onto Dr. Hall's collar, yanking the man toward the eastern shore of the river. Dr. Hall struggles against the manhandling at first, then realizes he has almost as little strength to fight as he does to swim. Come on, Alvarez says as they reach the shore and the man flops up out of the water and onto the riverbank. We can't stay. Dr. Hall manages to get all of himself up onto the riverbank, but a large splash would probably cover his feet instantly. The splash comes as the monsters in the river fight over the mangled canoe and cause several large waves to crash down over Dr. Hall's legs. He whimpers and claws his way up farther until he's level with Alvarez. I can't move, Dr. Hall says. I think I'm dying of hypothermia. There's no think about it, Alvarez says. We're both going to die of hypothermia if we don't get someplace warm and get out of these clothes. How? Dr. Hall asks. We're in the middle of nowhere. We're on a golf course, idiot, Alvarez says, painfully getting to his feet. He turns and starts dragging Dr. Hall farther up onto the frozen grass. It's not nowhere. Now get up. Dr. Hall rolls over, and he sees the claws out in the river snipping bits off the canoe until the thing is nothing but shreds floating with the ice chunks. Those aren't fish, Dr. Hall says. Those are crabs. Giant fucking crabs. Blue crabs, Alvarez says. Sort of. There's a large splash and then a loud gasp from the riverbank, and Dr. Hall jolts, scrambling to his feet. Help! A weak voice cries. Alvarez! Help! Alvarez steps closer and sees Whittier lying in the cold mud of the riverbank, half his left leg gone. The man looks up and squints into the darkness. Alvarez? He asks. Fuck, Alvarez says, as he hurries forward and reaches down for Whittier's outstretched hand. But before he can grasp it, a 15-foot-tall, semi-glowing blue crab monster comes up out of the river, ice chunks and bits of blue canoe falling from its shell, and slams a claw down in the middle of Whittier's back. The sound of the man's spine cracking is almost as loud as Dr. Hall's scream. Go! Alvarez yells as he stumbles backward, turns, and starts shoving Dr. Hall across the golf course and toward a set of barely visible buildings in the distance. Run! Dr. Hall doesn't have to be told twice as Whittier starts screaming, his body systematically torn apart by the crab monster. The screams of agony and the pleas for help and mercy drive Dr. Hall on, even though he's pretty much lost all feeling in his legs from the thighs down. Alvarez is right behind him, a palm pressed firmly in the small of his back as the two men sprint as fast as they can over the perfectly cut, ash-covered grass of the East Potomac golf course and driving range. A roar from behind gets them moving even faster, although Dr. Hall can't help himself and glances back over his shoulder. Crabs can't roar, he says. Cram the zoology bullshit, Doctor, Alvarez says. Crabs also aren't 15 feet tall and glowing. Dr. Hall nods in agreement, as if the man had stated that dogs like to lick their own balls. They race across a green and then dodge the small pine trees that make up a barrier between the 6th and 9th tees. The roar from behind gets louder and is joined by two more. This time, Alvarez glances over his shoulder. Shit! They're after us! Alvarez yells. You have to run faster, Doctor! You run faster! Dr. Hall snaps, knowing the reply makes no sense. Gunshots ring out, and one of the roars turns to a howl of pain. "Come on, you fuckers!" Zakarian screams from up on the bridge behind them. "I'm up here!" More gunshots, more howls, quite a few more roars. "That's right! Come on up here and get me!" Zakarian screams. "Come on, you fuckity fucks! Bring it on!" The man is still screaming as Alvarez and Dr. Hall reach the first building, a concessions shack that is boarded up tight. "Aren't we going in there?" Dr. Hall asks as Alvarez shoves him past the small building. "There might be something in there to keep us warm." "What? Frozen cans of stadium cheese?" Alvarez snaps. "Even if half the North Face inventory was in there, we can't stop here. The things will crush that shack like they crushed our canoe." "I don't see how they could grow so big," Dr. Hall says. "That doesn't make sense." "News flash, Doctor, but nothing makes sense," Alvarez says. "I don't think anything ever will again, as far as I'm concerned." He squints into the distance. "There, the pro shop. It'll have clothes and is big enough that we can dodge the crabs." Dr. Hall shakes his head at the impossibility of that statement, yet keeps his mouth closed for a change. More gunshots, more howls, more roars, and then a piercing scream. "Shit," Alvarez mutters, knowing Zakarian didn't make it. "Thanks, buddy." They hit the rear glass doors of the pro shop, and Alvarez grabs the handles and yanks hard. The doors don't budge. He looks around and picks up a small cement statue of a golf gnome and smashes one of the doors. He kicks out the glass and shoves Dr. Hall through. A look over his shoulder tells him he has only one move to make. Diving through the door and taking Dr. Hall out at the knees in the process, Alvarez just manages to get his legs clear as a crab claw snaps closed right where he had been standing. "Crawl!" Alvarez orders, and Dr. Hall complies as they scramble across the laminate wood flooring of the golf club's pro shop. Dr. Hall clips a rack of golf balls, and 112 packs of Titleist Pro V1s come crashing down onto Alvarez. The man rolls onto his back and kicks out as the crab claw reaches in through the broken glass door at him. The thing is an inch or so away from Alvarez's right foot before it comes to a jarring halt, eliciting a frustrated roar from the monster on the other end of the claw. Alvarez clumsily gets to his feet amidst the pile of golf ball cases, extricates himself from the mess, and follows Dr. Hall farther into the shop. "Pants," Dr. Hall is saying as he gets to a rack of golf pants and strips off his own dripping wet pants. "Dry pants." His fingers can barely work the snap and zipper as he yanks on a pair of bright green golf pants that are a size too small, completely ignoring the thrashing, roaring monster at the doors to the shop. "No!" Alvarez shouts as he grabs Dr. Hall's arm and pulls him away from the rack of gaudy attire. "The lockers! Back here!" "What? This is the pro shop, not the clubhouse!" Dr. Hall yells as he tries to pull free from the agent's grip. "There are no lockers here!" Alvarez ignores the man's protest, pulls him around the checkout counter, grabs a countertop display of keychains, and kicks open a door directly behind the cash register. "In," Alvarez says, and shoves Dr. Hall into the employee break room beyond. "Lockers." He slams the door closed and starts grabbing the keychains off the display one by one. Come on, he says, as he pinches golf ball-shaped key fob after key fob. "Just give me one break. One break." "What are you doing?" Dr. Hall asks, trying to see in the gloom of the break room. Suddenly, a bright blue light erupts from between Alvarez's thumb and forefinger. "Hey!" "Yes," Alvarez says, as he turns the mini flashlight on the dark room. "The odds of finding a working flashlight after a catastrophic EMP event like we experienced is 1 in a billion, Dr. Hall says. "Who cares?" Alvarez replies. "That means there might be other things working in this city." "Okay, it's possible, but—" "Hold this," Alvarez interrupts, and shoves the light into Dr. Hall's hands. Alvarez rushes over to a set of old, banged-up storage lockers. He ignores the lockers without locks and instead grabs a 9-iron from a stray bag of clubs that leans close to a counter with an ancient microwave and stained coffee maker on it. He brings the 9-iron down again and again on a padlock on one of the lockers, then sets it aside once the padlock gives out. "Jackpot," he says, as he pulls a gym bag out of the locker and tosses it to Dr. Hall. See what's in there? Dr. Hall clicks the flashlight twice, and the light stays on as he sets the key fob down and starts rummaging through the gym bag. Alvarez destroys the other locks and empties the lockers of their contents, joyful at the sight of the pairs of sweatpants, hoodies, sweatshirts, running shoes, and many sets of cold-weather gloves and hats. I dated a woman who worked here, Alvarez says. The employees always changed in here instead of the clubhouse, so they didn't have to deal with members and the public. Easy in, easy out. Some of them were part of a running club, so I knew there would be gear left here.
Change? Where? Dr. Hall asks. This is just one room? Where'd the guys go and the girls go?
Guys and girls? Alvarez laughs. This isn't 6th grade gym class, Doctor. People know how to strip down to their civvies and still be adults about it.
Oh, Dr. Hall says. Yeah, right. Of course.
Have you ever seen a woman in her underwear? Alvarez mocks as he finds a pair of thermal jogging pants. He shimmies out of his wet pants and pulls on the thermals, sighing with relief at the sudden warmth that envelopes his legs. He looks over and sees Dr. Hall watching him. What?
Where are we going from here?
Dr. Hall asks. There's a loud crash, and the man almost jumps out of his skin.
Are we going back outside?
Yeah, Alvarez replies, hunting through the clothes for a t-shirt his size he can put on under the hoodie he has draped over his shoulder. Kinda have to in order to get you to the White House.
Those things are out there, Dr. Hall says. And they're faster than us.
Then we'll have to be smarter than them, Alvarez replies. So get dressed. What size shoe do you wear?
10s,
Dr. Hall says. Okay, Alvarez says, digging through the locker's contents. Shit, I don't see 10s. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Dr. Hall hisses as he tugs on a pair of sweatpants over the first pair he put on.
Don't go out there.
I'm going to find some shoes your size, Alvarez says. Hopefully there are some that haven't been cleated yet.
Cleated? Wait, you mean golf shoes?
Dr. Hall whines. It's a pro shop, Doctor, Alvarez says, as he listens to the banging coming from the other side of the door. I doubt I'll find Air Jordans. He counts to 3, then yanks open the door and sprints out into the shop. The outer doors are completely demolished, and a raging crab monster is trying to squeeze itself inside. As soon as its eye stalks catch sight of Alvarez, it begins to thrash violently, and the walls around the demolished doors start to groan. Alvarez finds the shoes and grabs several boxes of size 10s, tucks them under his arms, and sprints back to the break room. He tosses the boxes at Dr. Hall and slams the door closed behind him. Hurry, Alvarez says. We're about to have large company. There's a wrenching and tearing sound from the shop, and dust and plaster fall from the ceiling above. The key fob flashlight bounces on the small break room table until it tumbles right off and into the pile of discarded clothing. Dr. Hall reaches down and sets it back on the table as he grabs a chair and starts tearing open shoeboxes. Cleats, he says, and throws the box aside. Cleats, these 2, cleats, no cleats. Get them on fast, Alvarez orders. He crosses to the old golf club bag and hoists it over his shoulder. He reaches out and grabs the 9-iron, then looks to Dr. Hall. Ready?
I'm still lacing,
Dr. Hall says. Jesus, Alvarez says, as more dust and plaster falls. He glares at Dr. Hall until the man has 2 shoes laced and on. They're a little tight in the big toe, Dr. Hall says. Tough fucking shit, Doctor, Alvarez says, as he fishes a 5-iron out of the bag and hands it to Dr. Hall. I don't think blisters are what you need to worry about. Alvarez yanks open the door and hurries out of the room, the 9-iron held out in front of him. Most of the wall with the glass doors is gone, and half of a crab monster is wiggling its way inside the building. There, Alvarez says, as he points with the club at the other set of doors on the opposite side of the pro shop. Go. Dr. Hall doesn't argue and runs over to the doors. He gives a shove, but they don't move. He turns, giving Alvarez a panicked look. Move, Alvarez says, as he smashes out the glass in one door with his 9-iron. And keep moving. They hurry from the pro shop and out across a small parking lot toward a bridge that connects the golf course to the mall. The light of the flames of Everett, Washington play across the choppy waves of the Sound as Terry keeps her grip on the sailboat's wheel, having taken over again from Lester. Linda stands on the bow, her eyes straining to see in the dark for signs of their destination, as well as obstacles in their path. "I don't think we're alone," Lester whispers as he comes up slowly next to Terry. "Port side. There was a shadow in the water." "It's a trick of the light," Terry says, more to convince herself than to convince Lester. "No, I saw something under the waves," Lester replies. "It was big, and it was moving fast." "How big?" Terry asks. "Big enough to hurt this boat?" "Big enough to eat this boat," Lester says. Terry raises an eyebrow. "Maybe not that big, but close." "Great," Terry says. "It could be one of those things, or something new." "Something new?" Lester asks, the distinct sound of panic in his voice. "No telling anymore," Terry says. Linda spins and gives a low whistle as she moves from the bow and back to them. "I think we're close," Linda says, pointing out into the darkness. "See that shape?" "No," Terry says. "What shape?" "Right there," Linda says, still pointing. "Look out about 100 yards. There's the silhouette of trees. If I'm right, then we're at Gleebling Bay." "Gleebling Bay? Never heard of it," Lester says. "It's not a real bay," Linda replies. "Just a small cove on the east side of Havers Island." "Havers Island? Only a mile wide," Linda says. "Doesn't register on half the maps. No infrastructure, so most people never visit it. But if we can get ashore, then we'll be safe for a while. I know where some supplies are stored." "Why? What is this place?" Terry asks. "Bolt hole for preppers," Linda answers. "I knew someone who was way into that scene, and she showed it to me. There are tons of caches on the island. Preppers of the nautical persuasion stashed all kinds of stuff here so they could grab it on their way out to open waters. Hopefully there's still stuff left." "You think they already came by to get their stash?" Terry asks. "The second the earth started rumbling," Linda says. "These aren't wait-and-see types we're talking about." There's a slow scraping sound from under the sailboat, and Terry grips the wheel. "Rocks?" she asks Linda. "I don't think so," Linda says. "The cove is pretty clear. We'd see the edge of the island before we even came close to hitting any." "I knew I saw something," Lester says. "What did I miss?" Linda asks. There's more scraping, and the sailboat tilts slightly before righting itself. "We should be quiet," Terry whispers. They all shut up as another scrape, and then another, jolts the bolt. Then Biscuit starts barking madly from below. "Damn it," Terry says, as the boat shudders from a sudden impact. 10. The door creaks open, and the light from the corridor falls across the sleeping form of President Nance. Sensing the intrusion, the man is instantly awake and rubbing his eyes. "Report," President Nance says as he stands up, stretches, and straightens his rumpled suit. He walks over to the small sink against the wall and squirts a glob of toothpaste on his toothbrush. "Well, what is it?" "We've received more information from the Russians," Joan says, "and quite a few images." "Video?" President Nance asks. "Some," Joan replies. "What they did send us is grainy at best, but—" The president turns from the sink and looks at Joan, toothpaste foam at the edges of his mouth threatening to tumble down his lip and onto his chin. "Naval Station Everett is lost, sir," Joan says. "The thing's wiped it off the map. It looks like fires have spread from the base and into the city, moving fast enough that the entire SeaTac area could be burned to the ground in days, unless some of that legendary Pacific Northwest rain puts it out." "Fire?" President Nance asks, as he spits and then rinses. "Volcanoes erupting and giant monsters stomping the earth, and we lose Seattle to fire? That's not news I want to hear, Joan." "It's not news I want to tell, Mr. President," Joan says. She looks up and down the hallway, then steps into the president's small quarters and closes the door. "There's more, sir. Since every single person out there is vetted and has security ratings that require 0 secrets, I'm guessing what you have to say is personal," President Nance states. "Not entirely, sir," Joan says. "It's about the bunker in Montana." "The bunker? What bunker?" President Nance asks. "The one close to Missoula, sir," Joan says.
We sent the SEAL team to extract Dr. Probst, but they never made it out because of the nuclear strike and then the second eruption.
Right, yes, of course, President Nance says. We lost contact with them, right?
Yes, we did, Joan says. But possibly not.
Joan, I'm exhausted and ready to get back to work, he says as he checks his watch. An hour-and-a-half nap is a luxury I shouldn't have taken. Please, tell me what's on your mind right now.
Sir, who is Vandervoort? Joan asks bluntly.
President Nance studies Joan for a second, then shakes his head. I'm not familiar with that protocol, Joan. I'm sorry, President Nance says. If I'm supposed to respond with a specific phrase, then you have me at a loss.
So you haven't heard of a person named Vandervoort? Joan asks. I caught Secretary Borland and Director Miles talking privately, and Miles mentioned the name Vandervoort just before they saw me. I wasn't snooping, I promise, sir. I just needed Jeremy for something.
Miles? President Nance asks. Gordon Miles is down here. When did he arrive?
Late yesterday evening, sir, Joan says. He stayed out of the Situation Room until a couple hours ago. I figured you knew.
No, I did not, President Nance replies. Let's go find our mysterious National Intelligence Director and have a word with him. I'd like to know where he's been and why he didn't come see me directly when he arrived.
We were busy, sir, Joan says. I don't think his knowledge of spies and thugs would have been helpful.
It's my job to decide what is and what is not helpful, Joan, President Nance says. Take me to him. Joan nods and opens the door for the president. The man strides past and is immediately flanked by two members of the Secret Service. Hang back, gentlemen, President Nance says. The agents slow their pace until they're a couple yards behind the president and Joan. So, Joan, what kept Miles so long?
Sir? Joan asks.
He had the right to be down here from the beginning, but chose to stay up in the city until now, President Nance says. Why did he do that? Why not choose safety down here with us?
I don't know, sir, Joan says. Maybe he had family he needed to see off.
No family, Joan, President Nance says. Lifelong bachelor. The intelligence business isn't for everyone.
No, sir, I expect not, Joan says.
So, he's been in the city all these weeks while we've been handling things down here, President Nance says. I want you to get me a list of everyone he's spoken to in the last year.
Year, sir? Joan asks. Is that really a good use of my time?
Don't do it personally, President Nance chuckles. Put a tech on the job. Make sure he flags any mention of this Vandervoort person.
Yes, sir, Joan says. I'll get right on it.
They reach a door, and she nods. Would you like me to join you? No, Joan. Go ahead and get that search underway, President Nance replies. I'd like the information as soon as possible.
Yes, sir, Joan says.
President Nance waits until she's down the hallway and out of sight before he opens the door and steps inside. Gentlemen, I hear you have some information for me, President Nance says as he walks into a small lounge with a couple easy chairs and 3 leather couches pushed up against the wall. A man stands at a wet bar by one of the couches and frowns as he looks over at Jeremy Borland sitting in one of the chairs.
News to me, Mr. President,
National Intelligence Director Gordon Miles responds as he raises a glass. Cocktail? I'm muddling some mint for a mojito. I know, it's winter. But damn if I didn't get hooked on these things the last time I was down in Charleston. Whatever you want to say about the South, sir, they sure know how to drink. I'd put one of their dive bar bartenders up against any of those fancy dancing mixologists in New York any day of the week.
Miles is 6 feet 4 inches with a head of thick, stark white hair. The hair on top of his head is in direct contrast to the black Van Dyke on his face. He's always reminded President Nance of a mad scientist or evil Bond villain. The striking image of him intensely crushing mint in a glass adds to that notion.
One drink, and they'll never wake me up again, President Nance says. Good to see you, Gordon.
You as well, sir, Miles replies.
And what's this about us having news for you? I hear you're bandying about the name Vandervoort, President Nance says. Should I know this name?
Borland starts to speak, but Miles interrupts him. Never heard of the man. Who is he?
No, let me guess. A tulip broker who's developed a hybrid that fights off giant monsters. No? Maybe he's your weed dealer? You're such an asshole, Gordon, President Nance says. Why did I ever give you this job? Because we've known each other since college, and I'm the only spy you trust. Miles laughs as he takes a sip of his mojito. Damn it. I can never make these as good as that redneck on Sullivan's Island. Who is Vandervoort? President Nance asks. Miles eyes the president for a second, then sets his drink down on the bar. No one you should worry about, sir. Are you sure about that, Gordon? President Nance asks, his eyes straying to Borland, who only sits there, looking like a child caught between his parents fighting. The second that name needs to come into play, sir, you will be the first to know, Miles responds. I promise. There's a knock at the door, and Joan looks in. We need you, sir. We're getting calls from all across the world. Something is happening. When isn't something happening? President Nance sighs. He looks back at Miles. We aren't done, Gordon. Never thought we were, Mr. President. Miles nods. President Nance hurries from the lounge and follows Joan into the Situation Room, where he sees every monitor lit up with images streaming from around the globe. Talk to me, he says as he takes his seat at the table. Japan, China, South Korea, Australia, and most of South America have contacted us with news that they're experiencing seismic activity similar to what we experienced before the Yellowstone supervolcano erupted, Admiral Quigley says. Only Australia is telling us where. That's it? What about Japan? President Nance asks. After the Fukushima disaster, the Japanese are afraid of rumors spreading and riots breaking out, General Tulane says. Riots? President Nance asks. Because of the kaiju, Borland says as he takes his seat. The Japanese culture is a little sensitive to giant monsters. Oh, right, President Nance says. I can see that. He glances at Borland. Gordon? Still in the lounge, sir, Borland replies. He says he doesn't have anything worthwhile to add to the discussion. How he became a spy, I don't know, President Nance says. He's a horrible liar. I think that's part of his cover, sir, Borland says. Can we get back to the issues at hand? Admiral Quigley asks. Director Miles is not essential to this crisis, so he's correct that he should remain in the lounge. If we run up against any intelligence issues, we can call for him. That's my call to make, Admiral, President Nance frowns. Don't overstep your authority or importance, Malcolm. The man starts to reply, then takes a deep breath and just nods. What do we have from Australia? President Nance asks. And why am I not speaking to President Lowry directly? President Lowry sends his regrets, sir, Joan says. I just spoke with Secretary Jefferson, and he says they've already begun evacuation proceedings on the West Coast. It appears an island known as Ball's Pyramid is where they're seeing activity. Ball's Pyramid? President Nance asks. That's just part of a submerged caldera and hasn't been active for millions of years. Yes, that's correct, sir, Joan replies, surprised. My wife and I got to see it the last time we visited Australia and New Zealand, President Nance says. It's quite impressive. It's about to get even more impressive, Borland says, as he swipes his finger across his tablet. He taps at the screen, and the image he's looking at is brought up on one of the large monitors. Here are the latest satellite images. As you can see, the island itself is actually a ridge to the volcano's caldera, which is fully submerged. What's in the water? Secretary Landis asks. Why does it look like that? The water is boiling, Borland replies. That's how they found out the volcano was active. It's far enough offshore that seismic readings didn't arrive until after eyewitness reports started coming in. Borland swipes again, and several snapshots start lining up on a second monitor. Tourists began uploading these almost immediately. It looks like Instagram is the place for current intel right now. Jesus, President Nance says. Why even bother with satellites anymore? New Zealand is still quiet, Joan says. But they're evacuating as many people as they can as well. The country will be close to empty by the end of the week. President Nance startles at this. Wait, where are they getting the ships? Yes, well, Secretary Jefferson is working on that, Joan admits. He's none too pleased that the Australians are recalling their ships for their own evacuation. They only have a fraction of our population. But they can evacuate their entire country, along with New Zealand, if they need to, Admiral Quigley states.
It may take 2 phases, but they also are commandeering every private vessel and all airliners.
American airliners? President Nance asks.
They can't do that.
No more than we commandeered some of their cruise ships when we had to, Borland shrugs. We knew there would be blowback, and now there is.
Son of a bitch,
President Nance curses as he pounds a fist on the table. Does anyone have any good news? No one responds. Fine, President Nance says. Get me Secretary Jefferson now, please. I want a report from him directly. Sir, he's in a meeting with the Chinese president, Joan replies. Then pull him out of it, President Nance says. The only reason we need the Chinese is their navy. I doubt they'll be willing to help now that they're experiencing their own disturbances. In fact, start pulling personnel from all embassies in all affected countries. We all know how fast this falls apart. They won't be able to do anything at their posts, and it's best we get them to safety now. Sir, that won't look very good, Joan says. Most countries will see it as cutting diplomatic ties and a betrayal. We'll isolate ourselves and be alone in no time.
Joan, if you haven't noticed, President Nance scowls. We've been alone for some time now.
Flashing yellow lights turn the purge shaft into a hallucinatory nightmare, casting everyone in shadows that come and go, come and go. Those are new, Kyle says, looking down the ladder at Dr. Probst as the woman leads everyone into the facility below. What's going on, Doctor? Burkhorst must have found out what we're doing, Dr. Probst says. The purge protocol has been engaged.
Engaged?
Lowell asks as he and Bolton help brace Lou as she struggles to climb down the ladder. How much time do we have? Maybe 10 minutes, Dr. Probst says. Dr. Mannering said he could get us 30 minutes at the most. We've used 20. She looks about at the yellow lights. He also said yellow, claxons, red, dead. I think I know what that means now.
Yellow lights, warning claxons, Holt says from the top of the group. Then red lights. And the purge starts after the red lights, Bolton says.
Yeah, that's the dead part is my guess, Holt says. Pretty good guess, Dr. Probst replies. Luckily, we're almost to the bottom. The air is a lot better down here, Kyle says. That's good at least. A clang from above gets everyone's attention, and they all glance up, but it's impossible to make out anything with the constantly swirling yellow lights.
You think we have company?
Holt asks, looking down at Bolton.
I'm surprised we haven't already,
Bolton says, just before the shrieking sounds of warning claxons fill the shaft.
Fuck me!
It takes everyone's willpower to hang on to the ladder and not cover their ears with their hands. The claxons echo and reverberate, creating an amplified agony that most feel all the way into their bones. Dr. Probst looks down and sees the bottom only a few yards away. She looks back up and tries to tell the others, but her voice is lost in the wailing cry of the claxons. Then her eyes catch sight of something above the group and moving fast. She tries screaming again, but still no one can hear her as she watches the glowing shape fall toward them. Dr. Probst flattens herself against the ladder, despite the protection from the safety cage around it. She can see by the body language of the others that they've spotted the glowing shape as well, and half of them watch it plummet while the other half look down at her with fear and a billion questions in their eyes. Then the shape passes her and slams into the ground below, a glowing pool of ooze that explodes everywhere. Then the ooze begins to merge and reassemble itself into a shape. The shape grows and then stands there, black eyes staring up at the ladder. "Oh, fuck!" Dr. Probst shouts, but it might as well be a silent whisper against the claxons. "Toloski!" The Toloski-shaped ooze creature shuffles to the ladder and reaches up with a deformed, glowing, dripping hand and grabs the first rung. It tries to pull itself up, but the ooze won't grip, and it keeps slipping back down to the floor. The thing opens its mouth wide and screeches, the only noise that's louder than the warning claxons. Dr. Probst is frozen in place and screams as Kyle taps her shoulder with his foot. She risks a glance up at him, and he just stares back, an obvious question in his eyes. What now? A shrug is all he gets in response as Dr. Probst looks back down at the ooze creature that was Toloski and is now an enraged shape that blocks their escape. Then the flashing lights turn red. The klaxons intensify, and Dr. Probst is about ready to lose her mind when she sees the Tulaski monster spin about, rush from the shaft, and out through the double doors that lead into the corridor beyond. Dr. Probst doesn't waste a second and continues her descent as fast as she can. She clears the ladder's safety cage and jumps the final few feet, scrambling out of the way so Kyle can come down, followed by Lowell, Lou, Bolton, and Holt. The group all turn from the ladder, Bolton and Lowell helping Lou stay on her feet, and look into the corridor that should be their final escape. Except the way is blocked by a warping and thrashing Tulaski creature as it tries to fight off 3 people in full environment suits. The people are spraying the creature with a thick white foam, and while it's keeping the monster at bay, it isn't exactly stopping the thing. "Come on!" Dr. Probst yells as she runs out of the shaft and into the corridor. "We can't stay here!" The group follows her, even though there's no way any of them can hear her over the klaxons that are still blaring and the screeches from the Tulaski creature. One of the suited figures sees them and starts to move along the wall, angling its foam spray so that the Tulaski creature is forced to the side of the corridor, giving the group a clear shot past it. No one hesitates as they sprint past the suited figure and over to the 2 others that are steadily gaining ground and moving forward, their own foam herding Tulaski back to the purge shaft. A set of double doors is closed at the end of the corridor, and Dr. Probst searches for handles or some type of opening mechanism. She even crouches by the wall next to the doors, but unlike above, there are no hidden panels. Dr. Probst stands and looks at her group with puzzled eyes and a defeated expression. The Tulaski creature lets out one last screech as it is forced all the way back into the shaft. The second it's over the threshold, the doors close on it and it's lost from sight. The 3 suited figures all turn and look at Dr. Probst and the others. One of them speaks, but the words are muffled and no one can understand what's being said. Then the double doors on the facility slide open, and Dr. Bennett is there, shouting and waving for them to all get inside the facility and out of the corridor. Dr. Probst nods to her people and they rush inside, followed right behind by the 3 suited figures. Dr. Bennett types a code into the keypad and the doors slam shut. The warning klaxons are cut off, and the sound of heavy locks engaging echoes through the new corridor everyone stands in. "What's wrong with her?" Dr. Bennett asks, instantly moving to Lou, who's still being held up by Lowell and Bolton. "Severe concussion," Bolton says. "Be careful, she—" Before he can finish, Lou vomits the small amount of bile and water that makes up her stomach's contents. Dr. Bennett steps aside easily and grimaces. "How long has she been throwing up?" he asks. "Fucking forever," Lou mutters. "Oh," Dr. Bennett says. "Follow me." "Level 4, Ryan," Dr. Burkhorst says as she pulls off her helmet and glares at the group. "They are all under official quarantine." "What?" Dr. Probst snaps. "Why? You didn't quarantine me." "An oversight that is being rectified right now," Dr. Burkhorst replies. "You'll be joining your friends while we run as many tests as we need to in order to make sure you will not compromise this facility." "Best to go along with it," Dr. Mannering says as he pulls off his helmet. The 3rd figure pulls off her helmet, and it's Dr. McDaniels. She just nods in agreement. "Smartest thing you've said in days, Clark," Dr. Burkhorst sneers. Lowell raises his hand, and all eyes fall on him. "Yes, Mr. Lowell?" Dr. Burkhorst asks. You know my name?" he replies. "I do," Dr. Burkhorst says. "I know all of your names. What is your question?" "Where are we?" Lowell asks. All eyes leave him and turn to Dr. Burkhorst. "That's classified," Dr. Burkhorst smiles. "I say that so you understand that I won't be explaining anything to you anytime soon. I also say that to remind my staff that they are not to say anything to you either. We've had enough insubordination and sedition for one day, in my opinion. Any more will not be tolerated and dealt with severely." "So, spankings all around then?" Lowell smirks. "I like your style, lady." "Dr. Glenda Burkhorst," Dr. Burkhorst growls. "You will never call me lady again, Mr. Lowell." "Unless I want a spanking, right?" Lowell chuckles. "Lowell, stop," Dr. Probst warns. "She's serious. Deadly serious, Dr. Burkhorst states. No offense, Dr. Burkhorst, Bolton says, but if you expect us to go willingly to your quarantine, then we'll need some answers. The only thing you need to do is understand that my word is final down here, Dr. Burkhorst says. You still haven't said where here is, Lowell interrupts. Shut up, Lowell. Let me handle this, Bolton says. He pats the pistol on his hip. Dr. Burkhorst, I'm going to have to disagree with you. We are under orders from the President of the United States to help provide answers to the catastrophe happening above. If you have any answers, then you are required by presidential decree to cooperate with us. Now, we'll comply with your quarantine request, but you'll also comply with my request for answers. No, Dr. Burkhorst says. You will comply with my orders because I do not make requests. Dr. McDaniels will show you the way. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to communicate, Bolton says. The President of the United States needs answers. I'm asking on behalf of him. He looks about at the corridor and the bright lights that illuminate the space. If you have answers, which I know you do, and a way to communicate with him, which you might since you somehow seem to have power, then by law you are required to cooperate with me and Sergeant Holt here. You are under some impression that I answer to the President, Dr. Burkhorst replies. I can assure you that I do not. There's one person I answer to and one person only. Until I get word from that person that President Nance needs answers, then he does not get answers. You get nothing either way. Now, follow Dr. McDaniels or face the consequences. Cheryl, tell them to listen, Dr. Mannering says. We're done listening, Bolton says, and starts to draw his pistol. Instantly, slots in the walls slide open up and down the corridor. Automated guns protrude from the slots and take aim at the man. He slowly takes his hand off his gun and then raises both in the air. Okay. I guess we'll listen. Yes, Sergeant Bolton, you will, Dr. Burkhorst says. You most certainly will. The asphalt shatters next to Dr. Hall as a giant crab claw comes crashing down. He barely scrambles away in time before half the street starts to collapse into the sewer system below. The massive crab that comes at him isn't so lucky and tumbles over the edge into the darkness. Dr. Hall gets to his feet and leans forward, trying to see the fate of the monster. Two long eye stalks poke up above the surface of the road and fix their attention onto Dr. Hall. Slowly, the crab monster starts to rise from below, and Dr. Hall realizes it must be standing on the debris from the road. Move! Alvarez shouts as he shoves Dr. Hall out of the way. One eye stalk is pulverized, and then the other as Alvarez swings his 9-iron with all his might. The giant crab shrieks, and its claws grab onto the street's edge as it tries to pull itself from the sewers. Alvarez raises his golf club over his head, then brings it down on one of the claws, cracking the shell just enough for green ooze to leak out. The monster stumbles, then falls back into the sewer, blind and wounded. Oh, fucking A, Dr. Hall says, as he covers his nose and mouth with his arm. That's the worst thing I've smelled yet. Alvarez stumbles back to Dr. Hall and tries not to throw up. No shit. Ammonia and rotten seafood, he agrees, then sees 3 more monster crabs come around the corner of the street and race toward them. Come on! He grabs Dr. Hall by the shoulder and turns him away from the broken street, then pushes him down the cracked sidewalk. Dr. Hall doesn't resist at all and lets Alvarez steer them along. They get to the next corner and turn left, then skid to a stop as 2 more crab monsters run at them from 2 blocks up. Shit! We're boxed in. We'll have to cross the mall for sure, Alvarez says. Which means we'll be exposed and without cover for a long time. Then they'll see us, Dr. Hall exclaims. They see us already, Doctor, Alvarez snaps. And we don't have much of a choice. The sound of dozens of crab legs clacking on pavement mixes with the sounds of the shrieks of the wounded crab monster from behind them. Dr. Hall starts to waver and sway, and Alvarez gives him a hard, sharp slap to the face, knocking the man's head back and to the side. Thanks, Dr. Hall says as he shakes it off. You see that in movies and think it's stupid, but it works. Yeah, that's why I did it, Alvarez says, and shoves Dr. Hall in the back as he points into the dark and the silhouettes of several large buildings.
Go, now. As soon as we hit the open part of the mall, we don't stop for any reason. If I go down, you keep running. Do not wait for me. You go until you get to Pennsylvania Avenue. Turn left and head for the White House. You have the key card and code sheet if guards aren't there.
Okay, is all Dr. Hall says as he runs with Alvarez and the two men sprint across D Street and up 12th. The clacking of crab feet and fresh roars as the monsters catch sight of them fills the night. Dr. Hall whimpers but doesn't slow down. Alvarez takes a quick glance and almost wishes he hadn't as he sees the crab monsters converge into a group of 5, which quickly becomes a group of 8 as 3 more monsters join the pursuit. The men race up 12th and past the Smithsonian Metro Station, then burst onto what is officially called the National Mall, a long expanse of land that's home to everything from the Washington Monument to the Smithsonian Institute to the Lincoln Memorial, and capped at the end by the Capitol Building. They pass the Sackler Gallery, cross Jefferson Drive, then find themselves in completely open territory as they hurry past barren oak trees and out onto the brown grass of the wide green space between the Smithsonian Institute and the National Museum of Natural History.
You have got to be fucking joking,
Alvarez snarls as he starts to turn them east toward the Washington Monument, but changes their course as he sees close to half a dozen crab monsters clattering toward them from that end. He looks over his shoulder and nearly pisses himself as the pursuing group of crab monsters begins to gain.
We won't make it, Dr. Hall says. They're going to catch us.
I know, Alvarez replies, calculating the distance between them and the other side of the mall, with the distance between them and the crab monsters, both to their side and behind them.
We'll need to take shelter again.
What? Dr. Hall yells.
But I thought we don't have a choice,
Alvarez shouts.
Even if we make it up to Penn, we'll still get cut off by those fuckers.
He points at the crab monsters coming from the Washington Monument.
We need to hide and let them pass, or we wait until we can figure out a way to slip by them.
He shoves Dr. Hall harder, almost knocking the man over, and points to the Museum of Natural History.
We go there. It's big, it's solid, and if we can get down to the basement, it's secure, Alvarez yells.
Dr. Hall doesn't argue and just keeps running, his heart about to explode out of his chest from the exertion. The clacking behind them stops as the first group of crab monsters get to the grass and dirt of the mall. But even with the muffling effect, Dr. Hall and Alvarez are very aware of the creatures as the things shriek and screech, seeing their prey so close to capture. The ground shakes from the impact of dozens and dozens of monstrous, impossible legs, and Dr. Hall reaches out to steady himself. Alvarez grabs onto the man's arm to help with the doctor's balance, but to also make sure the man doesn't dare slow down. They only have 50 yards to go before shelter is theirs. More shrieks, more screeches, closer and closer. The men get to the edge of the ash-covered lawn and sprint across Madison Drive to the steps of the museum's main entrance. Dark doors stare at them as they climb the steps.
Don't slow down,
Alvarez says, summoning up some hidden strength so he can sprint ahead between 2 stone columns and get to the doors first.
Get ready!
Alvarez raises his 9-iron, then brings it down against the first door he comes to. The glass fractures but doesn't break. Alvarez's momentum takes him right into the door, and his face hits it first, sending him bouncing back to fall on his ass.
I'm slowing down,
Dr. Hall yells as he stops before hitting the door.
Get up and try again.
Alvarez shakes off the effects of the impact and stands back up. He raises the 9-iron over his head again, then sees the look of pure terror on Dr. Hall's face as the man turns toward the street behind them. Alvarez brings the 9-iron down, but suddenly realizes the golf club is no longer in his grip. He whirls around to see a crab claw above them, the 9-iron between its pinchers. The crab monster connected to the claw shrieks at them in frustration, unable to get through the space between the columns of the museum's entrance. It lashes out with its claw, and Alvarez dives at Dr. Hall, sending them both sprawling across the concrete as the claw rushes past and shatters the museum's doors.
Go!
Alvarez yells as he punches Dr. Hall in the ass to get him moving.
Get inside!
Dr. Hall scrambles through the broken doors and keeps running through the rotunda until he's well inside the building. He slows, stumbles, then falls to his knees, his lungs burning and a deep pain in his side.
"You okay?"
Alvarez gasps as he hunches over next to Dr. Hall, his hands on his knees, and turns back toward the entrance.
"Jesus, they're all out there."
Dr. Hall looks back, pivots on his knees, then sits down on his ass. He stares as dozens of crab monsters fight with each other by the entrance, even though none of them can fit between the stone columns.
"Those should hold,"
Dr. Hall says, his voice a harsh rasp.
"They were built to last centuries."
"Good," Alvarez says.
"Because we need a second to catch our breath. If those things are busy trying to get in through there, then that means the back should be clear."
He doesn't get a response from Dr. Hall and looks over at the man. Dr. Hall is staring at the empty rotunda.
"What? What is it?"
"You smell that?" Dr. Hall asks. He gets up and walks toward a wide, rock-shaped pedestal.
"More ammonia."
"Where the fuck are you going?" Alvarez snaps. "Get your ass back here!"
"Look,"
Dr. Hall says as he points at the pedestal.
"The bull elephant statue that should be here is missing."
"Maybe they moved it," Alvarez says, his eyes locked onto the crab monsters outside, not on Dr. Hall's preoccupation. "Not our problem right now." Dr. Hall moves closer, then stops and backs up a couple of feet. He looks down at something on the ground, then looks up at the ceiling of the rotunda and the broken glass dome above.
"Oh shit," he says.
"Eggs." "What?" Alvarez asks. The word eggs gets his attention, and he straightens up and moves closer to Dr. Hall at the same time Dr. Hall backs up toward him. "What eggs?"
"There," Dr. Hall says. "And there. They came through the dome."
He gulps and then starts turning in circles, his eyes madly searching the museum.
"Do you hear that?"
"Hear what?" Alvarez asks. "All I hear are those things outside." In between the shrieks and screeches of the crab monsters, another noise pushes through, coming from deep inside the museum.
"Okay, I heard that,"
Alvarez says, and fishes out the small key fob flashlight from his pocket. He shines the light around the rotunda and notices for the first time a pattern of destruction going from the rock pedestal to the hallway leading into the main part of the museum. The new noise is certainly coming from that direction.
"You said there should be an elephant on that pedestal?"
Alvarez asks.
"Yeah," Dr. Hall says. "And I think one of the ooze eggs might have hit it, which means there could be an ooze elephant running through this place."
"But it wasn't real," Alvarez says. "It was a statue."
"It was a piece of elaborate taxidermy," Dr. Hall says. "Most of it wasn't real, but some of it was. Maybe the ooze doesn't just take creatures over, but can recreate them from their DNA."
"Maybe it can do that," Alvarez growls. A loud, warped trumpeting echoes from the corridor they face, and Dr. Hall shakes his head.
"I'm thinking maybe might not be accurate," Dr. Hall says. "I'm leaning toward definitely."
11. Lester rushes back up on deck, Lana in his arms, his eyes wild with panic and fear as the sailboat lists dangerously to one side.
"I need help with Chrissy,"
he says as he sets Lana down on the deck and turns to Terry and Linda, who are both staring out at the water and yet another impossible creature.
"Hey, I need help with Chrissy."
"Go," Terry says to Linda.
"I can't move the girl, not with my sutures. I know I've torn a couple already." "Okay," Linda agrees. "But then what? We just stand up here on deck and wait for the boat to sink?"
"Unless the thing goes away and we can repair the breach in the hull, then yes," Terry replies. "I don't know what else to do. There's a dinghy on the back, but it won't hold us all, and it sure as heck won't be any good against that thing out there." A massive blue and green dorsal fin slices through the choppy waves of the Sound, moving back and forth only a few yards away from the sailboat. Terry keeps her eyes on it, tracking the pacing of the fin, watching, waiting, ready for the next strike. The fin dips below the water and is gone from sight.
"Get ready!"
Terry yells down into the cabin.
"It went under again!"
She hears a response, but can't make out the words as she reaches down and lifts Lana to her feet, pressing the girl's hands on a steel handle by the cabin entrance.
Don't let go, Terry hisses. I'll be right here next to you, but you have to hang on.
Lana nods, but doesn't say a word as she grips the handle with both hands. Terry sets her legs, pressing her body against Lana's, and grabs the handle as well. Seconds tick off, and there's nothing but a couple of bumps and thumps from below. Then the fin reappears in the same spot, moving back and forth once again.
I see it, Terry shouts.
It didn't go for an attack, this...
She screams as the boat rocks violently to the side. The moist air makes it hard for her to keep her grip on the handle, and she has to struggle not to slip free and fall to the deck. Lana squirms up against her, one hand coming free, her elbow flying back and nailing Terry in the wound in her abdomen. Terry cries out and loses her hold, then twists and tumbles down the steps into the cabin.
"Daddy!"
Lana cries out.
"Daddy!"
Terry looks up from her pile of tangled limbs and pain and sees Lana break free of the handle and fall to the deck. The sailboat is listing so much that the girl slides out of sight quickly, and Terry is in too much pain to scramble up after her.
Lester! Linda!
Terry yells.
Help!
Biscuit is up and barking, his head pointed at one of the portholes, his hackles up and lips curled back. He takes off up out of the cabin, then hits the slick deck and slides out of sight after Lana.
Lester!
Terry yells.
I'm here!
Lester shouts, an unconscious Chrissy in his arms, wrapped in a heavy blanket.
Hold on!
Linda is right behind him, her arms through the cloth handles of a duffel bag, turning it into a large backpack. She squeezes through the bedroom doorway and helps Lester ease Chrissy into one of the bench seats around the small table.
Go,
she says, and pushes Lester toward the steps.
Get her!
The boat shudders, and Lana screams from above, followed by several loud barks, then the chilling sound of a splash.
Oh, God,
Lester cries.
Lana!
He rushes up out of the cabin and stands at the top of the steps. Terry watches him look left, then look right.
Lana!
He shouts.
Lana!
"Daddy!"
Lana replies, her voice far off.
"Daddy!"
Lana!
Lester yells and turns to his left.
No!
Go, help him, Terry yells at Linda.
Go now!
Linda takes off the duffel, tosses it aside, and rushes from the cabin after Lester as the man slides across the deck and out of sight. Terry crawls over and pulls herself into the empty bench seat across from Chrissy. The way the boat lists, Terry is forced to lean against the wood paneling of the hull, her face only inches from a porthole. She tries to peer out into the night, but all she sees is her own reflection and the flickering light of the candle firmly jammed into a holder across the cabin, wax dripping freely everywhere. The sound of Lester and Linda yelling, crying out for Lana, nearly breaks Terry's heart, sending her from the waves of sadness to waves of anger at her inability to help. She tries to stand, but the angle of the boat and the stab of pure agony from her abdomen conspire to keep her in her seat. She glances across the table at Chrissy and is startled to see the girl watching her. "Hey," Terry says. Chrissy doesn't reply, silent under her bandages, her eyes all that are willing to communicate. They stare at Terry with suspicion and fear. Terry tries to smile, but she can't get her lips to move right, the enormity of their situation too much for polite niceties. "Are you thirsty?" Terry asks, wincing at how inane the words sound, considering there are two adults up on deck screaming their heads off to find a 6-year-old girl. Chrissy shakes her head, her eyes never leaving Terry. The boat shakes violently, and there is a loud cracking from under the table. Terry lifts her feet instinctively and stares down at the floorboards.
We can't find her,
Linda yells down into the cabin.
Terry, we need your help looking.
Chrissy's awake, Terry replies. Linda leans down and peeks her head in the cabin.
She is?
Chrissy's eyes turn and look at Linda, and Terry realizes she misinterpreted the fear. There's plenty of suspicion, but anger is the predominant emotion ruling the stare from the teenager, not fear.
Hello, Chrissy,
Linda says.
I'm Linda. This is Terry. We're going to leave you down here alone for a minute while we help your dad find your sister. She fell overboard, okay? Chrissy doesn't reply, just keeps staring. I'm coming, Terry says, and pushes herself to her feet. The boat tilts even more, and she falls back against the wall. She struggles to get her balance and climbs her way across the cabin, hand over hand, as she grabs onto counters, cupboards, the railing by the steps, then is finally up top with Linda. We're sinking. I heard it break through the bottom. I know, Linda says, and the dinghy fell loose. We have no way off this boat. Lana! Lester shouts from the railing, which is getting dangerously parallel with the waves. Most of his body is hanging out over the water as he keeps shouting. Lana! There's a far-off cry, and then the sound of a bark followed by a yip of pain. The adults try to see into the darkness of the night, but a fog has settled over the sound, and all they see is a building wall of gray. Lester turns, and his eyes glow in the dark, filled with pure terror. I can't find her, he shouts. I can't find her! Hush, Terry says, as she hears the sound of splashing. Listen, that might be her. The splashing gets louder and louder, and Lester turns back to look at the water. The massive mouth, nothing but teeth, shoots up from the wet darkness and clamps down on Lester's torso, tearing the man in half right there before Terry's and Linda's eyes. No! Linda screams, her feet going out from under her. Terry grabs her shoulder and pulls at the woman's coat, keeping her from sliding down to where Lester's bottom half rests against the gunwale. The sailboat is rammed again and again, but doesn't tip any further. One more ram, and Lester's legs tumble over the side and splash into the water. Did you see that? Linda whispers. That was a shark. Biggest shark I've ever seen, Terry says. Its mouth was 10 feet wide, easy. Screams from the cabin rip their attention from where Lester had been just seconds before. The two women work their way down into the cabin, and Terry notices the several inches of water that cover the floor. Then she sees Chrissy trying to get away from the table, her eyes locked onto the porthole, her mouth open and screaming. What? Linda yells as she gets past Terry and splashes over to Chrissy. She grabs the girl's shoulders and pulls her from the table. What is it? Oh, holy fuck. Lana's face is pressed against the porthole, partially submerged as the boat continues to sink. The face bobs against the glass, moving in and out of view. Terry swallows hard and gets to the table, then moves closer to the porthole. Hand me that candle, she says, and Linda instantly grabs the candle on the wall and gives it to her. Terry moves it closer to the porthole, then jerks back quickly. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy. Can we get her? Linda asks. No need, Terry says, and looks at Chrissy. We should get the girl up top now. This boat is going down. Terry places herself in front of the porthole so Chrissy can't see the ragged neck of Lana's severed head, her hair caught on the outside of the porthole, keeping it bobbing and bouncing against the boat. We need to get up top now, Terry says. Why? Linda asks. The ship is sinking, and I'd rather have a chance to swim for it than drown down here in this cabin, Terry snaps. So help the girl up there. I'll get the duffel bag. Linda doesn't argue and helps Chrissy turn and work her way up the steps and out onto the cockeyed deck. Terry picks up the duffel bag that sits in 3 inches of water. She feels lightning in her back and quietly curses the sutures she knows just tore. Nothing to do about it now, she mutters as she heaves the duffel up the steps and gets it onto the deck before she loses her strength. Linda and Chrissy are huddled to her right, Linda trying to hang on to the rail, as well as Chrissy, who stays wrapped in a blanket, staring. The boat is slammed hard, and there's a loud crack from the aft end. Another slam, and then the main mast cracks in half, the sails falling into the water. A shape presses up against the sail, then disappears. Terry loops her arm in one of the duffel bag's handles and scoots her way up to Linda and Chrissy. We're going to have to swim soon, Terry says, and this damn bag will sink us both. Life preservers, Linda says, and points to a bench a few feet away. They should be inside that. It's a locker, too. Okay,
Terry says, as she crawls over to the bench and lifts up the seat. Several bright yellow and bright orange vests are stuffed inside. Terry pulls out a vest and painfully gets it on, then crawls back to Linda and Chrissy with one for each of them. Linda nods and awkwardly gets hers on as she braces her legs to keep from sliding down the deck. Terry crawls back to the locker and pulls out 4 more vests. "What all is in here?" Terry asks, as she ties the vest to the duffel bag's handles. "Half the galley?" "I grabbed what I could," Linda says. "Medical supplies, some food, a few bottles of water, clothes, blankets, candles, our face masks. I don't know what else." Linda tries to get the life vest on Chrissy, but the girl lashes out, refusing to cooperate. Terry's hand is swift and strong as it smacks Chrissy across her bandaged cheek. The girl's head rocks back and her eyes blaze with anger, but she doesn't cry out. "We're trying to save you," Terry snaps. "So put that on, or you're on your own, young lady." Linda tries again, and Chrissy fights even harder. "Let her go," Terry says. "We have to think of ourselves." "I can't just let her go," Linda says. "Let her go," Terry yells and grabs onto Chrissy's arm. She pulls hard, and Linda loses her grip. "You were warned, young lady." Terry lets go, and Chrissy starts to slide across the deck. She twists in her blanket, and that's when Terry truly sees the fear in the girl's eyes for the first time. Terry reaches out and just manages to snag Chrissy's blanket before the girl is out of reach. "Ready to listen?" Terry growls. Chrissy nods. "Good." Terry tries to pull the girl up, but the pain in her back and abdomen is too intense, and she nearly lets go of the blanket. She's about to ask Linda for help when the boat is slammed so hard that she's knocked free from her tenuous perch and slams against Chrissy, sending both of them sliding wildly down the deck, against the rail, and tumbling into the water. The sound is freezing cold, and Terry gasps, her lungs desperate for breath as the frigid chill hits her. She thrashes and turns about, trying to find Chrissy, and sees the girl floating a few feet away. Then a scream from on the boat makes Terry look up, and all she sees is Linda plummeting into the water right on top of her. The world goes dark as she's forced onto the surface. Then it truly goes dark as one of Linda's boots hits her in the temple. Unconsciousness wraps about her like a blanket, welcome and warm. Alvarez and Dr. Hall burst from the rear entrance of the Museum of Natural History, their legs pumping as hard as possible as a menagerie of glowing green animals pursue them down the steps and out onto Constitution Avenue. "Oh, fuck!" Alvarez screams as he grabs Dr. Hall and yanks him to the side just as a massive claw comes down onto the pavement where they'd been standing. The asphalt cracks and crumbles, and the claw is lifted into the air for another attack, but when it comes down again, it doesn't hit pavement. Instead, it crushes the back of a glowing lioness. The smaller beast snarls, then bursts open, sending green ooze flying every which way. An entire pride of ooze lions leap onto the attacking crab monster, taking it down onto the pavement as their green mouths rip into the monster's carapace. "Keep going!" Alvarez yells, seeing the look on Dr. Hall's face. "No time to watch!" He pulls at the man and yanks him across Constitution Avenue and up 10th Street. Dr. Hall glances over his shoulder as the roars of more crab monsters fill the air, joined by the calls and cries of a whole host of ooze creatures. Zebras, rhinos, hippos, bison, elk, moose, deer, all the large cats, tigers, lions, panthers, jaguars, cougars, alligators, giant constrictors, crocodiles, Komodo dragons, wolves, coyotes, jackals. Dr. Hall snickers as he sees a glowing Galapagos tortoise lumber down the steps. The snicker dries up quickly as the shrieks of 100 raptors overhead echo down on the two men. Luckily, the raptors turn their attention on the crab monsters and not on the two humans stumbling along in an awkward and exhausted sprint around the abandoned cars and debris that fills 10th Street. "Why are the animals attacking the crabs?" Dr. Hall yells. "Who cares?" Alvarez yells back. "Keep running." "I am running," Dr. Hall replies. "So stop yelling at me to keep running." "Then run faster," Alvarez shouts. The two men weave through the cars and burst out onto Pennsylvania Avenue. Alvarez leads them to the left, and they're both relieved that barely any cars fill the street. Except that once they pass 12th Avenue, both looking to their right and catching a nightmarish glimpse of giant crab monsters fighting off the oozing remnants of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, they face row after row after row of concrete barricades, leading all the way to the White House's south lawn.
How are we going to get through that?
Dr. Hall snaps. Easy, Alvarez says. Follow me. These are designed to keep vehicles out, not people, or at least not people who know how to navigate them. Alvarez sprints around one barricade, runs to the end of it, and then around a second. Instead of running to the end of that one, he dodges right and quickly slips between two more. Dr. Hall is right on his heels and suddenly sees that the barricades are not set up in a symmetrical pattern, but more in a design of planned chaos.
If you don't know how they're set up, then you'll get lost in the maze, Alvarez shouts. It helps us pursue and capture suspects.
I bet, Dr. Hall says as they get to the last set of barricades. Alvarez stops and places a hand against Dr. Hall's chest.
What?
Just stay still, Alvarez says. Several screeches, roars, snarls, yips, and cries from behind them make it nearly impossible for Dr. Hall to stay still, as every nerve in his body stands on edge.
Cordon bleu,
Alvarez calls out.
Cuttlefish ribbons.
Delta 5116, a voice from the dark replies.
Agent Paulo Alvarez, Alvarez responds. Niner 11 Eagle 6.
Dr. Hall hears a scrape to his left and looks over to see the shape of a man standing there, the shadow of a rifle obvious.
Alvarez?
Dr. Hall squeaks.
I know,
Alvarez says. Just hang tight, Doctor.
We can't call down and confirm,
the first voice says.
We need a current code.
Current code? Alvarez snaps.
I've been gone for less than 2 days. I gave you the most current code I know.
Then you need to turn around and leave, the voice orders.
I'm sorry, Agent Alvarez, but we've been ordered to only allow in those with current codes. I have codes, Dr. Hall calls out. I don't know how current, but I have codes, congressional codes, and a key card. You have to let us in.
This is Dr. Blaine Hall, Alvarez growls. I was specifically sent to find the man. Send someone down below and you can verify. I don't give two good goddams if you let me in, but a lot of agents died getting this man here. So you sure as fuck will help me complete my mission and alert the president that the job is done. The ground shakes, and Alvarez and Dr. Hall look back over their shoulders. The light of a new dawn is cresting in the east, and the slightly pink glow silhouettes the shapes of several crab monsters.
Looks like Jumanji Lost,
Dr. Hall says.
What the holy fuck are those things?
Someone mutters from the barricade.
Those things are what have been making all the noise, Alvarez says. We've been running from the fuckers for hours.
Dr. Hall, come with us, the voice says, and the man steps out from the barricade, his rifle trained on Alvarez. Just Dr. Hall. Once we have confirmation of your credentials, Agent Alvarez, we'll let you follow.
Fair enough,
Alvarez says. Dr. Hall finds himself yanked back behind the last barricade and pushed up against the concrete.
Hey!
He snaps as his legs are kicked apart and he's roughly patted down and frisked.
Whoa there!
He's clean, a man says and steps back, letting Dr. Hall turn around. You want Ricky to take him?
No, I haven't,
the first voice says. Dr. Hall looks at the man who matches the voice, but all he sees is body armor and a black face mask under a black helmet. The man looks just like all the others guarding the entrance to the White House's south lawn. The ground shakes even harder, and the roars from the crab monsters fill the air.
We should hurry,
Dr. Hall says.
You should hurry,
Alvarez yells.
See,
Dr. Hall says.
A few little barricades won't stop those things.
We have more than barricades, a guard says, as he and two others lift RPG launchers to their shoulders.
Those have electronics in them, Dr. Hall says. How are they still working? The EMP should have fried them.
Not these, one guard says.
Hold the line,
another yells as the crab monsters reach the first set of barricades and easily step over the rows of concrete.
On my mark! Fire!
Dr. Hall shields his eyes from the sudden flare of the rockets as they shoot from the launchers and fly at the crab monsters. Several explosions rock the early morning, and Dr. Hall stumbles back as a wave of heat hits his face. Men begin screaming, and Dr. Hall feels hands grab him and start pulling him away from the barricades and toward the White House. He looks over and sees Alvarez, not one of the guards, as more screams fill the air along with way too many roars.
"That didn't work," Alvarez says.
Dr. Hall glances over his shoulder to see most of the barricades covered in green ooze and half the guards running about, trying to flick the ooze loose as the goo seeps under their armor and into their bodies. Chunks of broken crab monsters lie everywhere.
"There are so many,"
Dr. Hall says. Alvarez looks back to see all of Pennsylvania Avenue filled with the monsters, with more streaming up 15th Street.
"Too many," Alvarez says. "Anyone left up here is dead. We have to get below."
Alvarez steers them across the south lawn toward the looming shape of the White House, its facade taking on the pink hue of the dawn light.
"On a normal day, I'd say that looks beautiful," Dr. Hall says.
"I say it does anyway," Alvarez replies. "Who the fuck knows the next time we get to see anything like that again? Once we get below, our world will be permanently subterranean."
"Wait, permanently?" Dr. Hall exclaims. "What does that mean?"
"Are you not paying attention, Doctor?" Alvarez snaps. "You see what's happening behind us? We'll be lucky if they let us down, but I can guarantee they won't let us back up. Up here is lost. Once the doors to below close, they'll be welded shut and reinforced. We can't risk the president's life because of a breach."
"I don't want to live down there permanently,"
Dr. Hall yells as he tries to yank his arm free from Alvarez.
"Tough shit," Alvarez says. "What you want no longer matters."
"The hell it doesn't,"
Dr. Hall yells and manages to get loose. He doesn't see Alvarez's fist coming for his face in time to dodge. Dr. Hall staggers back, then falls onto his ass in the ashy grass of the south lawn. He wobbles for a second, then his eyes roll up into his head and he falls over on his side.
"Sorry about that,"
Alvarez says as he grabs the man's feet and starts pulling him toward the White House. He looks down at the soft man he nearly died for in order to get back to the president.
"Who am I kidding? I'm not sorry at all. That fucking felt great."
"Sir?"
a Secret Service agent says as he approaches the table in the Situation Room.
"Mr. President?"
"What is it, Mike?" President Nance asks.
"Agent Alvarez is up top, sir," the agent replies. "He has Dr. Hall."
"Great," President Nance says. "Something went right for a change."
"Except that topside is no longer secure, Mr. President," the agent states. "The creatures are attacking the barricades on the south lawn, sir. It's highly unadvisable to allow Agent Alvarez and Dr. Hall to enter the lift and come down here. We risk a complete breach of the bunker, sir."
"He's right, Mr. President," Jones says. "If those things are up there and they get to the White House, then we need to be securing the lift, not opening it."
"I have to agree with Joan," Borland says. "It isn't worth it."
"We don't know it isn't worth it," President Nance says.
"Dr. Hall has new information he couldn't tell me before because of the EMP. I didn't send all of those agents out to find him just so we can lock the door in his face." He looks at the Secret Service agent. "Open the lift and get Dr. Hall down here. If you have to, you send every man up there to make sure the lift is secure. Am I understood?"
"Yes, Mr. President," the agent replies,
turning and running from the room with several other agents on his heels.
"You could have just sacrificed us all, sir," Borland says.
"I don't think so," President Nance says. "God may have a cruel streak, but even he wouldn't drop Dr. Hall in my lap just to destroy us. Have faith, Jeremy. It may be all that gets us through the next few days." Dr. Burkhorst stands on one side of the thick glass wall, while Dr. Probst stands on the other.
"What about your precious quarantine?" Dr. Probst asks.
"You aren't contaminated," Dr. Burkhorst states.
"It's been an hour," Dr. Probst laughs. "There's no possible quarantine protocol that lasts only an hour."
"All tests came back negative," Dr. Burkhorst says.
"You show no signs of being affected by the substance."
"I'm sorry," Dr. Probst says.
"But what tests? You never ran tests."
"Actually, Doctor, the second you were put in isolation, the tests began. Dr. Burkhorst smirks. It's one of the perks of this facility. Dr. Probst spins about, studying the ceiling and walls of the stark isolation cell she stands in. She sees no sensors or signs of other devices that could have conducted any tests.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. You're messing with me for some reason. What is it?
I'm not messing with you, Dr. Probst, Dr. Burkhorst says.
Your tests are clear. I'm still waiting on the results from your friends. If they come back negative for contamination, then they'll be set free as well. I'm not a dictator, Doctor. Just a scientist who takes her job very, very seriously.
What exactly is your job? Dr. Probst asks.
You said you don't answer to the president. Then who do you answer to?
A higher authority. Dr. Burkhorst smiles.
Oh, great,
Dr. Probst sighs.
Another religious nut. Just what I need.
What? No, Dr. Burkhorst exclaims.
I mean an authority higher than any single government. One that has been around for a very long time.
What the fuck are you talking about? Dr. Probst asks. Dr. Burkhorst reaches out and taps at a keypad, and the glass wall slides away.
Come with me, Doctor. Instead of telling you, I'll show you. It'll be easier.
Dr. Probst cautiously steps out of the isolation cell and follows Dr. Burkhorst as the woman turns and leads her through a door and out into a wide, concrete corridor. A golf cart sits there, and Dr. Burkhorst hops into the driver's seat, then pats the seat next to her.
Get in,
Dr. Burkhorst says.
It's too far to walk to.
Dr. Probst barely has her ass in the seat before Dr. Burkhorst presses down on the accelerator, sending the electric cart zipping down the corridor.
Where the hell are we?
Dr. Probst asks.
Who built this place?
We don't know for sure who built it, Dr. Burkhorst replies.
When it was discovered in the 50s, the place consisted of the 4 levels, but was fairly stark. Over the decades, there have been many improvements made, making it more hospitable for the researchers. At one time, this place was full of personnel, but no entity, not even the one I report to, is immune to budget cuts. Especially once the Cold War ended.
She glances over at Dr. Probst.
Among other issues that weeded out those not fit for seclusion. So this is military?
Dr. Probst asks, ignoring Dr. Burkhorst's last ominous statement.
Not really, Dr. Burkhorst says. Although the military liked to think it was. But with a few strategic changes, the military was forced out of the facility and only occupied the bunker topside. A little shuffling of leadership, some new bills signed into place, and even the bunker was abandoned, left to be a forgotten munitions dump. That meant we could do our work without worrying about people looking over our shoulders. What work? Why won't you give me a straight answer? Dr. Probst asks. Because we don't have any, Dr. Burkhorst admits. No one does. Not China, not Japan, not Australia, Russia, Iceland, Africa, New Zealand, Italy, the Middle East. No one has even gotten close to a clue as to what the substance is or how the facilities were built.
Dr. Burkhorst points at the walls as they zip by.
That's not concrete, Dr. Burkhorst says. It looks like it, but it's not. No clue what it is. Can't even chip the stuff to take a sample. Best anyone has been able to do is swab some molecules, but they were inconclusive, to say the least. Swab some molecules? Dr. Probst laughs. You have got to be joking. I am not known for my sense of humor, Doctor, Dr. Burkhorst says as they approach a set of massive steel doors. Those we built, just to keep the viewing area from being open. The viewing area? Dr. Probst asks, but lets the question drop as Dr. Burkhorst stops the cart and steps out.
The woman walks over to yet another keypad and enters a code. Yellow lights begin to flash and a klaxon blares, although not as loud as the purge shaft klaxons.
What happened topside?
Dr. Probst calls out as she steps from the cart also.
Did you purge the bunker?
We did, Dr. Burkhorst replies.
If anything was up there, it's now ash. Even that thing that followed you down. Or that's the theory. You don't know for sure? Dr. Probst asks. Don't you have ways to check? All the tech topside is military grade, Dr. Burkhorst snorts.
It didn't survive the EMP, let alone a purge. We just have to trust we cleared the bunker. Not that it matters. All purge shafts have been sealed, and the lifts up are locked down. We aren't leaving the facility for a very long time, Doctor. If ever. Dr. Probst begins to protest, then shuts up instantly as the doors come to a stop and reveal a sight that her mind can't even wrap around. She looks over and sees nothing but smugness on Dr. Burkhorst's face. "We call it the substance," Dr. Burkhorst says as she walks past the threshold and into a massive room that faces a wall that doesn't even appear to exist. She looks back to see Dr. Probst frozen in place. "Come on, Doctor. It's perfectly safe. It's not glass, but whatever it is cannot be breached. The French tried to nuke theirs, but it didn't even leave a mark. No one thought it would, but I think the French just wanted an excuse to detonate a nuke." Dr. Probst only shakes her head in response. Before her is a swirling mass of green ooze mixed with streaks of various colors. Every couple of seconds, shapes emerge from the ooze, but are lost so quickly that Dr. Probst can't identify them. All she knows is that the shapes are enormous. "What?" Dr. Probst finally manages to say. "That's the question," Dr. Burkhorst replies. "Our best theory is that this is the proverbial primordial ooze." "The what?" Dr. Probst asks, her feet still planted firmly in place despite her desire to get closer and examine the substance. "The primordial ooze," Dr. Burkhorst repeats. "What life crawled out of. Makes sense, since we've seen all kinds of life crawl around in there. We just didn't know the life could get out. Not until the Yellowstone caldera ruptured. That certainly didn't turn out as expected, did it?" "No," Dr. Probst replies, shaking her head. "No, it didn't." "Dr. Burkhorst?" Dr. McDaniels' voice calls out, making Dr. Probst jump. "Just the radio," Dr. Burkhorst laughs as she turns from the clear wall and walks past Dr. Probst to the cart. She picks up a radio clipped to the dash and presses the button. "Go ahead, Valerie." "We need you back here now," Dr. McDaniels says. "China, Japan, and Australia are making contact." There's some mumbling in the background. "Iceland and Kenya. What? Seriously?" "Well, shit. What is it, Valerie?" Dr. Burkhorst asks. "Italy and France, too," Dr. McDaniels says. "The network is about to go online." "I'll be right there," Dr. Burkhorst says, as she replaces the radio on the dash and snaps her fingers. "Doctor, we need to go. I'd leave you here since you can't damage anything, but you'll want to be a part of this." "A part of what?" Dr. Probst asks, reluctantly turning from the substance. "I don't know," Dr. Burkhorst responds, looking almost giddy. "Like I said, none of us do." 12. The world swims in and out as Terry tries to claw her way to consciousness. The pain that racks her entire body helps a little, but also threatens to plunge her back into the darkness. She struggles to grasp onto something, anything, that can be a mental anchor and bring her out of the abyss that threatens to swallow her whole. A loud bark right in her ear, then the stinky smell of dog breath does the trick. Terry opens her eyes and is instantly covered in happy dog licks from her forehead down to her neck. "Get off me!" Terry groans as Biscuit continues his slobbery onslaught. "Biscuit, knock it off!" "He hasn't left your side since we washed up," Linda says from a couple feet away. Terry squints into the early morning light to see both Linda and Chrissy huddled around a small fire, the duffel bag at the smalls of their backs so they can lean in relative comfort. Terry looks about at her surroundings and is more than glad that they're all several yards from the shore, tucked up in a small beach made up of large, smooth rocks and driftwood. She pushes Biscuit away, but he comes right back and starts in on the licking. She doesn't have the strength to fight him off again and just lies back and lets it happen. A sound from behind them gets his attention, and he finally stops with the licking in order to lower his head and growl. Linda looks over her shoulder and shrugs. "They've been watching us for at least a couple hours," Linda states. "A couple of hours?" Terry asks. "Have I been out that long?" "Yeah," Linda says. "And this one still hasn't said a word." Terry slowly, painfully sits up and studies Chrissy. The girl is no longer wrapped in a blanket and sits close to the fire, her knees to her chest and arms wrapped about her legs. Her eyes are fixated on the fire, and they widen and narrow with every pop and hiss from the driftwood. Noticing that Chrissy's clothes are different and dry, Terry looks down at herself. "It wasn't easy, trust me," Linda says, as Terry realizes she's been changed. "But I'm a nurse. Not the first time I've had to undress and redress a person dead to the world." "Thank you," Terry says, and carefully scoots closer to the fire. She stretches her hands in front of her and revels in the warmth from the flames. Then she looks over her shoulder. "How many, do you think?" "4, maybe," Linda shrugs. "Someone else must have figured this island would be a good place to hunker down on instead of grabbing their cash and heading out to sea." She raises her voice. "I just wish they'd show themselves instead of hiding in the fucking rhododendrons." No response. Without trying to stare, Terry turns her focus on Chrissy. The girl's bandages are fresh, but already beginning to show signs that her wounds have still not stopped bleeding. "They pretty much all opened back up once we hit the water," Linda says, seeming to guess at Terry's thoughts. "I did what I could, but my supplies are limited, and this is a fucking beach and not a hospital." There's a shuffle from the bushes, but no answer or showing of whomever is watching them. A distant roar is heard, and Terry whips her head about. She looks across the water of the sound toward tall columns of smoke that rise into the air wherever it still burns. Another roar is followed by another and another, considerably different than the tentacled whale's roars, yet familiar. "That just started," Linda says. "I think it's what woke you up." "Can you see the source?" Terry asks. "No, they're too far away," Linda responds. "But as long as they aren't giant sharks or tentacle whales, then I'm good." "They're far bigger than that," a gruff voice responds from behind them. Linda whirls about and shoves up to her feet. Terry neither whirls nor shoves, but slowly gets up to face the man stepping out from the line of bushes and fir trees. He's close to Terry's age, with a thick salt and pepper beard covering most of his weathered brown face. He has a Seattle Mariners baseball cap covering long, bushy white hair that's pulled into a ponytail in back. A .30-30 rests over his right shoulder, and he has a large caliber pistol on his right hip, with an almost as large hunting knife strapped to his left. In his left hand, he holds out a set of high-powered binoculars. "Have a look," he says. "Who are you?" Terry asks. "I have to ask the same question, miss," the man replies. "You're on my island." "Your island? I don't think so," Linda says. "Well, for all intents and purposes, it is now," the man smiles. "The name is Roy Waldrop." "Terry Morgan," Terry says. "This is Linda—" Terry is suddenly embarrassed she doesn't know Linda's last name. "Linda Milton," Linda finishes. "You two come from the base?" Roy asks. "We did," Terry says. Roy and Terry stand there and size each other up. Finally, Roy chuckles and slings his rifle around his back. He steps forward and thrusts the binoculars at Terry. "You're going to want to take a look," Roy insists. "Trust me." Terry takes the binoculars and turns toward the sound. "What am I looking at?" "Find Rainier," Roy says. "Once you do, then you'll know." Terry scans the horizon until she finds the massive shape of Mount Rainier. She focuses the binoculars, then gasps and pulls them away from her eyes. She looks over at Roy, and he nods, then frowns. "Yeah, that's what I did," Roy says. "You ever seen anything like those things before?" "Yes," Terry says, as she takes another look and realizes why the roars sound familiar. Her heart races as the power of the binoculars brings the image close enough that, while not quite the illusion of being able to reach out and touch the mountain, she at least feels like even if she had a head start, she wouldn't escape the 6 monsters climbing about on the mountain's side. "I was hoping I'd never see those things again." "What things?" Linda asks. Terry reluctantly takes the binoculars from her eyes and hands them over to Linda.
You say you've seen them before?
Roy asks.
Yes, sir, Terry says. Back in Idaho. They came tearing across the land like their asses were on fire, crushing everything in their path. I believe they came out of the Yellowstone volcano, but no way to know for sure.
Linda gasps as well and lowers the binoculars slowly. She hands them back to Roy.
What are they doing? Linda asks.
My guess, Terry replies.
Digging. Why the hell haven't we heard from Vandervoort?
Dr. Burkhorst snaps as she paces back and forth in front of a bank of video monitors.
We have confirmation of activity from every damn facility across the globe. That woman had better make contact soon, or I swear I'm going to...
The doctor lets the sentence die as the other scientists huddle around a table covered in laptops, desktops, tablets, and a myriad of phones, both cell and landline.
Vandervoort? That's who's in charge, right?
Dr. Probst asks.
Yes, Dr. Burkhorst says. 100% in charge. Regulations clearly state that once all facilities have confirmed full network communications, then the protocol is put in place and Vandervoort assumes control. Control of what? Dr. Probst asks.
Everything, Dr. Mannering says without looking up from the two tablets he's furiously working on. Once the protocol is active, then Vandervoort becomes president of the world.
That's not true, Dr. McDaniel says. Vandervoort just takes emergency control until the crisis is over. The crisis? You mean the monsters and the volcano erupting? Dr. Probst asks.
Everyone looks up at her and frowns.
No, Doctor. That's only part of it, Dr. Burkhorst says. The true crisis is the survival of the human species and the possible destruction of the entire planet. If theories hold true, then anyone not in a secure facility such as ours will be dead in months.
Weeks, Dr. Mannering says.
Days,
Dr. McDaniels counters.
Hours,
a man says as he walks into the room. Handsome, early 30s, dressed in khakis and a t-shirt that says Born to be Mild, the man walks over to Dr. Probst and offers his hand.
Dr. Edward Schofield. Sorry, we haven't met yet. I've been on the other side of the substance the past day, taking as many readings as I can in case Vandervoort shuts down access. Oh, Dr. Cheryl Probst, Dr. Probst says as she shakes Dr. Schofield's hand. Readings? What is it you do?
Nuclear engineer, Dr. Schofield replies.
I keep the lights on. This place has a nuclear reactor?
Dr. Probst gasps. This place is a nuclear reactor, Dr. Schofield grins. The substance puts off enough energy to light North America for eternity if we wanted to try to harness it.
Which we don't,
Dr. McDaniel says. Bad idea, Dr. Mannering agrees.
Chicken shits,
Dr. Schofield responds.
At least they let me power this place.
Did Burkhorst mention that they used to use diesel generators until the mid-70s? Insane.
Engineers messing with something they don't understand is insane, Dr. Burkhorst says. And it's Dr. Burkhorst, not just Burkhorst. Show some respect, Edward.
Ted, Dr. Schofield replies, his eyes on Dr. Probst.
Call me Ted.
Okay, Dr. Probst nods.
Ted, call me Cheryl.
Are you two joking? Dr. McDaniel scoffs.
Sit your asses down and get to work. What, me?
Dr. Probst asks, as Dr. McDaniels points at an open seat at the table and a stack of laptops and tablets. You are the geologist, Dr. Mannering adds.
Volcanologist,
Dr. Burkhorst states.
That's why you're even here. We need you.
Hopefully, you're good at what you do. You were point on the Yellowstone caldera before it turned into an erupting supervolcano that spit out hell demons, Dr. Schofield says. Right?
I don't know about the hell demons part, Dr. Probst says. But yes, I was lead scientist. Not that lead anything matters much now. Except for me, Dr. Burkhorst says. Don't forget that. I'm in charge down here.
She can't ever forget that, Burkhorst, Dr. Schofield says, because I'm sure you'll remind her every 10 minutes. A loud buzzing fills the room, and everyone turns to a video monitor in the center of all the others.
What's that?
Dr. Probst asks.
Vandervoort,
Dr. Burkhorst says. Finally. Everyone's laptops chime, and they all return their attention to the small screens in front of them. This can't be, Dr. Mannering says. We've never seen anything that size before come out of the substance, Dr. McDaniel says. Dr. Burkhorst shoves next to Dr. Mannering and peers down at the information streaming across his screen. Cilia? For cilia to be that size, then the host body would have to be miles across, Dr. Burkhorst states. All of the doctors except Dr. Schofield turn their heads in the direction of where the substance lies. Dr. Schofield just leans into Dr. Probst. Having fun yet, Cheryl? If not, then just hold on, he smirks. Things are about to get really interesting. Everyone at the table in the Situation Room just glares at Dr. Hall as the man stands at the far end and wrings his hands, none too pleased with the attention. You said they were tails, President Nance says for the fourth time. How do you mix up tails and cilia? Like I said, Mr. President, it was an honest mistake. He glances around the room, hoping to see a friendly face, but Agent Alvarez had been taken away for debriefing an hour ago and hasn't returned. This is all brand new, even for someone like me who has spent years studying the more esoteric avenues of science. There are a few snorts from those assembled at the table. Would it be possible for me to maybe, get some sleep? Dr. Hall asks. I appreciate the clean clothes and the food provided, but I've been reporting to you all for 3 hours straight now. I really haven't slept for almost 2 days, so some rest might help clear my mind. How about we start at the beginning? Borland suggests. Go over all of this one more time before you go have a nap, just in case you missed something. Dr. Hall sighs, looks close to breaking into tears, then takes a deep breath and starts to speak. No need to blabber more, Doctor, a woman says as she walks into the Situation Room. All we needed to hear was cilia. I've passed that on to the facilities, and they will take it from there. Thank you. Go get that sleep you need. We'll chat when you wake up. The woman is tall and blonde, with a wide face and rugged look about her that suggests her Midwest American looks aren't just genes, but from a life of hard work and plenty of time outdoors. She smiles at the stunned faces of the men and women seated at the table. Oh, this. She laughs as she looks down at her distended belly. Yep, 6 months pregnant. It's a boy. I'm either going to name him Buzz or Chuck. You know, after Buzz Aldrin or Chuck Yeager. I just can't decide. I don't know who you are, but you will leave this room immediately, President Nance shouts as he gets to his feet. He glances around, but not a single Secret Service agent moves forward to remove the woman. Excuse me? I've given an order for this woman to be taken from here. I want that order executed this second. Careful using the word executed, the woman smiles. Things can get confusing during a crisis, and I'd hate for someone to lose their head. Who in the hell are you? President Nance roars. Calm down, Charles, Director Miles says as he hurries into the room. Sorry, I had to finish a call with Beijing. He points at the video monitors. You'll want to see this. Gordon, I am the President of the United States, and I demand to know what the hell is happening, President Nance shouts. Then shut up and watch, the woman says. There's a collective gasp from the table, and President Nance starts to reply, but is interrupted by one of the techs. Sir, a volcano has erupted in Iceland, the tech reports. Damn it, Director Miles curses. I'm out of the pool already. Who would have thought Iceland? I did, the woman says, and walks over to the row of techs. Who's next? Looks like China, the tech replies. Wait, Japan just reported that Mount Fuji has exploded. The entire mountain is gone. Remarkable, the woman says. Are they still online? No, Japan has gone dark, the tech states. So has China. And Russia. We just lost France. No, wait. We just lost all of Europe. I always forget there are volcanoes in Europe, Director Miles says. That's why I'm in charge, Gordon, the woman replies. Who else? The tech doesn't reply, just shakes his head. Finally, he pushes back from his station and turns to look at the woman. Then he looks past her and straight at the president.
Sir, everything has gone dark, the text says. We can't get through to a single nation. No one is responding.
EMPs sure are a bitch, the woman says. You know who's a bitch? President Nance snarls. You! Now tell me who the fuck you are, or I'll have you shot. Initiate the Nirvana protocol, the woman announces. Every screen in the room goes blank, and the lights dim. Then the screens reboot, and instead of images from satellites, the monitors are filled with the faces of scientists from around the world, all chattering and speaking directly into cameras in front of them. Good thing it boots up on mute, the woman says. Am I right? President Nance, as well as everyone in the room except for Director Miles, look from the screens to the woman and back to the screens. Isn't that Dr. Probst? Joan says, the first person to break through the shock and speak. Why is Dr. Probst on a screen? She's in the Montana facility, the woman says. Just arrived there with Sergeant Bolton. Sergeant Holt, who is the last member of Rogue Team still alive, my condolences to Admiral Quigley. I know how much you care about those SEALs of yours. She also showed up with Federal Marshal Lucinda Morgan and her son Kyle. The woman puts a hand to her mouth in mock conspiracy. The kid is also Sergeant Bolton's. Better than television, I tell you. Who else? Lowell, Director Miles says. Yes, and this is the really interesting variable, the woman says. An Anson Lowell is down there, convicted murderer no less, with an IQ in the 160s. Can't wait to see what he contributes. I do love a good wild card. Enough! President Nance roars. Who are you? Me? The woman says, and the smile on her face drops instantly. At that moment, no one in the room has any doubt that they're looking at possibly the most dangerous person they've ever encountered. Me? Some call me the Spook. I hate that name. Don't call me that. I've also gone by over 100 other nicknames and aliases in my career. But my real name is Adriana Vandervoort. Vandervoort? President Nance whispers and looks to Director Miles. Gordon? Sorry, Charles, Director Miles replies. I truly am. He truly is, Vandervoort says. Trust me. Have we had some arguments over telling you before the protocol was initiated? I won, as you can guess. What is the Nirvana protocol? President Nance asks. Why have I never heard about it? Gordon, Vandervoort says, and Director Miles hurries over with a manila envelope. He hands it to the president. You'll want to read that. President Nance takes the envelope and tears it open. He pulls out a single sheet of paper, reads it, rereads it, then tosses it on the table and stands up. I guess this is your chair now, he says quietly. Hardly, Vandervoort replies. You're still POTUS. I'm just now your boss. In fact, I'm everyone's boss, from Beijing to Cairo. The world now answers to me. I'll just grab a seat at the other end of the table so I can be closer to the techs. If anyone needs a potty break, now is the time, because once we get started, we aren't going to stop until we get this shit under control. Or die, Director Miles says. Jesus, Gordon, don't bum the room out, Vandervoort says. But yeah, or we die. All eyes follow her as she walks to the far end of the table, pulls out a chair, and sits down. She takes the time to look every single person in their stunned face. Leaning back in the chair, she places her hands on her pregnant belly. Okie doke. Who wants to hear how life on Earth really started?